I just literally got to the house. Why is it doing that? Okay, so y'all, I just really got to the house like 5, 10 minutes ago, and I ran here. So this is about to be a different video, y'all, because I'm noticing a lot right now. So I'm kind of getting my weight back up, y'all, because I'm getting a little sleep. I would say that my skin is getting clear again. Um, the goal of draining me, the way they've been draining me, is so that I could look. And forgive me, y'all. Look, I'm all over the place when I be explaining stuff, but to y'all who know me, y'all get it, right? But I noticed the goal of draining me was to get me to look so drained physically, so that people can assume the worst, and that causes different behaviors from people. Like some people get, follow me, cause I've been having issues with these two specific restaurants that I will not say the restaurant, because I will not give the whole entire chain a bad name for what these workers, these these unkind workers are doing at their establishment. So, because it'll get you so mad that you, when you see this stuff happening, you blame it on the business. You blame it on the company. You blame it, and this is what's been happening a lot, causing a lot of businesses to also be targeted. They don't realize when you take those bribes, you also target your restaurant because, or your business, because it's making your business look bad. What I had to explain today when I called both of these delivery companies, that I'm not gonna even say their name. I had to call both of these delivery companies, uh, that I had issues with the workers from picking up my orders. That these people been trolling me for years. These certain, because I've been staying in this area for a couple years, y'all. And these two main restaurants, a lot of other restaurants do it, but these other big chain restaurants have so many different people coming in, to that you gonna get different behavior treatment from different people, because you gonna, now you got the regulars today, and they kind, they, how are you doing, can I help you, how can I help you today, oh how are you gonna get that, because those are the regular people. Then you gonna get this group, and you see it like that, because they always come in the pack, because what they trying to do, it's just like they do these social experiments out here in the street when they do street theater, is to get everybody to react the same way. They do this online too with the ages. That's why they be in the comments and people videos. So because we fall on this theory of, if everybody's saying the same thing, then that's what it is. And they figured that out. They so smart. But you get a group of employees that's on this sick ideology of this person being a menace to society, because this is what the campaign gives them when they give them the blueprint and give you their name and give them your name, and give them your description, so they can look for you. When they see you, then they like, oh, that's her. Like what these people say to me when I'm walking in, it's on my camera. Let's say hi, y'all, to my camera. That be on every day. It records everything, right? So there she go. Me? She talking to me? Like, these people don't know me. And then all of a sudden, every last one of those employees are rolling their eyes at you, bumping you as they walk past you. Like, this is not normal behavior. So let's go to today. What made me run home? This same restaurant that I barred it today. I just called. I gotta call the other company back, tell them to bar me too, because this other lady, shout out to I don't want to say their name, right? But shout out to them for barring them from me from receiving orders from them now, so I could bypass that shit now. Because like I said, I told that lady today, the one on the west side, the one all the way downtown, I never get these issues at theirs. So therefore, it's not this store. It's this night crew over here. Because I'm noticing this. It happens in the daytime sometimes, but it's always when I come at night with this same little crew. And the lady did the as if other people are calling and saying that. So um y'all, this store, right? This which means this group of people, these group of employees that's affiliated with this organization that I talk about so much on this channel, right? Not only did they troll me at the store, they trolled me with the order, and it didn't come from the business, and I'm positive, because let me tell you why. The customer works there. Huh? How does that happen? You ordered something. You went on the app. This ain't got nothing to do. See, this y'all, I'm telling y'all targets right now, so that you, when you out here, especially if you do delivery orders, stop blaming the company. Stop blaming the app. It is these people. I figured it out because I was once you. I figured it out. It's not, it has nothing to do with the fucking app. These people just got the layout. They know how to, they got loopholes that they can jump in, babe. They, jump on that, order this real quick, call up there and say, oh, I like her service, so they could keep sending it to you. They smart like me a little bit, so they figured that out too. That's how they got their mojo crew in the mix of doing this shit like this. Follow me though, y'all. They get on the app, order the AI fucking man. You notice that these customers that's ordering back to back like this, because they know that if 5 of us order and request Valencia, one of us gonna get her. Cause the app gonna send us to you. They gonna send her the order to her. All we gotta do is call up there and say, "Ooh, I love Valencia," or just say it on the app soon as you get that order delivered to you. So now every time you jump on, when you see Valencia out there, it's gonna come to you. Now you sending me to the ditch. Now you sending me to addresses that don't make sense. Now you sending me down dead ends to where when I come to this house, I can't even back out because you got that car just pulled up and blocked me in. Today, shout out to the police, and y'all would never hear me say that, but my car, I got my car because of him, and I got my life because of him, because this order that they sent me to, they was trying to take my car, literally. It's all on camera. You can hear me and my daughter conversation after I get in. She said, thank you, I'm happy that police rolled by, Mom. Look, y'all, my baby said, I'm happy that police drove by, Mom. That boy was finna jump in your car. I said, I saw it. I was about to drop that damn order and come to the car. And the group of girls right there say, oh, you gonna have to wait till he come because they be taking orders around here. So now I'm not taking the pick and doing it now, because my loyalty is to my customer now and to this platform I'm using. I gotta make sure they order don't get stolen. So I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Couple times too. Nobody come. Nobody come. Nobody come. Then I do this little thing. Hey, record me real quick, babe. I'm just saying it out in the thing. Yeah, this time I'm nervous. I'm a group of people. Hey, record this real quick, babe. Bing dong. Door open. The boy run off. Police rap. This is when I saw it. I come up, and when I saw the cop at first, look, this the truth. I'm finna tell you nothing but the truth. When I first saw him pulling up, you could see me on camera rolling the window down like, come on. Cause seemed like he was tailgating me, but I think I was wrong. He was kind of helping me. Look, y'all, hold up. Cause all these cops ain't bad. This just proved it. This is a confirmation for me today. Cause some other shit happened a couple days ago. This confirmation right here, that we got a couple unmarked cops out here looking out for us, because today was crazy. Lil daddy in the gang, he was in the gang, I could tell. You're sitting in the car. I'm just calling it for what it is, y'all. You're sitting in the car with the door open, music blasting, all y'all sitting there doing nothing. What are y'all doing in that bar? I don't know. They sitting doing what I'm doing, I guess. The door open. Soon as I pull up, you jump out and trying to take this man order. It wasn't even his order. To the point where the girl had to shout and say, no, you gonna have to wait till you come to the door because they take orders. And he rushed into my fucking car. Y'all, hey, they moving real funny because they scared. And I ain't even worried because I'm a real spiritual person. So it's like, it's really up from here. It's like nothing that they do, it's really gonna move me the way they think it's gonna move me. Not even fucking with my folks, not even taking my house, not even taking my car. Nigga, I'll walk the longest trail with a smile. I keep knocking it out. Pay my mechanic. Look, I was worried. Look, I've been worried, but I'm not worried no more. like I gave it to God and my angels to guide me and protect me. So at this point, I'm not worried anymore. But I was worried. I'm gonna be honest. Thought I was gonna lose my car. I owe my mechanic because I did some major work in my truck. But I'm so responsible. My mechanic put me on the payment plan without saying too much because they're gonna try to go fuck with this man business. But I've already claimed and received abundance from him every time he bless me, and I tell him I want. It's like when you say stuff when you in the moment, it's alignment, so it's like already guaranteed. So it's like they fuck with his business, then they get bad karma. But listen, because the angels is protecting him, he protected me, kept us in our car. We need our car for several reasons. But y'all, I paid this guy like way more than I was supposed to give him for blessing me with the opportunity of having patience with me. And it was what he said. You are very responsible. And I admit I admire you. So I would have never I can't take your car from you even though I could have, you know that. Yeah, I know. Cause that's a whole lot of money. But I paid him a lump sum. And I'm proud of myself because guess what? Everything they do was preventing me to do exactly everything I've been doing. Food, transportation, stability. They trying to get me homeless. And these unmarked cops, these unmarked agents, I'm seeing it for what it is now. These unmarked people that's working right next to them are investigating this shit. And acting as if they're operating stores, dropping blessings in my lap as they see these people take shit from me. I see it. Working amongst angels. These people, this I want to promote this. This is why I'm gonna say it. Because I notice a lot of important people been watching my videos. So I want to say this, the importance of having integrity when you know you're doing the right thing, not worried about the frequencies work powerful when you in that energy because it's just like a dog or animal. They sense your fear, they sense your kindness, they sense your energy. The world works like that. So when we move in that alignment, it's like you get double for the trouble. So when you move for people like that, you get blessed so big. So look, they try to come between a lot of stuff in my life. This some very satanic, evil stuff. So then people ask me, why do like you're poor, you don't have nothing. Why would they be targeting you? It's bigger than what anybody would think, right? But keeping it PG for YouTube, right? Because I do want them to release the cap and start paying me so that, I could continue to protect myself and not have to get out here like what just happened tonight. Like I should be resting at home anyways. I deserve it. Like I had a hard time with one customer today and I made the app look so good with my reaction to that customer amongst neighbors, right? Because you see me coming in, hi, you know what I'm saying? And then you tried to get me to act out. I prayed for him, like, just tell them you never know when you who you dealing with when you walking amongst angels. Like literally I'm on the spectrum and I'm doing this job just so I could do something. And his whole face changed. Like he felt like shit because you was giving me a hard time for nothing. And then it's thank you and then you changed my tip. Okay. So I'm gonna react to a couple videos only because like I really feel some type of way. I went hard. I always go hard when I do my orders. And it wasn't even really my customers too much, minus the bullshit with with that one guy. But it wasn't really the customers today. And even the apps was being fair with the pay and all that. So it was really easy breezy. It was just dealing with those people today. And that's why I say this program is like really bad for your health. It's bad for business because it's bad for these businesses. It's bad for us as just trying to teach people how to be kind one person at a time. It's like really so sad that people treat you a certain way based off of how they feel about you. And it's like most of these mean girls, because I've mostly been having a lot of problems with the female workers at these restaurants. Um, some of the men too, but I don't know. It's like most of these girls like to clown me. I can't speak for other people. They like to clown me. See, you gotta. Some of them are curious, like, oh, I like something about her, but I don't like how she looks, so I'm gonna be mean to her. I get that a lot. But then you got some of them that's like insecure and probably feel like I look a mess, because I know my locks make me look dirty. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. But you got some insecure girls that may feel like I look funny or something or whatever, but I'm confident. So to them, it be the, I'm sorry y'all, I don't mean this. Don't get mad at me. It's mostly the girls with the lace wigs and the tight pants on that feel like, bitch, you ain't doing shit, ho. Look at my, cause this is what they say to me. Uh, tell me about keeping their nails done and stuff like that. And then when you come at somebody like me who have a nail problem, like my nails pop off, bitch, you try to come to me and tell me that I'm not up to par with my maintenance because I don't have fake nails on. Well, let's just say, what if I can't put them on? Because I can't. The shits irritate my skin. They're going to be swollen and shit when I put them on. That sucks. I hate that too. So it's like, goddamn, bitch. Or is it that because I could put a wig on? I've been there, done that. And that's why I look at these young girls like that be hating, because that's what they be doing. Like, girl, I've been there, done that. That shit, first of all, it took off all my edges, so it's really not nothing for you to do all that for. You having your hair done is having it how you want you to have your hair. I think people feel, and see, it go back to slavery days. So it's okay. Our ancestors thought that we had to look apart a certain way. It's okay to please our masters. So that's where they get that behavior from. But to tell somebody to get their shit together and do their hair, because these girls really think they be really clowning me when they tell me to go get my hair done. Like, huh? Did the bitch just tell me to go get my hair done? What the fuck did I just say? Like, I really just pissed her off just looking at her ass. So let's listen to a video. They gotta learn to love themselves, and then they won't think that I don't love myself and not keeping myself up because I don't have a fucking lace front on. It's funny. Oh, I don't have no fake nails on. What the fuck? I get it. Tell some, encourage a woman to groom themselves. That's another story. But to tell somebody they broke because they don't got their hair done, and to clown them and tell them to go, I have locks in my head, boo. What you want me to do? I don't retwist them because I got cancer, bitch, and my hair thin. So what are you telling me to go? What are you telling me to go do my hair? Or you telling me to go wash it, right? That's really the only thing you can go tell me to do. Cause don't try to tell me to do something you do. Because you comfortable with walking around, baby. I did that, done that. Cause you want to look like a Caucasian woman. Cause that's really what it's about. Let's listen to this. It's one thing to like it and do it, but don't hate on somebody else. Because you ain't comfortable to come out with your natural hair. Before my locks, I was wearing my wrap with my real hair. And hoes was telling me to go get my hair done. And I never understand that shit. Okay.
Coordinated attack against you. The betrayal you experienced.
I only wore a wig to the folks who really know me. I only wore a wig to take a motherfucking picture, and it was off. If you knew me in real life, you probably looked at my pictures like that, because I don't have to feel beautiful with a wig on.
Forces that recognize something in you that even you hadn't fully awakened to yet. But here's what will
that girl told me to get my hair done.
Their entire conspiracy was actually fulfilling a divine prophecy they never saw coming. 3 wars were raging simultaneously.
She said, you think you doing something, ho? Who said that? All from, like, I promise y'all, these people be shady as fuck. And I'm so shy. I'm from the start. I told the lady today that was taking up for me, I'm going to start wearing a GoPro and post this as content. Because my life is a movie. Bump the shit out of me. And My shy ass was trying to hold my composure because my mouth, they don't want me to go off. I'm worried about my job because what I'm going to say to you, bitch, I'm going to get deactivated tonight. Okay? So I just make you look like you just like me or something. You got the customers saying you having a bad day, bitch.
The hidden conflict, a
All the
spiritual
proof point to
reconnaissance
me.
mission disguised as friendship and concern. The cosmic drama, the
But normal
divine
people don't
orchestration
do
so
that.
elaborate that your
Normal people
enemies
don't
became
do that.
unwitting architects of your elevation. What you're
Let's put the icing on the cake. Two of the girls in the group stay by my house. Come on.
about to discover will explain why their
How I
failure
found it
wasn't
out?
just
I'm riding down
inevitable,
the street.
it was
That's that girl that
predetermined
work
before
at.
they even knew your name.
Makes
They
sense.
needed an
She
army
said, you
because
think
they
you
could
doing
sense the
something, girl?
magnitude of
Fix the
what they were
order
truly
so I
facing.
can get out of here.
This wasn't about taking down another person. This was about stopping a force of nature, silencing a voice that threatened to expose every lie they'd built their lives upon, neutralizing someone whose very existence made their
Then
mediocrity
she got the
unbearable.
other delivery drivers forming a pack with me. Like, no, you're taking too fucking long too. You know what I'm saying? They all, you got one about to fight you, but you worried about me, girl. What about those people about to roar uproar on you by those orders? Okay?
But armies can be defeated. Divine assignments are eternal.
I
Imagine the
promise y'all I can't
supernatural
stop thinking about it
coordination
because
of
all I said, it is in this professional clip on my dash cam. By the way, do you think you guys, if it's possible, if y'all can leave the doors, this is at 11 o'clock, if you guys can leave the doors open for the drivers, this is maybe a good pitch for me to give such and such as well. And I think I'm going to call them and request that because I'm sorry you just had two people leave out the line. I was sitting there about 30 minutes at this point, y'all. I said you got two people just pulled off, but if you would have had the door open, baby, you know, this would have been a smooth transaction, especially for the other customers that's just getting off work, you know what I'm saying, coming in. You see how calm I'm talking? This is all I said. You got somebody in the back saying, I know that's right. Move the line. All this shit. When I get to the front, y'all, this girl slammed the thing in my face. And guess what? They still got to make the delivery drivers go inside now. Or sit to the front, my bad, so they could bring you the order. So what's the point of having the door closed? Like, so y'all, what's the point of having the door closed? And you got all these people sitting here, the same company that tell you if you come there in the daytime, oh, you can't, now you can't come in the, hold up, you can't, this is false advertisement now when it come down to waiting to get my food. Because first you tell me I can't come in the line to get my customer order. These are customers still at the end of the day. However they ordering from you. You telling them that they gotta wait double time because the delivery drivers, I don't get that. But it's fine.
unfolding like a dark symphony. Former enemies
All it
suddenly
is gonna do is
discovering
get
they
them
had
booted
one
off
thing
the
in
app
common.
one by
You,
one.
people who
Because if
hadn't
people do
spoken in
this, hold up, to the delivery drivers, complain. Every time they do this, make a report. Call or do it in the app. So guess what? Every time they do that, they restaurants get flagged. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen, and it's gonna make their DM say, "Hey, what's up? What's going on?" Because most of the time, the DMs don't know what be going on. Like I said, because it got nothing to do with the business. It's these people that's affiliated with this organization that make sure they set up in every. Yeah, I'm dyslexic, but I'm getting to the point. Listen, they want to make sure they set up with one of theirs in every job so that they could do this exactly like they doing it.
years, mysteriously
Just
reconnecting
coward
with one
shit.
shared
Cause it's like
vision.
using cheat sheets to
Individuals who
live
couldn't
that
agree
way.
on basic
That shit
principles,
lame to me,
suddenly
y'all. I'm
finding
being
perfect
real.
unity around
That
one
shit lame to
objective,
me.
your downfall. The precision looked choreographed, as if darkness
This is
itself had
Obsidian
called an
on
emergency
YouTube.
summit, and your name was the only agenda item. But while this surface conspiracy was playing out, something far more significant was happening in dimensions they couldn't perceive. Every person who turned against you was being sorted. Every betrayer was being catalogued. Every fake friend was being exposed for a purpose that won't become clear until the final moments of this divine drama. The psychological warfare they launched was unlike anything documented in human behavior studies.
Speaking
They
of
didn't just
documenting,
spread.
you gotta make sure. That's the reason why I said to delivery drivers, like, to document it, because the important of documenting things also put sets a trail for these tactics, especially if you got several different people mentioning these tactics. Then it makes a, I don't know how to say it, like, it makes it clear that it's happening, and then it also includes the organization and who they affiliated with, and then it'll X out a lot of companies, because like I said, it makes a lot of companies look involved when they really being bribed. Like, I really feel like YouTube and a couple of other apps, especially TikTok, y'all, people get the wrong idea about TikTok. It's only, the thing is, these groups that I'm talking about, they make sure they have somebody working in every fucking field for this very reason, so they can do this the way they've been doing it, so that they can infiltrate every structure in a way that it works out for them, so to make sure that person financially capped, make sure I just let the video play. Come on.
Random gossip. They constructed alternate realities, complete mythologies where you became the villain
Clean it up.
in stories that bore no resemblance to actual events.
Exactly what
Your
I just said.
kindness was reframed as manipulation. Your boundaries were recast as arrogance. Your authentic confidence was painted as narcissistic delusion.
I like
What
that.
they didn't realize was that each lie they told was actually a prophecy of your coming transformation. While they were busy attacking shadows, you were being forged into something unbreakable. Every weakness they tried to expose was being converted into unshakable strength. The version of you they were trying to destroy never existed, but the version you were becoming would be indestructible. The conspiracy deepened beyond surface attacks. They weaponized familiarity with calculated cruelty. These weren't strangers taking random shots. These were people who had studied you, mapped your emotional landscape, catalogued your responses, like scientists building a weapon specifically calibrated to your spiritual DNA. They took your past struggles and reframed them as character evidence. They took moments of trust and transformed them into weapons of mass destruction.
I gotta turn this light off. I just locked my door because I got my camera pointed that way.
And transformed them into weapons of mass destruction. Every conversation you'd had with them was being reanalyzed for ammunition. Every vulnerability you'd shared was being weaponized for future deployment. Every secret you'd confided was being prepared as
document. Everybody that come on my lawn, I take pictures of they tags. I make sure I screenshot the time frame. You know, people that sit out there by my house, that come on the yard and do burnouts on the grass to make it look like a horror movie at the house. We taking screenshots and time frames of all of that, and most importantly, because we see how people move, send it right away. Like, make you a folder, y'all. I'm giving y'all sauce and advice, because you gotta get justice for yourself. This program put us in predicaments so that they can control the narrative and make you look delusional, and make you look skits, and make you look like you just making up stories, when really, no matter what mental position that person is in, what they saying is really true. It's really going on. It's a lot of people, especially homeless people. So there's no bias to who's been targeted, because it's not just celebrities. It is a lot of celebrities being targeted. Like I said in the other video, my other live yesterday, Krishan Rock is being targeted, allegedly. It's just my observation of how you got the agents in the comments. Yeah, yes, they're employed agents. They got certain names and labels and job titles that they call these people, but best believe they form jobs specifically for their kind. Like I said, so they can have one of theirs in every field, just so they can operate in a way that they can control the narrative for that person, so that they can financially drain that, it's alleged, y'all, so that they can financially drain that person, so that when they have them vulnerable and able to set these traps in their life, they can say, well, this person was mentally ill, or the favorite one is this person is on drugs. That's why it's important that you stay away from certain substances, and it's good to control your habit. Like a lot of people don't realize that they want you to be in that state so that you can be disoriented to a point where they could do anything. You don't know what's going on, and then now you look mentally ill when really you're not even mentally ill, because some people aren't. Some people aren't. You probably might not even be mentally ill. You probably don't even really drink. You probably don't even do drugs. Or if you do drugs or you do drink, you probably know how to control it. Like, I'm just giving examples of situations because I'm noticing a lot of people are getting labeled certain things for a specific reason. So that it's all about discrediting you, but the main purpose is to lose rights over everything. Just when I say everything, whatever you say, whatever you do, uh, even your assets become the programs. Because, like I said, they got somebody working in every field. So guess what? You got somebody working at that Treasury Department. You got somebody, hypothetically thinking, like, you got somebody working at that Treasury Department. You got somebody working at that collection agency. You got somebody working at that insurance claim firm. You got somebody, and then what? Depending on how your life set up, all of those assets go to that program, and it goes into their funds now, and they living off you now. Whether it's you're medically needy, this is my observation. Whether you're getting assisted living services, just my observation. Whether you're a celebrity that gets salary residuals every month, you get royalties every month. Now, guess what? Those royalties are assigned to someone, and they can't, and they living off you. I'm noticing that. So then, let's take it to a different. I gave you a celebrity way. Now I'm gonna give you a homeless person. Like I told you, you got the mental health ones that's probably living in these assisted living places. This is my observation because I've seen a lot of people that I did caregiving for that I saw was being targeted. Oh yes, ma'am. I protect their names on here, but yes, I told a lot of people because I like to talk. When they ask me questions, I like to talk. So that's probably my problem. But here we go. I'm the best one. But listen, you got these homeless people that have freaking inheritances. They probably would never know about it if they don't have, of course, private attorneys and private investigators could find that for you if you do. But some these homeless people don't have that. These homeless people don't know that when they died, that he left them something. They don't know when they grandmother died, she wrote them in the will, or their great grandmother. These things people don't have access to, and guess what? They target those people like that harder. Oh, see, don't miss me. Follow me. I'll tell you why. Because this is the thing. This is like free money to them. I'm sorry, boys. Y'all showed me too much. That's what it is. But to the people that's researching this, here you go. The reason these homeless people, this is why so many, too. Because I just told you they targeting this type of homeless setting for a reason. More. Say it one more time. They targeting these type of homeless people for a reason. So it's easy to target this celebrity person. Got millions of dollars. Yeah. I get it. This the best choice, right? This easy money. No, it's not. Let me tell you the easy come up, because you get to flip this without even putting a dime to it. These people have no clue. Not only that they don't have no clue, and if they do find out, they have no fucking juice to get it. Because then that's going to be another circus for you to get it, because they got somebody working in every fucking field to make sure you don't get it done. It's not the whole government. It's not these organizations. I am so positive now. And y'all, my day ones, know that's a shocker to hear me say that right now. Because back then, I used to think it was the whole, because like, it's someone of authority. When you see the things that's happening. This is not, listen, I'm in my right state of mind, y'all. Please don't listen to me. These people move so strategic, it's so disgusting, because I notice how the homeless people that I'm talking about, these people get scheme setups out of this world. Because not only me, I'm speaking for other people now. I'm speaking for the Krishans, and the list goes on, y'all. I'm thinking of the ones that's passed over, like Whitney Houston, and it's so many people. Michael Jackson. It's a lot I've been saw growing when I was a little youngin', until when I finally realized how this program operate and how they move and the tactics they use, because it's like a blueprint, y'all, of tactics. They move so programmed that what they failed at, because this is a good system if they used it right. Listen, that's me saying that. Listen, these people have protocols. They too structured that you can't help but notice one of their tactics. So when I go back and I look at all of these possible celebrities that was targeted, and some family members and friends that I see, especially these homeless people that I come in paths with, like the architect one, the because I talked to, like, I used to feel like I was the voice of the homeless people because I was homeless before, but by choice I was just trying to live on my own and I was never homeless like that. I call living in a hotel homeless, right? Because I don't have a house of my own. But these people are homeless on the street in tents. Like, it's a church I just go to over here. I haven't been there in months though, because some things happened there. I just felt uneasy to go. But it's this church I used to go to and help clean up there. But the pastor I was connected, like, with his messages. Like, I don't go to church like other people go. Like, they just go to a church and just go to go. If I don't feel like, if I can't feel the pastor, or if it's like, I don't know, I can't go there. But this pastor, I don't know, he was anointed. So I wasn't, I don't know. It was like gang stalking sent you there, but I used to bypass, just ignore it, just to go for pastor, right? But I noticed those people that were being targeted out there, and it would make me listen to their stories. And of course, I had this type of energy where people just gotta come tell me they sad stories. I'd be like, God, it's like you always give me depressed people. Like, it drains the shit out of me. But I listen. I don't do like what these people do when they be mean to me. Like, I don't even gotta say nothing. They being mean because they notice I'm probably depressed, or I'm probably sad, or I'm just moving. I don't do that. I reach back out to them like, oh, what did you say? Or, no, it's okay. You don't have to say that to the ones that bump me on purpose just to say, I'm so sorry, pretty lady, and start a conversation. Just people do stuff to start conversations sometimes. But this architect, this guy that lives on the boat, this woman, this couple, her and her husband, live in a tent. Like, the stories of their lives. And I mentioned those few right there for a reason, because those are the ones I just know being targeted. And the architect, he told me this as if I think he watched my videos. But he have to be staged because we around a lot of people, and maybe he's talked about this for other people and they shut him down as crazy, but I don't think he's crazy. The fact that he doesn't even smoke cigarettes or anything, he just be standing out there, like, literally. So you see all the other people smoking and doing all stuff. Every time I go to church or I go out there and help out, I see this guy. He's just with his dog and going to his boat. But anyways, this guy, the story he told me let me know he was being targeted. That he lost everything. His family. This is how he said it. His family turned on him. Let me tell you, he you can tell he's not broke, because the way he carries himself, he's very smart, and he's so attached to his I guess his girlfriend's cheated on him or something like that. But he talks about her over and over, that, the people that I give rides to be pulling me. Come on, come on. Yeah, you always run. Tell it to me, and you always running your mouth. She gotta go. You know that, and I'll be like, no, don't do that. I'm talking. It's okay. Go ahead, continue. What did you say? Because sometimes they don't know and realize that people around them are how do I fucking say this? They don't realize these people are trying to not only take from them, but cause problems for them because they don't know that they being targeted. And it's really a blessing in disguise to know that you being targeted. Let me explain why I say that. You know what to look for when you know you're being targeted. You know what to see things play out in front of you in real time. You know how to react to it, even if you get irate, even if you just know what's happening. If that makes sense to y'all, you just know where this coming from. You know this ain't just some regular shit. That allows you to bypass so many things. Even if, like I said, even if you go off, even if you punch them to the ground, like, my God, I told you stop. Look, whatever the situation is. Gang stalking ass nigga, call him whatever, all that too. Even if that happened, you still know where it came from. You know that this program is strategically setting this shit up for you right now at this very moment to slow you down. When you have that in mind, it makes you move different. But see, we're gonna take it to the people that don't know. They have no clue that this situation that they facing is like literally structured for them, mainly for their reaction, but for your downfall, and that could be anything. So you don't understand how you reacting at this moment in a way to bypass certain things as it's coming, because they have layers of tactics. It come back to back. You got the level. Now I'm giving y'all a lot of sauce. I know this gonna piss them off because this is exactly what they do. They have fucking layers of tactics. It come like an experiment. It's a social experiment, bro. A sneaky secret social experiment that everybody not in on. You gotta have an invite to be a part of this shit. And you gotta be a part of the brotherhood to get an invite. Allegedly. So allegedly, after having certain, allegedly YouTube, this is my observation, after having one setup happen, after your reaction is documented, it comes another level of it. And I may be a little animated with explaining it, but this is exactly what they do, and they may have it even times. They even may have it in a pattern to where it's like a cold word that you say or a cold reaction that you do that ding dong, you on the next level. Just like those movies they give us. When they put people in these little puzzle mazes and shit, they have different type of setups. I saw one, they was stuck in some goddamn factory looking place and the water was rising. They had to figure out how to get the fuck out. So this is what they do. As you pass that level of final destination, you hit the next level. They throw another tactic that gets increasingly difficult. Every level you pass, they're gonna be pissed. Listen, but I love it. It's the alignment we in. So if they touch that, just like I spoke on my maintenance guy earlier, because I could see they was fucking with his shop a long time ago. But listen, anything they do, because I know better though, anything they do to interfere with someone that helped me get ahead when they was pulling me back, because it was they deed, it's going to boomerang, allegedly. So it's the same way. Every time they go against us, y'all, you gotta know it. And this is why it's important to know that if you ain't doing it by now, I'm telling you right now, thank them every time they do something to you. This do something to the frequency you have, babe. Thank them. I promise you're gonna say, damn, that girl was right. I'm telling you, thank them every time. And if you could tell them and they can hear you, like when you get one of them do something to you at that moment, because it's an alignment, say thank you. You can even say say God bless you. We'll take it to another level. But it's like bless you. Say that. When you sneeze, you say bless you. Say that to them. Thank you so much. Bless you. God bless you so much, baby. Thank you. Say however you gonna say it. However you gonna say it, but say it to them. And if you can't say it to them, you say it to yourself as soon as they do it, though. Because it's all about alignment. As soon as they do it, you say it to them or you say it to yourself. Because not only do they get karma, it's permanent. Nothing they do. And then everything they do after that alignment is confirmed. It boomerangs back to them. Double. And then double and double, just like the layers they mimic spirituality when they do this shit. Because it's all about alignment. That's why they do that shit the way they do it in layers. Every time you pass a level, it increases. Just like spirituality works the same way in this organization that's dark and satanic, mess with the aura field for a reason. And it's deep. When people understand this shit, they gonna get mad and start trying to do things right. They gonna make sure they go against anything that's negative, because it's all about them. This is why it's important for me. I laugh at people who are part of this program that I notice a part of this shit, that try to flex on me, like little mama today, and she stay on my block. It makes sense. It makes sense. This shit makes sense. Girl, your daddy a fucking Freemason. Get the fuck out my face. It makes sense. I know why you doing this, babe. Your mama them in there talk about me all day. They saying stories. They bringing up clips that don't even really exist. They created at the lodge. They telling you negative things about me. You hearing it all day. This is why I'm being sarcastic, y'all. This is why these people that don't know you, that you don't know, are mean to you for no reason. This is why when you walk in these certain rooms, everybody turn around looking at you. Let me tell you why. Because these sons of bitches from the back are fucking advertising your name every time you come around on purpose. This is how they get word of mouth around. Now her daughter mad. She know her daughter know everybody. She finna go over there. Girl, I don't like her. I don't like that bitch. Because in their mind, like, why she so important? Why he, you know what I'm saying? And it makes them be mean to you. This is why this program needs to be abolished. This disgusting. They're making people treat you a certain way. Because otherwise they won't. See, look, I'm a testimony to it because I'm a real chill, Holyfield type of bitch. Like, I'm real cool as fuck. It's no reason for these only certain groups that's affiliated with these Freemasons treat me like that. Because everybody else, they love my aura, especially, like, when I be doing these orders, I be getting some rich elderly ladies orders that love me to the T. And I like it when they go in the app and say what they just said to me. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what I do? Oh, I love your hair. Instead of that, go get your hair done. Hold on, let's listen to this.
Trial you didn't even know was happening. The level of premeditation was staggering. They had turned friendship into espionage. But here's what makes their strategy so insidious. They didn't just use your present against you. They excavated your past like archaeologists of destruction. Your childhood struggles became evidence of instability. Your family dynamics were twisted into proof of dysfunction. Your romantic history was rewritten as a pattern of manipulation.
I like that.
They took every moment where you had
been
human.
Did I tell y'all who this is? And I'm gonna like it right now. This Obsidian Chosen One, a whole community. I didn't even read this. Hold up. Chosen One, a whole community teamed up to destroy you and they failed miserably in front of everyone. Come with it. I like that. I'm gonna have to turn my light off though. Let me set y'all up. Because I need to see behind me. We got a couple people sitting back there.
They weaponized your bloodline, turning even your ancestry into evidence.
I can see it on the camera, but I can't. It's like,
smiled in your face while documenting your pain. Others acted concerned while secretly cataloging your breaking points for later
you gotta
exploitation.
Be 2 steps ahead.
This wasn't just betrayal. This was spiritual archaeology, digging through the sacred ground of your life story to find artifacts they could corrupt into weapons.
I'm gonna turn y'all
around,
your
patterns of trust, your reflexes of loyalty, your instinctive responses to conflict. They were building a psychological profile so detailed it would make intelligence agencies envious, yet something extraordinary was occurring simultaneously. While they were collecting intelligence about your weaknesses, you were unconsciously developing immunities to their attacks. While they were studying your patterns, you were evolving beyond their comprehension. While they were preparing their weapons, you were being equipped with divine armor they couldn't penetrate.
Thank you.
Here's what changes everything about their coordinated assault. Their unity was built on a foundation so fragile.
Yeah, I want to stop for a minute and pray, because I just made it out a maze today, so forgive me if I'm kind of like all over the place with just talking, running my mouth. But it's only because I'm still in shock, pretty much probably. But angels are in the outfield, in the spiritual and in the physical. Because like I said earlier in this live, there are a lot of mark from my. This is my observation though now, and I'm really favored and grateful to even feel favored to say that there's a lot of freaking agents. When I say agents, I don't mean bad agents. We mean undercover agents that's investigating this group. And we need to know this. All my targets, all my TIs, y'all. I need y'all to understand that you got some investigators looking out for you. So like document, 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 document. Don't listen to other people. Follow your gut, follow your heart, but document, 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 document. If you have social medias, make sure you upload that because it is really finna go in our favor, and we finna y'all finna start seeing it. We all gonna start seeing this very, very soon.
Its own
Mark
destruction.
my words
Each
too.
person brought
Mark
their
my
own
words.
resentment, their own jealousy, their own unhealed wounds to this alliance. Some couldn't stand that you never begged for acceptance. Others were
Thank you,
infuriated
Father.
by your
Thank
ability
you for
to remain
showing me.
calm
Thank you
while
for
they
guiding
thrived
me.
on chaos. A few simply hated that their usual manipulation tactics had no effect on you, but the timing of their internal
Thank you for
collapse
sending the
was
angels to
divinely
protect all of
orchestrated.
us, Father.
Just when their
I know you
attacks
see
reached
this.
peak intensity, just when you felt most isolated and vulnerable, just when it seemed like their coordinated assault might actually succeed, that's precisely when their alliance
Father,
began
thank you.
imploding from within. The beauty of fake unity is its inevitable self-destruction through contradiction. Stories started changing, details
Okay, let
shifted.
me turn my
The
baby
script
off.
they had rehearsed together began falling apart because lies require constant maintenance, and maintaining consistency across multiple
Let me turn this on
conspirators
this mode.
is ultimately impossible. People started questioning each other's
My
versions
bad.
of events. Doubt crept into their certainty. Suspicion poisoned their solidarity. If you're a gamer, have you ever
I
thought
like
about
that little
quitting everything
camera.
just to pursue gaming? Well, here's a quick hack on how to pursue playing video games. Doubt crept into their certainty. Suspicion poisoned their solidarity. Meanwhile,
I like that
something they never anticipated.
because I told y'all, listen, see these people are starting to understand that their actions are being recorded as well, and that's why they starting to like move different. If you guys notice that a lot of things have been, just being real rowdy lately, let me tell you why. Because they notice now. They probably had no clue, but they notice now. This organization know that they being investigated. Like, see, look, somebody just hold up, y'all. I know y'all heard that. Hold up, let's
Was
let this go.
unfolding.
They
While
know.
their fake community was crumbling, you were being initiated into an authentic spiritual
Thank
community
you,
they
Father,
couldn't access,
for
couldn't
confirmation.
understand, and certainly couldn't infiltrate. The isolation they created around you wasn't abandonment, it was sacred separation. You were being removed from their frequency so you could tune into something infinitely more powerful. The silence they engineered around you wasn't emptiness, it was pregnant with divine
The
possibility.
universe is my protection. When I say the universe, I mean the animals. I mean nature too, involved included. Because y'all, I'm just speaking based on experience. When people do stuff like I told y'all that bobcat, somebody was in my backyard. I heard and the gate like somebody jumped that motherfucker. Get your little pissy ass
That
over here.
solitude, away from their noise and negativity, you began hearing voices they couldn't drown out,
Confirmation.
accessing strength they couldn't touch, connecting with purpose they couldn't comprehend. Their rejection
They
became
came and
your
cut that grass
redirection
the
towards
next day.
something they never could have offered
Yes,
you
sir.
anyway. But here's what will astound you about the precision
Man,
of the
hold up. I showed y'all this on one of my lives. Y'all go back and check it out. They had that grass high for months, y'all. Soon as I was live when that happened, that guy, whoever that was in my yard, got tore up by that bobcat. And I guess what? What's funny is I just had called and complained to them. Y'all heard it on the live. I did it on the live. I said you because the man came here to turn my water off. And I said, he said, oh, I realized I got the wrong address. I said, y'all need to tell them they need to cut the grass. It was a bobcat, just, you know, whatever. But for some reason, it never bothered me or my kids or my dog, none of us. And it chilled right back there. I don't see it no more because they done cut the grass. But it, his favorite spot was right here in his yard, my neighbor's yard, because that high grass, y'all. And guess what? It was the perfect setup. They did that for a reason, thinking the animals was gonna come fuck with us. But because our energy and our aura, it never messed with us. The snakes in the grass didn't mess with us. They didn't even come this perimeter. It just was blocked like it was just a cold, you know, space for them that they knew not to exit this way or something. Because for those months they kept that grass that high. Yes, my landlord, my not my landlord, my bad, my program lady who gets the grass cut. She sweat us all this and all that, but y'all left that grass up and let that man, that gang stalking ass coward. Sorry, I'm not gonna say the name, but Brotherhood that was in my yard get towed up by that bobcat. Yeah.
This divine orchestration, they mistook your silence for weakness when it was actually surgical strategy. Every word you didn't speak was protection. Every response you withheld
Yes.
allowed truth to work behind the scenes
I
without
claim protection
interference.
over all the
You chose
TIs
wisdom over
that's being
emotion,
targeted.
strategy over
That the
spectacle,
universe and the
divine
animals
timing over
protect
human
them like they
reaction.
protect me.
Only the truly powerful
Did I tell
understand when
y'all
to
about, and
speak
this
and
not
when to
even to prove nothing to y'all, because I ain't even never posted the whole clip, the video that I got, y'all. But I told y'all, I got out of jail, I had to walk 9 hours, 10 hours in the dark highway, y'all, that had no lights for every 2, 3 miles, y'all, literally. And full of deers, full of every animal, probably on the fucking mountain out there. And they did not touch me, y'all. They did not touch me at all. This is my true story. I had no reason to lie about it. I got pictures of after I walked, how my feet looked all on the Facebook they took from me, but I still got the pictures. But it's okay. Let's keep going.
let silence orchestrate its own symphony of vindication. While they were making noise, you were making moves in dimensions they
Yes.
couldn't perceive.
Yes.
While they were performing for an audience, you were being coached by invisible forces they
I
couldn't
thank the
detect.
animals for not
Their
attacking me
obsession
and for
with you
protecting me
revealed something
from
they
those
didn't
people
want
that
to
was trying
admit.
to
They
snatch
spent
me in their
years
car.
focused on your
Yeah, I
destruction
couldn't tell
because
that
they
story.
recognized something
My
divine
story should
working.
have been on the news. My story should have been on the news if y'all really want to be real. And I ain't never do none of that type of shit. But literally, people were trying to kidnap me while I was walking down that fucking shit. That it took that angelic family that got me at the end of my longest fucking trail ever. He got me at the end of it. Like, I cannot believe you. And I give them permission to the family. They might run into my video one day. I'm that girl that was walking. You got permission to tell my story. He said, I can't believe you walked that far. I saw you back there. I can't believe, because what he said was he turned around because he saw me earlier. And when he noticed that I was the same person walking from earlier, he had to turn around. His son was like, oh, please go get her. So when I got in, the kids kept saying, like, they was being so fucking nice. He said it was because of them, really, because I don't pick up strangers. But I couldn't leave you. But I told him, I said, no, I feel the same, because I wouldn't get in no car. So many cars was trying to get me to get in the car. Every 5 minutes felt like I kept counting. I'm that type of person. I'm a math person, even though I don't know math. I'm real slow with math, but I count with everything. I make patterns. So I was literally at a point where I was counting how many steps I was making. I lost count, of course, but I was counting every time a car pulled up to the point. I was counting how many cars was trying to get me to get in, bro. You know how many people that I said no to and I had to brush off, like, yo, I'm good, and I picked up something on the floor. It was like a log or something that I put on the side of me so it looked like I was protected or something. And every time one of them pulled up, I reached for that. I reached right there. And that's what kind of like helped me a lot the whole time. My demeanor already like hood. I got the, you know what I'm saying. So they kind of felt like, should I chance it? A couple of them was literally trying to get me to get in to what cars that was uncommon cars that was flashing at the same time had to blow the horn or flash their lights and shit to get them to go. And while my demeanor is vicious with the fucking lion, tigers, and bears because that guy who was pulling up. It was a guy at some point was playing the white chick song. What was it? Walking my way downtown. While I'm walking down this shit, I heard it from afar at first. And as it got closer and closer and closer, I'm like, fuck, 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 fuck. What do I do? What do I do? I open because it's like a light upcoming, an upcoming light. Like I told you, it was a light every couple of miles. So I'm rushing, feet burning. I knew it was something wrong with my feet before I even saw it when I stopped because it was like hard for me to walk. But I remember running, pacing, walking like one of those people that walk, run, one of them little competitions where you walk fast. I was speed walking to the light, bro. And when I looked, it was a bunch of fucking deers walk like in a crazy, this shit crazy as fuck. I promise y'all my life. They formed the line. And I'm like, it wasn't perfect, but it was like, I just felt like they were telling me to walk straight with them. So my slow ass, yeah, people call me slow, mistake. I'm so smart and slow that I followed them like this, just don't do this shit. And guess what? When I look back, it was it was a fucking ditch. The road made a S. I wouldn't have known that shit. I wouldn't have known it. I would have just kept walking and boom. And guess what? They wanted it to look like that so they could say, I jumped. They already had me in the padded cell for days and weeks. Wouldn't let me out. Was saying boo in the calm. Y'all go back to my videos. I said all this. My story never changed because it's my truth. Brothers in the intercom saying boo. Left me in there. Them people woke me up. I woke up. Blood in my nose, bro. Like I said, somebody you could hear me in those recordings, tell them to pull all those recordings of me singing and praying and all that. They could release it and all. I want the public to know what I went through. I woke up with my nose bloody, bitch. To the nurses that came and said, why you still in here? Watch, one of them gonna speak. One of them gonna speak. They said, why you still in here? We released you a week ago. We've been released you. Why you still in here? And I said, I told them that. Thank you so much. I told the doctor that came in and said send security to bring her out and wouldn't leave this time. Because last time he said it, they released me and said, whatever, she's okay, whatever the fuck he said. And he said, okay. So when they came back, I said, he just told y'all to release me. He said, no, we have to wait, and it's the weekend. Fortunately, you have to wait to get the clearance. He didn't really do the clearance. But when he come back, he said, I been released her. I hear them whispering, nah, get somebody right motherfucking now. And stood there, didn't move this time. And I'm telling them, thank you so much, you saving my life. And this lady, because they was just about to move, he trying to get you to come. This lady, I had to tell her, like, they finna fucking kill me. Please, don't leave me, please. I had to do that for my fucking self, bro. Cause they was finna take me out downstairs, had me in a fucking floor that wasn't used over 30 years. That's what I was just fucking told after coming out that bitch. The floor was not even in use. I was the only person on the floor. Man, don't play with me. Don't play with me, bro. And then my thank you was to release me and make sure no taxi come get me. Make sure you don't release my phones, so I can't call and use my phone. They know, so I could call me a taxi or something or somebody to get me. It's no Uber over there, but I could have got it. I could have got my cards and my phone, but they kept all that from me, y'all, and said they didn't. It was still in my car. They didn't have it. But y'all take all that stuff. It was on me. I said, how's it? Why did y'all put it in my car? You took it from me. It should have been here for you to give to me. They played with that. Guess what? So I could walk out there, have no way to record this shit, have no way to call nobody, have no way to do nothing, y'all. So I could walk that thing and fall in that ditch, bro. And guess what? They plans. Look, this is a true story. This pissing them the fuck off. They may do something to one of us right now. It's like I said, I have a covenant over my life, and because I know better, everything they do after this motherfucker, it's gonna boomerang back so hard. And I'm seeing it play out to a lot of them. So I'm real confident, cocky with this shit. So I'ma still tell y'all so y'all can know the sauce. Here we go. I'm risking my whole life. This me sacrificing my own life. Show them how they supposed to do it. You don't sacrifice other people. You make sacrifices by sacrificing your life to do whatever you got to do when you live in this corrupt life. So here we go. These people like literally want you. They setting you up in the way to make it look like you did it. Ooh, did you do it? Like standing there, did I do it? No, you did it. In any type of way. No matter how your situation is, they want it, they gonna set that motherfucker up to look like you did whatever just happened. It's your fault. Even if it caused you to lose your life, it was your fault. This is the motive because they gain money, residuals. They use a spiritual ritual. I say spiritual ritual because they mimic spirituality when they do these rituals to you. Because now what they trying and they don't realize. Ooh, let me say this. I'm cocky to say this shit. They don't realize fucking with tainting their aura, finessing your own aura is what you really doing when you try to fuck with their people's alignment with blessings they supposed to have, with situations they supposed to go through, bitch. With things they supposed to do. Every time you do it, and see, they don't understand. It's, yeah, you got money. That's the reason they able to just bounce around and avoid shit. But what about when you get to a point where none of that shit fucking matters, then you gotta deal with karma. Oh, that's the worst way to have it. So you're better off being kind. They need to just go ahead and surrender this little sorry ass program because it look real bad spiritually for them. Can I say that, y'all? Y'all should start saying that to them too so they could know. Because it's the truth right here, y'all. Y'all heard it here first. They really fucking up themselves energetically. And it's so crazy because they connected. Tell them this. Because they connected to their ancestors and their whole lineage before them, every fucking thing they do to these people on this fucking list affects them spiritually and they folks spiritually. To the point where it's an everlasting lineage connection to them. It's eternal. So which means right now they're being affected by everything you do. And some of these people, 90% of these people on the list have family members that also went through this, that's crossed over already. Imagine having them in alliance with the people that's being targeted. That doesn't look good for you and your folks. Imagine your folks in the room because of you. They can't sit with mine because of me and how I move. Oh shit. But you told me I don't got my shit together because I don't have the fruit that you call fruit, the HMO fruit, which means y'all call material gain and having certain expensive things to be fruit. That's not what nature calls fruit. Oh look, let's keep listening to this though.
Through you before you fully recognized it yourself. Your presence exposed everything fake they had built their identities around.
The universe
Instead of being
don't have
inspired to elevate
favoritism.
themselves, they chose the path of attempted
The universe don't
annihilation.
operate
The
off
level
of,
of their
of,
fixation was
over
extraordinary.
position
They were
and
thinking about
status,
you
nigga.
more than you were thinking about yourself. They analyzed your social media posts like sacred texts. They dissected your decisions like forensic investigators. They twisted every truth until it fit the narrative they desperately needed to believe. Half of them weren't even mad at you. They were mad at what you represented. Freedom,
These people
authenticity.
have dark auras and dark omens around them. So then this is another level to a lot of us that are being targeted, y'all. You be careful with who you surround with too, baby, because like I said, some of these people have dark omens around them. You might just have a sinkhole while you chilling with them.
Unshakable peace. What
Because it's
started
all
as
in alignment.
individual
Nature doesn't
resentment
have, it
evolved
doesn't
into
sugarcoat.
collective
It don't
obsession,
care about
then
how much money you
transformed
got.
into
It's
something
operating off
resembling
your
religious
frequency.
fervor. They gathered like congregants,
Like a laser
repeating
beam,
the
bitch.
same
Like
stories
yours
with
is
conviction,
red,
clapping
his
for
is
each other's
green.
contributions like it was gospel. The hate became holy to them. Every lie was an offering. Every insult was an act of worship at the altar of their own insecurity. But the congregation of your destruction had a fatal flaw. They confused their passion for righteousness. They believed their intensity validated their cause, that the depth of their emotion proved the truth of their accusations. The more they fed each other's fury, the more convinced they became of their own narrative. They weren't just spreading lies, they were creating a mythology, a shared delusion so elaborate that questioning it would require them to question their entire sense of reality. The meetings weren't just gossip sessions, they were revival services for their resentment. Each gathering reinforced their collective delusion. Each shared
That's
story
deep. Did I
added
like
another
this?
verse to their gospel
Yeah.
of your guilt. They developed rituals around your destruction,
I just
the
said that.
screenshot sessions, the group analysis of your every word, the ceremonial dissection of your character.
This is
Your
important, y'all,
downfall
for y'all to
became their
understand that I just told you they doing rituals around surrounding the tactics. What that means is they try to make sure things are the max intense for you. So when it's whatever situation they sending you, they want to make sure you have I don't know how to
drug,
explain it.
and they were addicts feeding each other's
I don't know
addiction.
how to
What
explain
they
it,
didn't
y'all.
realize was that their obsession had transformed them into something monstrous. They
I
had
wish I
become a
could
living
explain it.
testimony to the destructive power of collective hatred, a walking advertisement for everything they claimed to stand against. In trying to expose your darkness, they had become darkness itself.
Yeah.
But chosen ones don't collapse under pressure. They crystallize into something unbreakable. The coordinated assault they launched became the catalyst for your transformation from someone with potential into someone with unshakable spiritual authority. Every attack they launched became another
See,
layer
I
of
just
protective
noticed
armor.
this and didn't
Every
notice
lie
it
they
earlier, but I see what they tried to do tonight, or rather earlier tonight, is get me to get a report from a restaurant, to say, well, damn, she can't even do business. You know what I'm saying? She's enraged, she's mentally unstable, so that this mentally ill campaign could stick. And I'm so happy that I documented. Here we go. I told y'all to document that I documented the way that I documented, and I reacted the way I reacted, and in a way to remain professional and make her look unprofessional. It's very important. It's just like in a regular setting, you want the person to look the person that's targeting you to look obsessive, because it takes it takes a lot the exposure to a different level and shining the light on the tactics in the precise way when you do that, because now other people that's saying this as well can include other organizations that's involving themselves, so they could be warned, because these investigators gonna warn them. They're gonna tell them, like, listen, I know that this is your program, your protocol, your policy, and you were bribed, you were tricked, and they can give it to them in that manner. So now when you do business with these people, you won't have these agents and these people that's been strategically arranging situations for you, because that's basically what they do.
spread became another degree of your spiritual education. Every door they closed became another pathway to your destiny, opening wider than they ever could have imagined. Now the cosmic reversal begins to unfold with devastating precision. The same community that had united to destroy you was about to become the unwilling audience to your vindication. This is the latest blood sugar, blood pressure, and blood oxygen meter developed by St. Liberty that had united to destroy you was about to become the unwilling audience to your vindication. Truth doesn't just surface, it erupts with volcanic force.
I told you, it's all about
reshaping
the
entire
frequency you give
landscapes of
off when you do
deception in its
things, no
wake.
matter what you do.
Their carefully constructed narratives started
See,
contradicting each other in public forums where everyone could witness the collapse. Former conspirators began distancing themselves from the sinking ship of their own.
because I gotta stop and say this, and this is my observation too, y'all, and it's important. I want to say this to the TIs, but really no labels, just anybody. But listen, it's because of what happened in the past, and because it's in alignment right now of just being exposure time, alignment time, structure time, balance time. I could keep going. A lot of these things these people are doing is really gonna cause a situation to where I feel like groups of us are gonna, in a way, like I say, everything we do, it boomerangs back in our life. But a lot of us in groups are going to be justified, meaning situations that happened in the past going just come up out of nowhere. This happened and it's justified. I feel like that Kanika Jenkins situation gonna get justified out of nowhere, just like how they, because she was targeted, y'all. She see, look at this, that was confirmation. Uh, she was targeted, y'all. And a lot of people miss that. I got kicked out of my place, corruptly. I got I'm talking about surveillance heavy. They broke into my house. They chased me down this street within a week span of me exposing online in a video on YouTube that I felt like Kanika Jenkins was being targeted by this certain organization, and I got threats, letters in my mailbox from the landlord to DCF popping up to my house saying that somebody reported that our water, we didn't have water and food in the house, and we was taking baths in the pool around the time that food stamps had just got randomly stopped. Same time that the landlord had made and they said my kids was in school. Same time the landlord made suggestions that the kids concerns that the kids wasn't walking with the other kids, and asked me what school they went to, and I told them K-12, and they saw the K-12 stuff come prior months before, or at that point years before, because they had been doing K-12 for a while at that point, and they seen those packages come in, they seen those labels, but they did that to delay me, to put me in a vulnerable state of mind while they do all of these other tactics at the same time. Uh, let's just listen to this real quick, because I'm
Creation.
kind of getting emotional
People who
thinking
had
about that.
confidently spoken lies suddenly couldn't remember their own stories when confronted with inconsistencies. The group chats that had buzzed with excitement about
They
your
got on
perceived
YouTube, and this is a receipt to back up what I just said. They got on, they got on YouTube when made that video, y'all, and I was getting harassed on every site. TikTok, I mean, Twitter, because it was Twitter at that time. Y'all, they were saying they gonna get me put out like right before I got eviction. Crazy stuff, y'all. They got on my video and said they was gonna get me evicted from home, and said they got a grand piano sitting in their living room. It's still on my video, y'all. Y'all can look it up. They sit on they sit on in they living. They can get me put out my place sitting in their living room, from their living room, while playing their grand piano or something like that, and call me broken the food stamp queen. A whole summary of just harassment, and YouTube kept it up. But it's not YouTube. It was one of the agents working there that wrote that on there, because nobody don't know my personal life to say it all online in a intimidating way. Like let me tell you what I'm about to do. This is what's about to happen to you. Pretty much. How did you know that? So look, it was all about that Kanika Jenkins video, and it was all about my friend Shaniqua Wagner. I'm gonna keep saying her name, Shaniqua Wagner, because she was targeted. We was targeted together. I told my story of before my friend passed away, how white vans. Now, speaking of white vans, I'm gonna clarify something about this, because years later, at this same complex that put me out like that, that told me that I was making videos of the brotherhood and all this shit, right? That was an ex-military, ex-cop that came in after I moved in, after I had been in there for a year or two, and fired the old staff. Yeah, that type of shit. Uh, y'all, this guy literally was obsessed with me. This guy told me one time that I should just switch apartment houses with him. I take his bills and he take mine. As I was handing him my money orders for my rent and stuff, because it was cheap. I ain't got nothing to hide from y'all. It was the state offered me a fixed income program. It wasn't HUD. It wasn't Section 8. I wish I could get Section 8, but it was like a fixed income program that I signed myself up for. That I went to programs to get it, did the footwork for it, had to sleep in the shelter and hotel eventually to get it and qualify for it. So, you know, and the state allotted me this allotted amount of rent that they can cover for me based off of how much I made and how much my needs was. And they made me pay the remaining balance, and it was very low. But it wasn't my fault. It's what I told him when he ganged up and really got me put out for renewal of the lease, not for missing rent and all that, and had people trolling me on the street saying that I didn't pay my rent because I got evicted. Bitch, I didn't get evicted for that. It was non renewal. Yeah, it made me
Failures
emotional.
fell silent as participants realized they had been manipulated, not by you, but by their own
I can't
demons.
even talk about it.
What
They
they
made me sign
intended
an
as your
NDA to not give details about the fucking situation, but it's so criminal to the point where I could even just talk about it and not give a fuck, but I'm not gonna give too many details. But that shit was so lame how they ganged up on me and put a struggling family out like that. But the judge helped. He gave me time because he said in his own words that because I wasn't late on rent. The fuck?
public execution
Give me
became their
time to
public
get my stuff out and
humiliation,
shit
but
because they
this
was trying to throw
reversal
my
was
shit
so
out.
complete, so undeniable, so perfectly timed that it could only have been authored by divine intelligence. The lies they had meticulously crafted were
And
exposed
lied
not
through
by
their
your
teeth.
defense. You hadn't
Yes.
needed to defend yourself, but by their own inability to maintain consistency across their web of deception. The masks didn't fall gradually, they were ripped away with supernatural
Did I tell
force.
y'all that there was somebody that was in the Navy as my neighbor? I had to see him leave like that. So you know what I'm saying? You could tell how it is. Dude was leaving in his uniform every motherfucking day, and then tell them some bogus shit. Cause like I told you, they set people in every little field for a reason, so that they could control everything. So that they control how you look, they can control what you got, what you receive, everything. So pretty much what I'm saying is like they did that on purpose, moving me in a certain unit, just like this house. Everywhere I move, everywhere I pray for my kids because they don't see that these people be setting them up in positions and situations until it happen. And it's like I have to tell them. I try to tell you to be careful and watch yourself. Like you don't have to prove yourself to people. You don't have to, especially you don't have to be around a lot of people. You don't have to like. It's so many things that you gotta instill in yourself to bypass these things. And I feel bad for my TIs on this program that got children that want to live a normal life and they can't because they have these youngsters involved with this shit. Yeah, I see it now. It's sad. Not only do they traumatize the youngsters that's affiliated with targets that's being systematically just drained and shit, they traumatize their children. Alleged, right? YouTube, they traumatize their children because first of all, they get levels of trauma from this because now, just just the daily tactics, the daily setups, the financial uh, caps and things, preventing the children from being able to do certain things, preventing the mom from able to and dad from providing certain things that they normally do or just want to do. It's that mentally drains them. Now you got the children being traumatized because the system is now targeting them because they targeting them for a different reason to mentally drain the parents, or if just it's a single parent to not even notice that they doing that, but do things in a way that it falls back on the parent. So now that's mentally draining the child as well because it go both ways. But let's just
That
listen
left
to this.
everyone watching stunned. Alliances that seemed unbreakable crumbled overnight. The unity they had built on shared hatred dissolved into mutual suspicion and finger-pointing. Each former ally suddenly became a potential threat to the other's carefully constructed public images. But here's what makes this divine justice so complete. Their failure wasn't just thorough, it was educational for everyone watching. Every person who witnessed this coordinated attack and its spectacular collapse learned something profound about the nature of authentic power, divine protection, and spiritual warfare. Your story became their awakening to realities they had never understood before. The community identity that once made your name synonymous with everything they found threatening, now found themselves unable to speak that name without revealing their own shame. Your presence, which had triggered their insecurities, now triggered their guilt. Your continued success served as constant evidence of
Thank
their
you.
failure to stop
Thank
what
you.
heaven had ordained. The strength you now carry isn't just personal resilience, it's spiritual authority earned through fire. Divine credibility established through persecution.
Thank you to some of our ancestors, because unfortunately, most of that was so freaking cute. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna keep that one to myself though. Thank you. Listen, y'all. I was reading the comment. Somebody just said something right on time. See, this how we work when we operate in alliance, y'all. But listen, I really forgot what I was gonna say. That just really threw me off.
Uncompromising confidence
Hold up,
forged
y'all.
in the furnace of their opposition. Most people couldn't survive a fraction of what you endured, yet you didn't just survive, you alchemized it all
Hold up,
into
that just
fuel for
really
your
threw me off.
ascension.
Shout out to Martisha on YouTube. She just cashed out me $10. Thank you, babe. Like I'm so shocked with this message, bro.
You alchemized it all into fuel for your
Cause
ascension.
like, how did you know that?
Hold that thought for a moment. I need your attention for something very important. We're revealing everything we know about personal power, healing yourself,
How did
and
you
healing
know that,
others through
baby?
a weekly Zoom call. No
Thank
filters,
you.
no holding back. We have been quietly adding
Thank
all
you,
the
Father, for
occult
sending
secrets we've
angels right
collected
on
over
time.
literal
You
years of
always on
spiritual
time.
practice. The techniques and wisdom that transformed us from controlled pawns into conscious creators are now available to those ready to
We
walk the
are
same path. This is your
entertaining
invitation to
angels
join
when we move in
Obsidian Inner Order
alliance.
and support our platform
Hey
so
y'all,
we
we
can
all move in alignment when we allow the angels to guide us. Like for real, for real. It's so powerful because it's like a certain frequency you give off. Like I explained earlier, in a way, it's I feel like depending on how we live, we set off an aura, just like an aura smell that you have. You know what I'm saying? Based off what you eat, just like it's the same way when it comes down to deeds. It sends off a certain aura, whether it's a smell or a visual. And the angels see us that way. They don't see us the way we see ourselves. This is my observation, y'all. I feel like they don't see us like that. They see us based off our aura color, our aura that we give, because we all give off an aura color. Just like the alligators are able to camouflage based off what they touching. So that's how I feel like that's how we look to angels. So they could tell who are bad. They could tell who is good. It's nothing you could say to them. It's nothing. It's like you can walk up to them and see them in the physical and say, "Hey, let's reason, my guy," and they're just shaking their head because they looking at. It's like you can't tell them nothing. I think that's real deep. I
continue
think that's
growing
real
our
deep.
megaphone to reach other chosen ones waiting for
Oh, let's read
activation.
Cora. So it say, "Hey everyone, targeted individual here. If you are being attacked by electronic means, please." This is by the way, SWIC08 on Cora. Uh, target individual here. If you're being attacked by electronic means, please send a message to me. There are some ways through cumbersome to semi-block these signals. I have been gang stalked for a long time. Have now had the displeasure of being electronically attacked by these people generating static electricity due to poor 5G cellular service. I'm sure they are using other tech to attack me, like Wave, but cannot prove it. If you are looking for this info, please do not hesitate to post or DM me, even though they will, even though they think they will win the fight. Metaphorically speaking, maybe. Oh, metaphorically speaking, of course, maybe by the grace of God, we can come up with ways to shield and block them from attacking us. Miracles never cease. And she put update. I have a friend that is in law enforcement and made a new friend that is a Leo. Her husband is as well. All three have confirmed this is not only happening, but they are. Oh, she said all three of them have confirmed this not only happens, but they are paid in many ways to harass and annoy all of us going through this. These three will have nothing to do with this unconstitutional shit, but it happens. Update two. So there are more of these gang group stalkers in my little town than I could have ever guessed. Then the AMT of the AMT of people involved is incredible. Do not get me wrong. If I was given a chance to join them, I would likely say yes instantly, only because the tech they are assigned, the TIs, is incredibly and utterly fascinating. In any case, I am sorry you are going through this as well. This is utter hell. When I believe the time is right, I will slowly disclose ways to potentially block and minimize the hell they are inflicting to you. I do not mean to string you all along in any way, but I want to make sure my ducks are in a row before. Keep the faith, everyone. Please, I will post more with pictures as well if Cora is allowed someone she's trying to figure out how to use Cora. I got great photo evidence at my attorney's office in a couple other locations. So please be safe. Oh wow. So the guy saying, who is this wrote this? Let's see if I can read some of those comments. See uh airplane mode. So let's just read both of their comments. She said, at times I keep my phone in airplane mode, but I have missed some important calls when I turn it off. But when sleeping, it works. Also, keep TVs and microwaves off when sleep as well. Also, it helps. TI, don't forget to turn your location off, people. Our phones are hacked. Where this is what the lady replied to her comment from Teresa Williams. She said, our phones are hacked where airplane mode means essentially nothing. I've tried that and turns out they still had ability to RDP into the phone. They seem to be running a MITM attack capturing my program's names. I just explained this in a different way yesterday. But this device can pick up a couple miles worth of cell phones as a fake tower. This lets them see when I am on my phone, texting, anything and everything. I just said this in my video yesterday. Swick '08, you are absolutely right. So hold up. Let's see. Everyone. So Helen said, everyone in the US and other countries as well, even if it only follows you, it does not. Wait, hold up. It does not follow you because of crime. They can arrest people for that. Stalking, targeting is about the powers that be being afraid of little people who have not committed crimes. You are stalked by paid stalkers. Get this. Often family will help do this too. On the street, by security cameras in stores, public transportation, even in medical facilities. Yes, by stalk, I mean watched, photographed, and receiving electronic shocks. Electronic shock affects muscles, eyes, and skin most often, and it is painful and causes body damage. Be cautious about the way you describe your body damage to family and medical personnel. Attackers may be told that it is necessary to control you because you are a dangerous person. They may be only interested in the pay they get. Why? Political, maybe. You found government workers doing criminal activities and reported it. You found a government secret and you were trying to announce it. You have friends in the wrong country. Um, you cannot escape this by going abroad, but best I can say is to show that they are wrong by being calm, and that's best wishes, I guess. Uh,
By joining the Obsidian Inner Order,
what was
you're not
these
just
noise
gaining
feeds
access
I've
to
heard?
forbidden knowledge, you're
Wow.
becoming part of a movement that's rewriting reality itself. It's a 360 win for all of us. Link is in the description. Here's what makes your survival so miraculous. What you walked through would have destroyed the average person completely. The constant attacks, the relentless gaslighting, the systematic isolation. This was psychological warfare designed to make you question your own reality. They weren't just trying to hurt you, they were trying to drive you to complete breakdown, hoping you would self-destruct so they wouldn't have to take responsibility for your destruction. Most people would have cracked under the sustained pressure of being doubted, misunderstood, and sabotaged by everyone they trusted. The average person would have either lashed out in desperate defense or retreated into bitter isolation. Some would have needed professional intervention. Others wouldn't have made it through at all. The level of coordinated cruelty aimed at you was designed to break the human spirit entirely, but you possessed something they never accounted for, a spiritual core that couldn't be touched by human hatred. You may have cried tears they never saw. You may have questioned everything in moments of overwhelming darkness. You may have sat alone wondering if you were losing your mind. But you never gave up. You never stopped believing in something greater than their coordinated assault. That endurance broke something in the spiritual realm.
Okay, let me pause and read this, and because I feel like a lot of us, alleged, this is my observation, I feel like 80%, 70% on the low range of people on the list are on the spectrum. And hold up, don't get me wrong. I say the spectrum because it's a reason why they try to really keep these people suppressed. It's the reason why. It's financial reasons too. But because a lot of these people that are on the spectrum are tied to indigenous people, because the indigenous blood mutation is the reason it causes this to begin with. It's not alleged though, but this is not alleged though, because the mutation is found in almost 90% of indigenous people that causes autism. So with that being said, this is probably a really big deal, and the reason why those people of their time were targeted in the way that they got their land taken. See, this was a different era of tactics. You know what I'm saying? They was minimized technically. You know, they didn't have as much technology they have now, so they had to do it a lot of manual tactics, and that was one. The Trail of Tears, y'all. Another one was the slave trade, because those are tribes too. Africans, Indians, so-called Indians that we call Indians, that really are just indigenous to this land. Because the Indonesians were really the Indian tribe. You know what I'm saying? Because they are a tribe. You know what I'm saying? The Mexicans, and you know and we were all used against each other. That was a huge tactic they used, y'all. It's so much money in the bank, y'all, to a lot of lineages.
Expected. When a
So,
chosen one
hold
survives
up.
what was
Let's
designed to
read this.
destroy
I
them.
didn't mean to play that, but I guess we got to listen to that. So, Paul Sherman said, how does masking autistic traits impact the mental health and well-being of someone with high functioning autism? So Paul said, I like to clear one thing up. There is no official or medical destination of high functioning. It's merely a handy label for neurotypicals to describe what they see. Big fact. I'm saying big fact because I always feel like all autistic people are the same, because the fact that I realize that mutation, them autistic people that are mute, it's a symptom that they have of situations they in. It could be environmental, it could be so many other things that play with their sensory. So with that thought, uh that's no high or low, because that low person could be high if you encourage them, if you motivate them, you put them in a positive atmosphere, you make it very comfortable for them, whether it's clothing wise, house wise, car wise, all that. They may talk all of a sudden, they may walk all of a sudden. So uh to the question, masking is a lot of work. It's stressful, unlike, and back to what I said, it's like they're masking when they have all those different level of symptoms. Masking is a lot of work. It's stressful, unlike in the movie. There's no reverting to our real self at the end of the shoot. The cameras is always on, so we mask, acting like we think a neurotypical acts, and it's always improv. Yes, yes, yes. So there's no script or guidelines. It's exhausting physically and mentally. So we pay for it with our mental health and physical health. I've had stress related hypertension for decades. Here's a small experiment. Hold a can of vegetables in your hand and your arm extended to your side. You have to hold it. Hold up, I didn't mean to do that. You have to hold it that way when anyone else is around. You can do it for a while, but eventually your arm will tire, and the mental stress of remembering to do it when you see another person will also take a toll. Welcome to our life. I like that. She was right about that improv. Every day it's like an improv. When I was younger, I was like in the theater scene in my physical just feeling like I just felt fake walking around like I was in another world because I have to play in my mind what I practiced last night because the this how I was. If I had a meeting tomorrow or if I had to go to school in the morning, I was nervous in that first class or something. I would sit in the room and practice what I was gonna say. Like people, this is some abnormal behavior that people don't do. You may call it crazy, but it's a part of me, and I feel like these days I'm not embarrassed to say that shit. Oh yes, before I would never tell nobody, girl. I was so nervous that I practiced what I was gonna say. Like, but it go back to neurotypical people that force people like me to even have to do shit like that. It's like if we were all more kind and compassionate and patient with each other, the things you say that make neurodivergent anxious and nervous and just feeling some type of way that make them shut down, we won't have to feel that way. We won't have to go through most of the things we go through. And this is why awareness is very important. But let's
They
just listen
don't
to the
just
video
recover,
because
they
I feel like
transform into something far more dangerous to
it's
the
something I
forces
need
of
to hear.
darkness. They become living proof that human hatred has limits, but divine love is limitless. But here's what brings everything together.
Unbelievable the destiny of time. So what since the ad got me, what is this? I was gonna say. So since the ad got me, it say do people it's a short little article. So do on Quora, it say do people think ancient times were better than today's world? And this is what Jean Maurice said. Ancient times were unbelievably brutal. The dynasty taking over from yours with M or they said the M word or ma'am, all of your children, all of your siblings and relatives, blind or uh, mutilate any potential rivals to the throne. No mercy, none whatsoever. The worst thing the incoming administration nowadays does to the outgoing one, make some mean memes about a laptop, maybe sue someone. Ancient world wasn't like that. The loser would be emmed. His sons put to the sword, his wife and daughters sold as slaves to the conquerors. Wow. Nowadays you can lose power, you can lose control of the Senate, of the House of Representatives. Oh God, I hope this is not a Trump hate post or whatever way power is measured. But no one goes, hey, let's cut the former president ball. Oh God, maybe she gonna say something kind. Hey, no one says that. That's what she said. Okay, I don't want to say that. Uh, I don't want to say that. Slave auction. She's okay. I'm like I can't even say it. So because that no longer, I just skipped the whole line. Because that no longer is seen as a reasonable cause of action. Okay, because that no longer is seen as a reasonable cause of action in ancient times, it was cruelty and fully expected because that was just the way things were done. The noble and kind leaders were courtiers. Complete and utter ruthlessness was the name of the game, and cruelty, the spice of life. Entire cities and towns could be eradicated on a whim of a leader. At any given moment, you could be okay. So you could be emmed. Okay, no weapon form shall prosper. Father, I ask that you cover this person and give them healing, make them feel loved. so they won't have so much hatred in their heart. Because even if I was a anti-Trump person and I didn't really care for Trump, this was very disrespectful. First of all, I told y'all I skipped the line. This was from somebody named, let's put them on blast, Jean Marie Vahar, lover of history, wrote this little hate mail, and I felt like it was going that route. But I really thought, because of the picture they put up, I thought it was gonna be something about history. But they made the whole post about Trump, and said something about kidnapping his wife, and said something about the daughter that I'm not gonna even repeat, because like literally no weapon foreign shall prosper. We don't even know these people, bro. Like, you, first of all, it's all about you, what you do to people. So it's like, how could somebody make you so mad that you wish ill will on their family or their fucking children? So let's just listen to this. That's crazy.
Human hatred has limits, but divine love is limitless. But
That
here's
was
what brings
disrespectful
everything
though, y'all.
together. You were never just their target, you were their
That's how you know
test.
he being
While they
campaigned.
thought they were
Oh look,
evaluating
y'all,
your
let's say it
character,
again. That's how you know he being campaigned. Like, why would somebody say some shit like that? Like, seriously, that's, I got it. Where my gun at? Like, why would somebody say something like that? It's one thing to not to disagree with somebody, or even have facts about why you disagree with that person, but to say stuff like derogatory statements towards a child, bro. Somebody that's really disrespectful. I feel like people should keep children out of things when they have these differences with adults. It's really lame too. It's really lame. I don't know what my ginger ale went at. Hold on, y'all. Let me go get me a let me play this and get me a drink from out the house. Y'all know I'm a fish and I drink back to back, back to back. I go through waters like it's, hold up. Yeah. I feel so much
heaven was
energized,
actually
y'all.
evaluating theirs. Your presence became the divine instrument that exposed hearts, revealed true loyalties, and separated authentic relationships from opportunistic alliances. The coordinated campaign against you was actually a
Y'all, I've been
massive
getting my
sorting
sleep. That's
process.
why.
Everyone who participated revealed exactly who they
Excuse
were
me.
when faced with
And doing
someone
a lot
carrying
of walking,
genuine
because
spiritual
I would,
authority.
let me pause
Those
it.
who chose
I was like really being comfortable driving and stuff. That when my car was down, I started back walking a lot. So I do, like, once I got over that unfit stage of after having just getting thrown back out to walking, I have a lot more energy. I could say that it's like it's more manageable when I'm in pain like this, because I could push through it versus just being numb as fuck, because my legs just went numb the other day. So that's what made me say, let me take my ass home and go to sleep. I had caught a huge Charlie horse that lasted for about 5 minutes and kept like every 5 more minutes and start up again. And that's when I knew I had to get some sleep.
attack
But hold
over
up, I got
alignment,
it.
destruction over development, hatred over healing, they all identified themselves through their own choices. Look, you already know the game is rigged, and if you're paying attention, you know the walls are closing in. So let's talk about what we're doing about it. When you live by the day at the market's command, where profit and property rule the
Excuse me.
land, to be heard, to be held, to be dealt a fair hand, these are the things that a people demand, and we hear you. The Obsidian Inner Order has paywalls. Yes, those who stand with us, who fuel this mission, they give us ammunition to fight the Archons, to push back against the machine. to go deeper, to uncover more.
I
And as
like
our
that.
thank you, paid members get access to a 1 hour live,
I like
personalized
what he just said, cause in terms of the universe, like how you move, it's like it kind of like gives the universe oxygen. You see how the trees give us oxygen, but we give the universe life if we move in alignment. So these corrupt people are fucking up alignment.
weekly group tarot reading guidance, insight and clarity for the road ahead. But kicking a man for being down on the
Mm.
floor, that's something we cannot ignore. That's why starting today you can steal the Astral Atom exclusive daily newsletter for free. No paywall, no catch. Just join the Patreon free tier, link in the description. This is the start of our conversation with you,
So
and it's
somebody wrote on,
bi-directional.
just
You can reply
commented
to
to
any
me
email we send you. We'll
while I'm on live. This how the agents work. So somebody wrote, found the wannabe thug, y'all. So he's informing the other agents right here. You see, he forming the other agents that it's just like tagging me real quick. Like, yeah, get tagging my ass. So other people that's on this app doing that's paid to distract these creators in their videos, they're letting them know that hey, she's one of them by saying that. Hey, I found the one to be thug, y'all. Like, huh? And under a comment, this not even on my video, but this how they work. He just wrote it just not 10 minutes ago. That's an The person wrote, that's an intimidation tactic at its finest. And let me see, everybody here is saying negative stuff, but you got a couple people like me, cause they saying that what was this video about? So let's just explain it. So that person, so this is on the video with some cops sitting in Baltimore in the hood, just chilling there. And the person said that's intimidation at its finest. And somebody put, how I wouldn't be intimidated. And I'm gonna get to that person and say, how is this intimidating? Go about your business. I'm gonna give you some of this. Yeah, bro, they totally intimidating. Meanwhile, Baltimore is one of the worst places to live in the country. Crime is so high there. Support your police, stupid. Why would you purposely want to live in a terrible society? And the person put, if you let it tighten you up or engage you in a conversation with them, they were there to arrest. They wouldn't be sitting there. They observing and giving police presence. And YouTube erased a couple comments because I was referring to someone saying that YouTube helped them. YouTube helped them by erasing their comment to save their account and called them like some crazy stuff too. So, and I told him no, YouTube is violating freedom of speech and telling her who violated her. Cause he telling her, cause she said something about YouTube erasing her comment or something like that. It was a long paragraph she wrote. It was sad as fuck too. That's what made me take up for her. Cause everybody was bullying her, and none of those comments in the thread, all of a sudden YouTube erased them, and it proved what she said. That they erased her comment. They erased that one too, and erased all the which is good. All the one that was harassing her. And then all you see is me and his stuff now. Like it was all like me and him was the ones going back and forth when it wasn't. He was going back and forth with that girl, and everybody else was going back and forth with that girl. So, anyways, I told the original person, yes, acting like thugs and gang members. The baby gangs move just like this too. So good job with them showing where the guys learned this type of behavior. And homie Lesaya said, I found the one to be thug, y'all, and highlighting the comment that was dragged through this thread that's erased. But all it shows is my comment that I said after they said it. Yes, they're acting like thugs. You can see I'm agreeing with something somebody else said. Yes, they are acting like thugs and gang members. The baby thugs move just like this. So good job with them showing where the guys learned it from, and then found the one to be thug, y'all, and tagging me in it, so that now all of these people that was harassing that girl for her comment of letting them know that YouTube erased her comment when she didn't really say nothing. All right.
Read it. We'll hear you, and we'll do our best to get an answer to
Thank
you
you,
from the
HR,
universe itself. If you can support, we need you.
for that.
If you can't, take what's free. The Obsidian Inner Order is open. Now, let's get back to work. What they didn't
So
understand.
I'm a thug because of what I'm talking about. Cause you decide to comment this right now while I'm on live based on what I'm talking about. When this was 4 5 hours ago that y'all was writing all this. This was about almost 8 hours ago, and now you replying to me again.
Stand was that your very existence had become a spiritual litmus test, revealing the true pH of
Because you
every
watching my
heart in your
live and you
vicinity.
came over here, you
Your
looked at all my
authenticity
comments that I made, bitch, and replied to that.
exposed their pretense.
You see
Your
how they
peace
move?
highlighted their
You see how they
chaos.
move?
Your boundaries revealed their manipulation tactics. Your growth triggered their stagnation. You weren't doing anything to them. You were simply being yourself, and that authentic presence was like acid on their false personas. The divine sorting
This is only
wasn't
for
just about
awareness,
removing
y'all. All of my
toxic people from
videos.
your
Here we
life.
go.
It was about
Because you just
preparing you
wrote
for a
that
level of influence
so
that
that you could tell
requires abs.
YouTube that I'm being a wannabe thug. No, I never want to be a thug. I've never been a thug. I don't move like that. My videos are for awareness.
Absolute discernment. You needed to learn how to identify wolves in sheep's clothing, how to spot manipulation disguised as concern, how to recognize spiritual poverty dressed up as wisdom. Their coordinated attack became your graduate level education in human nature.
Let me pause and light my blunt. YouTube, my videos are for awareness and for alignment. I give encouraging affirmations, and we react to my notifications. So you gotta tag these people that's harassing people in the comments. You
Every
gotta get them
person
to
who
stop
turned against
harassing
you
people in
was
the
actually
comments.
disqualifying themselves from access to your next season.
Don't remove
They were
comments.
voluntarily
Get
removing
people to
themselves
stop
from the
harassing
blessing they
people
could
in the
have shared,
comments.
the
That's all you gotta
elevation
do.
they could have witnessed, the testimony they could have been part of. In trying to stop your rise,
Erasing people comments is violating their freedom to express themselves, because them being a account holder, a creator, no matter how they on YouTube, when they decide to make a comment, they wanted other people to see it, and you removed it without their consent.
they eliminated themselves from participating in it. The
Now
beautiful precision.
you gonna say it went against guidelines, it went against policy, it went against protocol, it went against whatever. But at the end of the day, as long as, because this is by law, no matter what your policy is, by law, as long as they're not saying anything to harass someone or to cause harm to someone, anything in that order, anything they say should be able to be posted on that page, and it should override your policy
Of this divine
because of their
filtering
freedom
system
to express
is that it
themselves.
required no effort from you. You didn't have to
They
investigate
don't have to.
anyone's
They shouldn't
motives or
have to
test
label videos for educational purposes, for awareness, for science, whatever. They shouldn't have to do that for you not to touch their videos, because that's all y'all got to do. As long as you put that, and if they erase that video and you have that written on there telling them what this is for, they could get sued. So pretty much, if they don't abide by the law now, they could pretty much forfeit their whole program, because now this service is acting like this with everybody now. That's a mass destruction.
anyone's loyalty. Their true character emerged automatically when confronted with authentic spiritual authority. Like metal detectors at an airport, your presence separated the genuine from the counterfeit without you having to lift a finger. Every chosen one must walk through betrayal, isolation, and coordinated opposition
Yeah.
before the truth of who they are becomes undeniable. This wasn't just spiritual warfare, it was spiritual initiation. The very attacks meant to destroy you were actually the labor pains of your rebirth into unshakable authority. Their failure wasn't just inevitable, it was prophesied from the moment they decided to coordinate against you. What they were fighting wasn't just flesh and blood, it was divine purpose.
Hold on, let me report this comment. Hateful or abusive. Let me see, harassment or bullying.
Working through
Yeah, I'm
human
gonna go
form,
ahead.
something
Oh,
that
they
had
removed it.
survived storms they couldn't
Let me see.
imagine and been tempered by fires they had never faced. Their defeat was locked into the spiritual realm before their first conspiratorial conversation ever began. But here's what makes their failure so complete and
Okay, no, they
educational.
didn't.
The
They
divine
removed it from the
orchestrated
thread,
every
but it's still
detail of
there.
their
So now I'm reported for. I did it for harassment and bullying. Now I'm gonna put damn, which one was it? It promotes terrorism because he said he told a group of people, meaning this is this is the wannabe thug y'all. So that's a form of terrorism. So we're gonna report it like that. YouTube, thank you.
downfall to ensure maximum visibility. This wasn't going to be a quiet correction or a private vindication. Since their attack had been public, coordinated, and shameless, their exposure would be equally public, equally coordinated, and equally undeniable. The divine
Oh, and they should
strategy
put
was
a thumbs
masterful.
down.
Let
Thank you,
them
YouTube. You
exhaust
finally
themselves
erased it.
completely. Let them reveal every weapon in their arsenal. Let them show the full extent of their malice, and then dismantle their entire operation in front of everyone who had witnessed their assault. This way there would be no room for doubt, no possibility of claiming they hadn't really meant it, no
Well, I
opportunity
get
to
they wanted me
rewrite
to look
history.
like that,
The
so I
divine cleared the
erased. Hold up, let me pause it. So I erased the ones that I said they was looking like thugs that I was reacting to the comments that the thread that YouTube erased because they left me on blast with that. So and I'll keep the one up. No, YouTube is violating freedom of speech, and thank you for telling her who violated her. But they erased the thread. But
stage of
there
everyone
you
who
go.
might have complicated your glory. Every fair weather friend who abandoned you, every mentor
I
who
like
withdrew
YouTube,
support,
so they gotta
every
get
family
rid of these people that they got set up in their tent that's operating this protocol to sabotage,
member who chose sides against you. Their absence wasn't abandonment, it
to
was
blackmail
divine
these certain
insulation.
creators.
Heaven was removing everyone who would have
Oh, I didn't mean to touch that. Hold on, we gotta go back to that video. And it went back to Cora. I was supposed to finish reading that article that I was reading. That's kind of like sort of why. Big fuck up. They lied about you to the wrong person. Yes, ma'am. Maybe I do need to look at that. But I gotta
divine
finish this.
insulation. Heaven was removing everyone who would have tried
Thank
to
you.
take partial credit for your survival, everyone who would have claimed they helped you through it. The isolation they created was actually the divine's way of ensuring that when your breakthrough came,
See,
there
y'all,
would
this
be
why I
no
be going live
confusion.
a lot. But when I get my phone to where I could post some, edit these videos and save it, cause there's no storage to save the shit. Pretty much the truth. But y'all, I go live so y'all can see, cause I'ma show you as it come. I want you to see the stuff they be doing in real time as I'm trying to just be productive. Pretty much.
About the source of your strength. No friend could claim they
Like that
carried
article
you.
said on
No
Quora, they know
advisor could say
they
they
can see
guided you.
exactly what you're doing
No
on your
support
phone. They know exactly when you make a deposit. They know exactly when you everything you're doing on your phone is being sabotaged.
could take credit for your
All apps being
resilience.
taken over
You walked through that fire
because of
with
this
nothing but
program
faith, and when you emerged
strategically hacking
transformed,
in your
the
phone.
glory could only go to one place.
And I say
This is why
strategically
your
because they do in a covert way to where if you was to tell somebody this, you're gonna look crazy as fuck. Like, what you mean? I just can't even explain this shit.
vindication carries such devastating power. It's undeniably supernatural. Everyone saw what you went through. The betrayal was witnessed. The attacks were documented. The isolation was complete.
Right.
And now that you're rising stronger than
Just
ever,
said that.
thriving without their approval, glowing without
Oh,
their
I better put this
validation,
on the
the
charger,
source
huh?
of your strength is obvious to everyone watching. The irony is so perfect it reads like cosmic comedy. They isolated you to make you weak and instead made you self-sufficient. They
Right.
attacked your
I'm
reputation to
telling you,
destroy your
y'all,
influence and instead gave you a testimony that
they
no
drained me.
manufactured story could.
They drained me mentally and physically to just make me look like I got more than what I got going on. That's pretty much what they do to people, anyways. But in my situation, I have a lot of people that really love me and shit like that. So it's like normally when I go through stuff, like I already got help with stuff. Like I already got when my kids was little, I already had somebody offering to just take my kids to school in the morning. That I said, nah, I got it, cause I'm a strong mommy like that trick daddy. So I'm taking to myself, bitch. You know what I'm saying? So when they fuck up my have somebody flat on 4 tires. Sometimes it be 2 tires, just that tire, the front and the back. Somebody done flatted overnight. Somebody done stole my car at the shelter, y'all. I was at the shelter, bro. These people stole it in the parking lot. Out of everybody else's car, they took my little po Regal, my Regal that I couldn't even tell when the gas was full or low, cause it might be on E and it might be on full, and they stole it and wrecked it. Like coincidentally, my car gets stolen and wrecked the same day while I'm bypassing some shit while I'm going through. Like this stuff is real dark, y'all. For real, for real.
Rival.
They just
They
they
tried to
just
break your
forget about
spirit
it.
to stop your purpose, and instead refined your spirit to fulfill that purpose more powerfully than would have been possible without their opposition. What they meant for destruction became the raw material for your destiny. Every betrayal taught you discernment that money can't buy. Every attack
Yeah, my
developed in
babies was little when that happened. One of my babies was, in the stroller at that point. When I had my first time get my first apartment, y'all, because I had to hide it from my mama, but I did a really courageous thing, and I was like among the other girls my age there, I was the only one who successfully got my place and went through the program, because you gotta have certain things done, you gotta do this and that for them to help you get an apartment. So you know I was at the process of just signing my lease, and I got my keys that same day and was in the cafeteria telling everybody. Like just literally, yeah, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And boom, my car gone, bitch. My car wrecked. What? Like y'all do this shit today? That's probably what I said in the parking lot. When I'm like, where the fuck is my car? Where the fuck is my car? Panicking. And these Eastern Stars, allegedly, because it was a stud and her wife, got they pissy ass in my car and wrecked it. But thank you, Father. I thank my angels because it was a blessing with my ancestors' name on it, that they insurance. Look, and at that time, I'm not gonna even lie to y'all. I had like some real cheap insurance. I think I had asked my brother or my cousin, or I don't even remember, or maybe it was uh, the person in my culinary arts school helped me get cheap insurance, but it wasn't gonna cover nothing, pretty much. But guess what? I was so blessed that that person insurance paid for my shit. Well, I had a family member pay to get it fixed, and I still got a check from that person insurance out of nowhere. I didn't even know it was coming. I didn't see it coming. It just came. I tell y'all no lie, cause my homegirl that I had a crush on that was stay with me. I she was actually going through some stuff, so I had her and the babies, her kid, 2 kids stay up in one of the rooms. So she saw it. We felt so blessed today because we both deserved it. Because I blessed her and them babies. They had Jordans and all type of shit. Because I had a nice check. Like, oh, I don't even remember. I ain't gonna even lie on how much it was, but it was a nice check. But pretty much, y'all, they did that to slow me up. But even though I was slowed up for that, like a couple days too, it was a drought recession. When I say drought, walking long miles to the grocery store, but I walked with my head up. Cause just knew it was gonna work out for me. I just knew it. Like, there's no way God gonna let these hoes just do that shit to me. That lame ass, hating ass shit to me. Stole my shit and wrecked it on purpose, bro. My car was just outside 10 minutes ago, and then boom, it's gone. Not only is it gone, it's wrecked. And I ain't got no car. I had to walk with my kids. They would look. I had one in the 3-wheel stroller and one walking. That I had to put both of them in the stroller some mornings, because I had to walk them to the store. I had to walk them, but I did that with my head up, because I said, Father, I've been in predicaments where I didn't have a car. So this is temporary. I had to say that shit to myself every day, but now that I look back on it, they did that shit to slow me up. And now I'm connecting all these situations to this organization now, because the tactics are very similar. And the fact that we were almost robbed during that walk of after my car was taken like that, of commuting places. We are the SWAT team pulled in this parking lot. We was just having to be taking a break and taking a drink break, and me smoking a cigarette a few miles away from the kids and on the phone panically thinking, minding my business too, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And yo, get did you see anyone run through here? Just fucked my head up. probably fucked my kids head up. You see how I say they involve children in these little schemes. They did that to intimidate me. Back then, I had no clue. I probably said something like, "Oh, I gotta move from over here. What the fuck is happening?" I was clueless, but it felt like a movie. And you know, I say this. I've been saying this for about 15 years now. Where the fuck is Ashton Kutcher? Every time little stuff like that happen, y'all, and I see when that girl took the car like that, they wanted me to be walking while I was in that shelter. Let me tell you why. Because I'm seeing how they moved on me here in this town, especially this town, in the town over from here, that I had to stay in there a few times. Well, in a hotel a few times there. Uh, y'all, the reason they wanted me on foot is because I could be, I could be anywhere they want me to be at any given moment. What I mean is, it's somewhat like having you in a mental facility or in jail, like, but it's just like you got privileges now, pretty much, because they still narrate what you do. They still narrate, look, that thing fell. That's confirmation. Like, that's the reason for this is because now you subjected to use public transportation a lot now, even if you never really used it before. Let's say you got your own place, right? And before you have to fall off and no weapon form sure possible and have to go to a shelter, and you used to, with no car, you used to getting your shit done. You probably got time to arrange shit, but you never have to use public transportation. I'm saying this for a reason. So once you get to you in the shelter, you're gonna have to use public transportation because they gonna send you places on their timing, give you guidelines and time frames that you gotta get it done. So now you don't have time to prepare the way you would prepare if you was on your own terms. Pretty much what I'm trying to say. So now when you don't have a car, this for the people that's on this list, now that you don't have a car, you're having systematic thing, or you're gonna having things arranged because now they're gonna reach out to the person that's over that program because they got somebody that work with them. They got somebody that, that's why they put you in them in certain positions for that reason, to be able to do this, to have access to do this. Put her name, and this needs to be done, and they give them this alleged. They give them this description pretty much of you being erratic. They give them this description of you being problematic. They give them this description of, because this is important to do it this way so that they are very eager to distract you and delay you with everything you're trying to do at their facility. Yes, because now, not in a purposeful way, but just in a way of observing you to see if you know because like I said, it's levels to it. It's not everybody at these organizations or businesses that's in on this, pretty much is what I'm saying. But because they have that connection, and even if that person is not affiliated with it, they are going to be subjected to delay you, because you're going to have the group that's delaying you because uh shit, they the ones that setting the stuff up for you, right? Then you got the other group that have no clue about this other group existence. Also, they just want to know because they got a description of you. They want to know if you're even fucking shit. I'll just go ahead and say it. They want to know if you are even fucking just worth it to help you get a place, to help you get your food stamps, to help you get your whatever you trying to do, wherever you at. But when in the shelter, you mainly trying to get an apartment. So guess what? They delaying it because they need to see your progression. They need to see these you show them wrong, that you don't fit that. Just like a jail, before they release you, they want to fucking put you to exercise to see if you community ready. So this is what this shelter gonna do to you in a nice way though. But then you got two groups now. You got people throwing stuff in your face, making people start with you. Got people coming to you to have your reaction to that other side that have no clue about this other existence of corporations that's scheming people. but they just know that they gotta follow their policy, and now they were handed a description of a couple people that may reside in they fucking they establishment. So now this is causing so many businesses to be involved with this. It's so deep. I know that I may get myself in trouble saying this, but I owe my life to my children seeing everything that was done to me, and now I realize with the knowledge I have that it happened to my granny too, her mama, and nah, we're gonna talk about it.
Endurance that
Let's
training
listen to
can't
this.
provide. Every lie strengthened your commitment to
It's deep
truth
now.
beyond
It's
any
like it's
oath.
nothing they could do
Every
to get
moment
me
of
to.
isolation
I just
deepened
get
your
better
connection to
with
divine purpose more
presenting
than
what
any
I
community
present.
could. Now, when your name comes up in those same rooms where it was once dragged through the mud, the entire atmosphere shifts. People who once spoke confidently about your flaws now change the subject, suddenly remember somewhere else they need to be, or sit in uncomfortable silence. Your name has become their conviction, a living reminder of their participation in a campaign that backfired so spectacularly it exposed their character more than it ever touched yours. The transformation is remarkable to witness. These same individuals who once threw your name around like a weapon now handle it like radioactive material. They understand instinctively that speaking against you now would only remind everyone of how wrong they were before. Your name carries a weight they can't explain, an authority they never anticipated, a spiritual gravity that bends conversations in your favor, even when you're not present. The people who once made careers out of criticizing you now find themselves professionally embarrassed by their association with the failed campaign. Their credibility took a hit when your vindication became undeniable. Associates began questioning their judgment. Friends started wondering what else they might have been wrong about. Their reputation for discernment was permanently damaged by their participation in character assassination that collapsed so publicly. But the spiritual shift goes deeper than social embarrassment. Your name has become a trigger for their conscience, an instant reminder of their participation in coordinated evil. Every time they hear it, they're confronted with the memory of who they became during those dark seasons, the lies they told, the cruelty they enabled, the hatred they carried, the pleasure they took in another person's pain. Some of them avoid places where your name might come up. Others change the subject immediately when someone mentions you. A few have developed an almost superstitious fear of speaking against you, having witnessed firsthand how their previous attacks backfired. They've learned through bitter experience that your name carries protective power they don't understand and can't combat. The community that tried to write you out of the story became supporting characters in the greatest comeback narrative they never wanted to witness. They have front row seats to divine vindication, unwilling participants in a testimony that will outlive their opposition and outshine their efforts to diminish your light. Your existence has become their ongoing defeat. Not because you sought revenge, but because you chose resilience over retaliation. Not because you fought back, but because you fought through. Not because you exposed their lies, but because you lived your truth so consistently that their lies exposed themselves. Your life became a walking contradiction to every negative thing they said about you. The weapons they forged against you became the tools heaven used to refine you into something unbreakable. Their coordination against you became divine coordination for you. Their unity in hatred became the catalyst for your unity with purpose. Their commitment to your destruction became the foundation for your construction into someone they could never touch again. The fire they lit to consume you became the light that now guides others through similar darkness. Your name, which they tried to turn into a cautionary tale, has become a blessing that speaks hope to every other chosen one facing coordinated opposition.
So what are the penalties for not filing your taxes? Here's the damage. There are two different penalties you'll be hit with.
That speaks hope to every other chosen one facing coordinated opposition. The community that gathered to witness your downfall instead became the first congregation to witness miraculous vindication. But here's the ultimate transformation that completes this divine masterpiece. You didn't become bitter. The grace that sustained you through their coordinated assault now transforms their defeat into your victory celebration. You don't need revenge, because divine justice has already been served with surgical precision. You don't need to expose them, because their own actions accomplished that task more thoroughly than any defense you could have mounted. You don't need to defend your character, because your character defended itself through the very trials they orchestrated.
See, I'm gonna pause it right here. This is I'm gonna wait till the video go off because this is my notification. So, and this is what we doing. But here go my example. I told y'all a lot of these celebrities are allegedly being targeted by this program. So this person, Kazi, posted a mugshot of Gorilla and said Gorilla arrested for felony drug possession in Georgia after a burglary occurred at her home, but she has been released on bond. So look, I went in the comments, right, and I noticed 5556 Rips wrote this that police. Listen, my bad. See, I'm tired, Tom. The police are there to help you. They are there to gather evidence for the judge. It's a liability to even call for them at this point. See, listen, this stood out because, listen, these people really set that up like that. So, look, catch the drip. She went to jail because she went to jail. Even if she had drugs on her, I'm not promoting that. But what I'm saying is, they found it after she got robbed and burglarized. Who robbed and burglarized it? It's a two-way. Let's keep going. I'm
Of your
getting too deep.
response, choosing elevation over retaliation, wisdom over warfare, grace over grudges. This became the final evidence that everything they said about you
They
was
just leave
projection of
clues
their own
everywhere, y'all.
spiritual poverty onto your
You just
authentic
gotta
light.
navigate it and
Your
screenshot
refusal
it.
to descend to their level while ascending to you.
Hey, I said that for a reason. Put everything together like a puzzle. This is powerful because it gets not only just one person, like the Diddy trial, like allegedly, like, damn, where he learned it from. Don't just throw it all on Diddy. Someone showed him this. We just don't know. We don't want it to be like that. We want the whole organization abolished, like the KKK was, even though they still walk around amongst us, and they should feel bad because everything they done to their families did to our ancestors kind of systematically in the spiritual way kind of uh taunted them and tainted their auras in a way that, because now the realm they in, they get a chance, all of us, I feel like, get a chance to repent for God. So, and now they look up to us to do that for us, for them. And you can't do it when you still, so I just feel like saying some things never change.
Yours became the most powerful testimony of all. It proved that true strength doesn't need to destroy
So there's no
its
need to
enemies.
try to intimidate a person because
Outgrows them, and ultimately
you don't like who
transforms
they
them
are,
into
what they say.
footnotes in a
It's
much
all
grander
about you.
story. This is your vindication, chosen one. Not just survival, but transformation.
There's no need to
Not just
retaliate
endurance,
because
but
you don't like what somebody
transcendence.
say
Not
or
just
what they do.
protection,
You can't
but
move like that all
elevation.
your life.
The community that teamed
All
up to
of
destroy
your
you
existence.
didn't just fail, they participated in the very
Maybe that
plan
was the
they
very
thought.
thing that some of us was reincarnated to change. Cause we all here to change, right? For change, that's the main thing. But what if that thing? What if I said what if? I don't think I'm God. I just feel like I just anointed. But what I mean is, what if that change was to change how we treat each other? Like, imagine that. So if you reincarnated, maybe what if that reincarnation means to reincarnate the past life? You know what I'm saying? Because if we all connected, maybe we all get the mission like a tug of war game. Like, okay, this group go now. Okay, now we gaining points. So in the spiritual aspect, I'm saying, as we change and evolve, let's use that word. As we evolve, we should be changing the way we move, like as in the way of helping each other, blessing each other. No more hanging people from trees in a sense. No, none of that type of behavior, because that will keeps you in reincarnation mode, and you don't want to be in hell your whole life, because that's what this is.
They were opposing. In trying to dim your light, they became the darkness that made your brilliance impossible to ignore. Your story
That was
isn't
deep
over.
too, y'all,
It's
by the way.
finally being told in its divine completeness. And the
They don't
truth that
understand
emerges
that.
from this entire orchestrated ordeal is magnificently simple. They never had the power to destroy what heaven ordained to rise. Welcome to the other side of your persecution, where every attack has become armor, every lie has become...
Imagine our ancestors as a whole is promoting us to change our ways every day we move when they see all the bad things we do. And just alleged, y'all, like imagine them encouraging us to do the right thing in certain situations, and encouraging us to make better decisions when we making them. And you just disregard everything they say, not knowing that those moves that they are making you avoid is affecting them. Imagine having a chance for them telling you that. Like, I watched you. I tried to help you, son. I told you not to turn that way. I told you to leave her alone. I tried to tell you. How would you feel? See, we don't understand that. We all connected, so we gotta make moves to represent each other. Not, and ain't just like in this room. We mean the ones that passed over, like, cause we all connected to them. We still represent them every fucking day. It's like you old fool. You you know that's not how we raised you in that type of way. But
testimony, and every enemy has become evidence of just how divinely protected and powerfully destined you really are.
Shop Academy.
and that's why some of these people that were part of these groups would tell their children before they pass over, allegedly, because you see this in movies and stuff, don't be like me, be better than me. And this was deep. We took it the wrong way. We thought they, this is a lot of these ancestors told us this for a reason, because they couldn't be better. They had were forced and coerced to have to do certain things because they were living in the dark depression. They were living in just really segregated times to where it was certain things they couldn't do. So they had to do things that was presented to them that aligned them with organizations like this. And some of them found out when it was too late. Some of them changed wheels before they passed when they knew they was about to pass, and wrote love letters to their descendants and told them to change. Son, I was wrong. Them type of things. Listen to them, because at that end of their life, it's kind of like God humble us, so you see things different then, and you don't want to get to that point and have encouraged just disgusting behavior that you leaving behind for generations to come, to where you showing your child is showing other people, so you leave a aura color, like I explained earlier. You leaving that aura color, you got the bottle popping for no reason. Like you leaving that aura field and passing that motherfucker along, so that child, everybody probably walking around with tie-dye colors. Hopefully we got all green. You know what I'm saying?
DoorDash.
All yellow, like the sun. Okay, so let me shuffle it one more time. My app, I'm gonna restart my app and try. Let me do one more video. I'm kind of in the mood to go organize in the house because I'm getting prepared to wash the carpet or vacuum. Uh, it's spring clean time for me, y'all, and I'm about to just vacuum the carpet and stuff. So I'm prepared to moving stuff around so I can get in all the creeks and crevices. And I'm gonna have to have the kids out all day after that, because I'm gonna put this type of stuff that I clean the carpet with, and I'm gonna have to. But it makes you feel refreshed, y'all, when you spring clean. So let me try to do this one more time. Oh yeah, y'all. I have a little OCD, so I probably do too much, but it's health. It's mentally. It's good for your mental health. All right, it say they feel.
Industrious just really had this sensibility when it came
Let me
to
get this ad too.
hospitality that suited me.
Okay, it say
Chosen one,
they
the
feel
truth about you is
humiliated.
coming out
You
and
are
people are
who you said you
speechless.
were.
The
The
cosmic
truth
dam is
about you
about to
coming out,
burst and
and
flood this reality with revelations so
people
mind-blowing
are
about your true
speechless.
identity
Y'all, this
that
absolute
everyone
autumn. Let's
around
see.
you will be left
I was
standing
gonna
there with their
read
jaws
what
on the floor, unable to process the
what's her
sheer
name?
magnitude of what you actually are.
Damn, I lost the
And when
post.
that truth explodes into the light, the speechless shock will be so intense that people will need therapy just to cope with the reality of who's been in their presence this entire time. But this revelation
All
didn't
right, we
begin
can listen to
today.
this.
It's been building for years, decades even, like pressure accumulating beneath the Earth's crust before a volcanic eruption that reshapes entire landscapes. What's about to emerge has been carefully orchestrated by divine intelligence, and every painful moment of your journey has been a deliberate preparation for this cosmic unveiling that will redefine not just your reality, but the reality of everyone who witnesses your transformation. The signs have been there all along, hidden in plain sight like ancient prophecies waiting for
Yes,
the right
ancient
moment to
prophecy.
unfold. Your lifelong sensitivity to energy, the way you've always felt like an alien in a world that seemed too harsh, too loud, too overwhelming. These weren't character flaws or weaknesses to overcome. They were the earliest indicators that you carried something extraordinary within you, something so powerful that it required years of careful cultivation in the protective darkness before it could safely emerge into the light. For the longest time, you've existed in what seemed like self-imposed exile, preferring the same.
So remember I told y'all yesterday, a lot of y'all was on my live, and I told y'all as soon as I finished doing those orders, pretty much basically everything I made was literally, I might as well say was taken. But even though I was able to fix one, I kept one of the little subscriptions because I use it a lot. Is very helpful, and I don't always take a large amount. But the fact that all type of subscription things that was already deactivated, canceled, and the car wash that I haven't been to in months all of a sudden wants to charge me now, and that's like a prepaid thing, so it shouldn't have tried to charge me again. You know what I'm saying? It never did that before, but it all did it at the same time. And when I got off the live, I had to look at my notifications because I'm a notification girl. I always check it, emails, all that. It's just sometimes I do it when I'm nervous in the setting where it's too many people. It's just like calm my nerves. But yeah, so I checked my notification, and you got the car wash place. You got Apple tried to do it 3 times. Oh no, 2 times. You got what was it? What was it? What the fuck was it? Some crazy shit. I was like, ain't no goddamn way. Hey, because what that comment said on Quora is facts. They can see everything you're doing on your phone, and pretty much is not limited to where they can see everything. So they know how much you just made. They know that you on these apps getting this money. They can see where the address you putting on the GPS is. This is why all this stuff is able to be mimicked the way that is so severe. So it's up close and personal, involving other people, involving your children, involving other regular civilians, and also it's preventing you from getting ahead in life, because that's the purpose. So
Safety of solitude to the chaos of social interaction,
to the
like a
people that's
highly
researching
sensitive
this,
instrument that picks up frequencies others can't detect. You absorbed every vibration, every unspoken emotion, every subtle shift in the collective consciousness until retreating
I felt
became
like
your
that was
only
appropriate
option
at
for
this moment,
maintaining
right? To the
sanity.
people that's
People
researching
saw
this,
this
this is
withdrawal
what
and labeled it
what's
shyness,
happening, and this
social
is what it's
anxiety,
causing.
or worse, they simply
Here we
stopped
go.
seeing you
Social anxiety.
altogether. But what they didn't understand, what they couldn't possibly comprehend, was that your hermit phase was actually a period of intensive spiritual training.
Because them the idea of putting you in isolation is so that they can see, look, it works both ways. I like this because in a way, if you are a focused person, it might not be bad being alone, because you get to prevent a lot of things. You get to meditate on things, meaning you get to take your time with things, meaning you get to take your time with yourself, meaning you get to rejuvenate your mind, body, and soul when they have you in an isolated state. But the purpose of them isolating you is to bar you off, to subject you to everything you need to do so that they could delay you at all times.
While they were busy performing on the surface of life, you were being initiated into mysteries that only reveal themselves in the deepest silence. Your isolation wasn't escape, it was preparation. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was the
Thank you.
accumulation of power
Compliment.
that would eventually explode forth with the
So
force
I'm
of a
gonna like this one
supernova.
already. This
The
from
world
Actual Autumn
interpreted
on
these
YouTube,
patterns as
y'all.
problems to be
Chosen
fixed,
one. The truth is,
disorders to be medicated,
the truth
weaknesses
about
to
you
be
is coming
overcome.
out, and people are
Therapists
speaking this.
offered techniques for managing anxiety. Well-meaning friends encouraged
So
you to
y'all, this
get out
video
more
relatable.
and
Y'all
stop
could
being so sensitive. Family members
check the video
expressed
out on
concern
your
about
own
your
time,
preference for solitude, unable to understand that your
cause
inner
I'm gonna
world
keep stopping
contained
it.
universes more vast and fascinating than anything the external world could offer.
So look, I'm saying that because I'm interrupting the message. You could listen to it on your own, y'all. And I wish I could listen to songs. YouTube need to make an update and tell me. Like I hear that song, tell me something good. Tell me, babe. Tell me that you like me. Yeah. It's like I I want to be able to show y'all the movies and stuff that be popping up in my notifications, and it be exactly what I be fucking going through. And then the end of the messages, I always like the lady, the video. That's why I said allegedly it's a movie that's popular. I'm not gonna say it to get sued because I know I'll get a letter, but it's cool. I don't really got to prove a point because I could get the lawsuit and get it turned in my favor if I show them facts that it was about my life for real. But we don't want to go through that because then I'm going to go through a whole obstacle course where I'm getting to that. So, look, of retaliation, of course. So, look, y'all, I know for a fact that there's one movie that's popular just came out, y'all. All on Netflix, all everywhere. I think it even came out in the movie theater, but don't get me wrong. Listen, the whole movie is about me and the fact that this person that made the movie tried to make me do a movie, not that very movie, but another movie. Y'all, this real shit too, not alleged. And I'm being PG, not even saying the name, even though I could say it. It's no not alleged. Like the fact that I ain't even trying. I'm not money hungry. I know a lot of these these brotherhood boys that throw shit in my face with these and involve these organizations. See, when I don't sue these places, I know they sit back like either say she just dumb because she could have sued their ass, or say she's very nice. It's not no in between. I know they say that because y'all are so many people. I could probably be sitting on a pier with my boat attached to a motherfucking lyre, and feet swinging as I stare out the fucking bay. You know what I'm saying? Right now, because of suing all of these people with all the facts I presented. Let's not get them to move real funny and come do crazy shit. Look, stuff I presented as it happened. Cause I'm a alignment person. I didn't realize doing all that shit kind of saved me for real, for real. Not just blessed me, it saved me, but me being the witchy bitch, I always knew that when people do something to you, because my grandma used to say it to me, you pray for them. But as I evolved, I knew to ritualistically uh document stuff. That's what I thought I was doing. I'm documenting now, and I'm sending this motherfucker to everybody, whoever can read this shit, whoever want to read it, whoever's accept it, take it if you don't want it, And I didn't realize that kind of was helping me out to where it collide and coincide. Let's say it like that. In that rhyme. It coincide with anything I say now. So they can put me in the padded cell. Let's tell them. Because they've been trying hard, y'all. I'm being funny, though, but it's dark humor. They've been trying to put me, first of all, let's explain it. They've been putting me in a lot of situations that'll get any normal person irate to a point they'll go the fuck off on your ass. Like, get the fuck out my face. But do it in a different direction to make me look like I'm just having the fucked up ass day, or put me in situations to where I got to fucking scream at whomever is in front of me to get witnesses, whether it's a neighbor, whether it's somebody in the car next to me, whether it's somebody in that restaurant with me after this girl just told me to go get my hair done, because you know what I'm saying, type of shit. They do it for a reason. That's why my reaction, I always just let people. This is my me. I love to get mute though. I love this improv feeling trait about me. I like to just stare at them when they send these little agents do shit like this, because guess what? Everybody else that's watching, is not taking it the way they trying to take it. They think that it's looking like you obsessed and you fucking with that little glitchy girl. Yeah, we see over there bouncing back and forth, and in a way, it's causing a chain reaction of onlookers that's like, uh, they can obviously see maybe she's on the spectrum. You know, that's popular now, or maybe she's just retarded, or maybe, but they see me. Keep the main thing is they see her not reacting to you. They see her minding her business. They see her trying to work, and all they see is what you're doing. You can't get her to react now. But guess what? As soon as I in, 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 involve myself in the same manner as them, the attention is off them and on me. Because now they get to do what they want to do with the direction and say at that very moment of alignment, oh, you need to get out of the store. Or you causing, you know what I'm saying? When it really came from them first. I like that.
But behind the scenes of this apparent withdrawal, profound alchemy was
Angel's
taking
telling me
place.
that at that point.
Every hour
Because
spent in
that's
contemplation was building your capacity to access higher dimensional frequencies. Every moment of feeling different or outcast was actually strengthening your connection to your authentic self.
I had that song playing in my mind when I'm walking out the restaurant. It's funny because that's what I heard earlier. That, oh, I think they like me, because that's what the crowd and the audience, since they like to give people street theater on this social experiment. Yeah, let's tell all the sauce. I had that. Oh, I think they like me. Oh, I think they like me. Cause yes, the whole crowd didn't see what you was trying to do, little bitch. They felt like you was antagonizing that glitchy girl.
Every experience of being misunderstood was teaching you to value your
Just give
own
her the
inner
order and
knowing
work.
above external validation.
Aren't you supposed to be working? I love it. I love it.
You were being systematically separated from the matrix of
I
collective
love it.
programming so that you could
Things are
remember who you
changing.
truly are. During these years of seeming hibernation, your sensitivity was developing into
People are
something
starting to
far
see
more
the
powerful
harassment
than mere
amongst
emotional
this
receptivity.
this
You were
look.
learning to read.
People are starting to see the disgusting behavior amongst this organization, and they able to even spot them now. They could tell who they are now. They even saying the name now. I this is the first time. This, let me tell them, the organization now. It's, hey guys, listen. People are starting to recognize your tactics. There's no need to change now because it's like a headliner. It's done now. It's just now, if you change up, it'll look like you made a change and you had to change your heart. It's nothing like, oh, it never happened, because people are evidently, listen, people know that there's a group, you guys, by name. No need to say it. I get it. I won't say it no more online. I promise y'all. Send me your gift card. Listen, people know that you guys are paying lawyers off. Let's say it all legend. You guys are helping your kind. I'm hitting the steering wheel. They know that you guys are helping your kind. Only though, out of charges. It's in the music, guys. Of charges, get out of jail cards, highly illegal. You guys are giving them houses, cars, rentals. You guys, listen, this is not what I said. This is what everybody know. We talk to the organization, y'all. People know that you guys, so which means, yeah, we see y'all flexing. We see y'all group wide texting. We see y'all having these meets at restaurants. All the cars in the parking lot, same colors. We all seeing it. But guess what? To other people that are actually brilliant, had to work hard for the money. They see y'all as being weak. I said, you heard it here first. They see y'all as leech. They see y'all as cheat sheets. They see y'all as pressing buttons. They see y'all as never having to lift a finger, never sweating a day in the field. They see y'all as corrupt. Allegedly, YouTube, they see this organization as never having to go through the mud. These are all bad traits, by the way, guys. They see y'all as never having to really grind and get it out the dime, nigga. They see y'all, cause y'all, what I'm explaining is y'all cheat y'all way through life. The whole organization, they only give each other opportunities. They even make campaign job fairs for only they kind. If you come there, you wasting your goddamn time. See, look, how I know that. So which means you know better. Actually, these people that's really struggling, that cause they don't have these opportunities like you, they're really more hardworking and the ones that's really hustlers, because legit hustlers are always official, right? Legit hustlers, ones that don't have to steal and kill and deal and sabotage and y'all, these are the real soldiers, foot soldiers. That's what it is.
The energetic signatures of people, places, and situations with microscopic precision.
But that's
A
spiritually.
glance could reveal someone's hidden motivations. A few moments in a room could tell you everything
Of
about the
course,
dynamics. But
people with that never had money could, that could never understand. So I get it, but still spiritually, it don't matter how much money you got. Spiritually, I had listen confirmation. Spiritually successful doesn't mean you have 401k. I'm giving it in patterns. Spiritually successful doesn't mean who got the nicest car, expensive car, whether you got a Honda or a Corolla, or a mansion, or you know what I'm saying, 2-bedroom house. It's none of that. It go by how you move in life, bro. And these people forget this shit every day when they go about this whole organization, every day of targeting people, every day of systematically draining people, every day of setting up in these people's lives. They go against they self.
between the people who lived there,
Nigga, they
you
go
began to
against they
sense the
self when
health
they
and
do that.
vitality of plants, the emotional states of animals, even the energetic residue left
Right.
behind
Even
by
the
past
even
events
the
in physical
animals notice.
locations.
Even the angels notice. Like I said, based on our aura field, by the things we do, we give ourselves a certain frequency we give off. That's why certain babies, because babies are as pure as to and being angelic.
Milk's
So
protein power.
they sense when a person is bad. They sense, and why you see babies crying with certain people and they smiling and laughing and pulling this person hair. They see that just like animals. That dog might not even bark at this lady, but soon as he walk by, he gonna bark. Or he might not bark at him, but soon as he come up, he gonna bark at him. Animals notice that shit. Like the bobcat again, attacked that man, but he not one time attacked this family right here. Yeah. Okay, why they played that? They called me
Milk's
Uzi,
protein
y'all. Y'all
powers
heard that?
performance.
YouTube,
Real
stop
nutrition
it,
for
baby.
real strength.
YouTube played a short
This wasn't
saying
psychic ability in
Uzi.
the dramatic sense that movies portray. It was the natural result of a consciousness that had learned to operate beyond the limitations of the five
It's deeper
physical
why they played the
senses.
Uzi. I
While
get it though.
others were distracted by surface appearances, you were reading the energetic truth
No
beneath
weapon
every
formed shall prosper,
interaction.
boo.
While they were accepting what people said at face value, you were sensing the vast oceans of
YouTube, I saw what you tried to do. No weapon formed shall prosper.
unspoken communication flowing beneath every conversation. During these years of apparent hibernation, three parallel storylines were unfolding simultaneously, each one building toward the same inevitable climax. The first storyline was your relationship with your own sensitivity, that
They called
double-edged
me
gift that
Uzi.
allowed you to feel everything, but
No,
also
and
threatened to
no
drown you
shade.
in
Hold
the
up. No
overwhelming
shade to Uzi. It was deeper than that. No shade to Uzi.
intensity of human emotion. You learn to see this sensitivity not as a burden but as a superpower, a direct line of communication with the divine realm that most people can only dream of accessing. But this learning process wasn't gentle or gradual. It was forged in the fires of
They gave
experiences
me
that
an
would have
ad with
broken lesser
Uzi.
souls.
Funny
Every
people.
time someone told you that you were too sensitive or too emotional, you absorbed that judgment like a sponge absorbing poison. Every moment when your perceptive abilities revealed truths
No
that
weapon
others
formed shall
preferred to
prosper,
keep
y'all.
hidden, You felt the burden of carrying knowledge that seemed to
They give
separate you
these
further from
businesses a
normal
bad
human
look
experience.
because
There were nights when the weight of feeling everything so intensely made you question whether existence itself was
that's
a
some
gift or a
sad shit.
curse. Yet slowly, through trial and error, through countless moments of overwhelm followed by hard-won insights, you began to develop mastery over this seemingly uncontrollable gift. You learned that your sensitivity wasn't a design flaw, but a highly sophisticated detection system capable of navigating realities that remain invisible to ordinary perception. You discovered that what others called overthinking was actually your consciousness processing multiple layers of information simultaneously, like a quantum computer analyzing infinite variables to arrive at insights that linear thinking could never reach. The second storyline was your growing awareness of the sacred rage burning within you, not anger born of hatred, but the fierce indignation of a soul that knows its true worth, yet finds itself trapped in circumstances far too small to contain its magnificence. This rage wasn't destructive, it was creative, building pressure like steam in a kettle, preparing to power the engine of your transformation. Every time you swallowed your truth, every moment you dimmed your light to make others comfortable, you were actually compressing this power into something that would eventually become unstoppable. This sacred rage had roots that went deeper than current lifetime circumstances. It was the accumulated frustration of an ancient
Okay,
soul
so
that
let's
had
read this on
incarnated to
Quora
serve
because they
humanity's
just sent
awakening,
it to me.
only to find itself
Let me
constantly.
put my vape on here. So I'm not saying I'm anti. I just really don't get deep into the technology and things that these people use for this program. So Florin said, "How do I find out who is attacking me through this V2K equipment?" And he said, "Ignore the people that says this tech is non-existent. This tech is 100% real, and I believe it's the reason we see such a spike in SUICID rates. This is basically government tech that is used to torture innocent individuals and remotely uh, interrogate them for all kinds of dumb shit. Police won't do anything since they will get briefed in order to ignore you or, in the worst case, institutionalize you among against your will in mental health hospital. And to the ones that saying it's not real, I hope you experiencing it for maximum 1 week and see what TIs are going through each day, and some for years. Um, okay, so let's. So this girl is on every forum. The Swick with '08. She copy pastes this. How everyone targeting. So I'm not gonna read it again though. Dennis Suit, Park Hills, Veterans Lodge, Sales said so. Walter Radford said the guy's name is Dennis Suit. Oh, I want to say people's names. So I already said it. The guy's name is Dennis. I don't know. I won't say his last name. Out of Park Hills, Veterans Lodge, sells Percocets and pure morphine and pure Parks. Oh, he's a gang stalker and had me arrested. Dude, he said it was the MASONS. I don't want to say the name again. And everything. I ain't allowed to go to town. Not even to pay my bills without being showed up against the walls or shoved up against the walls. And everything these fake cops do. Yeah, I said fake. I guess he's trying to say because like I said, it's evident that it's just a group of certain people. It's not the business, like I said, or the specific organization, company. I mean, Thomas Hurry. He says a bunch of child M's and drug dealers, the city department and police department, all involved. Okay, that's what the person said, y'all. I don't know. I couldn't really understand all that. At all times, I keep my okay. I think I read this one. That's what that was.
Constrained by
I'm
systems
not
designed
really.
to suppress exactly the kind of transformative power you carried. Every time you were told to be realistic instead of visionary, every
I don't
moment
know.
when
I
your
just try
natural
not to
wisdom was dismissed as naivety, every
get into
instance
too
when your
much of that.
authentic expression was met with judgment or rejection, this sacred fire burned a little
Because they
brighter.
definitely
But what
use that
made this
stuff
rage
in.
sacred rather than
I know that in real time they monitor everything, and because they monitor everything we do, certain things we say to you and amongst each other, they retaliate by using that technology. So I'm definitely not anti saying it's not possible that they have technology like that, because I witnessed it. It explains the severe fatigue, the severe exhaustion, the muscle, the severe pain in my joints and muscles at random given times of waking up and stuff like that. So yeah. Hold on.
destructive was its motivation? This wasn't anger at the world for failing to understand you. It was fierce love for the world
Talking about
disguised as righteous
migraines,
indignation.
waking up.
Your soul was outraged, not because it wanted personal recognition, but because it could see the magnificent potential lying dormant in every human being, and couldn't bear to watch that potential being
This is
wasted
highly
through
illegal
ignorance and fear.
to
Your
allegedly uh aim this technology at someone's head, because that's why my head be hurting when I get up. That's why my certain joints be so painful to touch. And when you think about it, being overworked only causes you to be a little tense and sore the next morning, but not be in pain. Is because this technology is being aimed at their admins, and that's why they have severe tummy aches and headaches and for days, and cramps in certain spots in their legs. You can't really talk about this to people because they're gonna feel like you're not in acceptance that these are natural occurrences. You know what I'm saying? And it's not natural. But I try to stay out of that, and I really don't talk about that. I'm only reacting to this comment. At this point, you notice I never talk about really too much B2K and all that voice of skull stuff. Although this is what I tell people when they email me and stuff. They ask me questions like, "How do you get over V2K, and how do you get over all?" And I tell them, "Listen, I don't pay attention to that stuff like that. I'm not telling you I don't notice that they're doing that. Oh yes, ma'am. I'm telling you I ignore it. I don't give them that reaction. And because that software they're using costs so much just to run it for a few minutes that they using it on you, if you don't react to it in the way they need you to react, they're not gonna use it as much. And sometimes they may come back real harder because it's all in patterns and levels, and it gets intense as they use it on you. So of course, this program exists and is worldly known, renownedly known, that this program exists, and the technology they use. Like uh, the person I was talking to said, you know, this we passed the point of proving this happening. We had a point of it's like a cat and mouse game. We had a point to where they may just offer something so incredible. I'm talking about what they do to people. They may offer something that's so incredible that it give these detectives that's investigating this enough proof that will work in court that they can not deny it at that point. Because you may say this is what they say, right? The people that do this every day and feel protected because they feel safe and they know that they've been knocking out stuff in court all the time. They got the right lawyers aimed to do this wherever they come. See, they fail to realize that it's not no evidence that proves it. It it these people that's investigating this know how clever this program these people are. That they've been paying. They don't even know who's who at this point because they got so many connections that they may be able to get that judge or that uh, attorney or that persecutor to overturn things alleged, y'all. And they want to make sure it sticks so hard that you won't be able to even do that. You won't be able to have any inside help at that point. So that should be a lot to think about at this point. It's all about repentance because it's going down because the fat lady has sung. It's all about getting repentance to the people. That's how we back talking to the group, the brotherhood. Hey guys, at this point, You could retaliate. You could, and none of that would matter. You could gang us all up. None of that would matter. You could do everything you had stored up, ready to do at the end of it if it was your last result, and it still won't matter. You could evolve and learn new techniques, and it still won't matter because at this point the gig is up, and the only thing that matters is your aura because spiritually everything we doing it's affecting us. So the fact that your whole organization gonna go down and it's nothing you could do no more but make up have take the time to make up to yourself and forget everybody else. We talk to the organization. Make up to yourself and give yourself a better aura. Remember we talked about the aura colors. Give yourself a Lego color. You know, get away from the red because everything your policy made you do, because we spoke about that earlier today, right? Everything your policy alleged you to do to people like me because of whatever policy you have and category you put these people in, it caused you to create a dark aura for yourself. It created a dark aura for your ancestors that you tied to. It caused karma for you and not good. Because we got good karma, we got bad karma. Because the good karma come from the good things you do. It all boomerang back to you. Sometimes you may get a long haul to, you know how you see in the movies, you throw something in it, you know, one of them frisbees and it come back, it go out real far and come long. That's how that karma may come, and you never they see. Look, the thing they fail to realize is that you may get over in life, you may get over on people for so long and so long, but because the universe is connected, you know, because this something probably people don't know. It's not alleged YouTube. We connected to the universe, you know. So imagine, and I'm talking about everything included in the universe, including our angels that surrounding us. Our angels see everything we doing to each other, and I feel like this is my observation. I feel like our angels, because they don't have free will, they can't do they don't act like us. They don't react like us when they see us do things. I think it just make them sad. And like I said earlier, because we connected to our ancestors, we give them a different aura color. So now we got to see all the other angels watch their aura change because Barbie and Tom and Karen and we can keep going on, you know, decides to keep something going that they started. You know, something they repented on their deathbed, because they didn't know no better. And here you go. This is what I learned. This is what I'm used to. Like that guy at SSI told me when I'm at food stamp office, the security guard said, you know, that's what he used to as he was saying Southside to his son on the FaceTime, you know. And when I asked him, when I told him he shouldn't promote gang activity to his son because if he go out to be a gang member, he promoted it. He said, well, that's what I'm used to. That's what I grew up on. So you know what I'm saying? Some things never change. So who goes to say that just because that's something that your folks showed you that it was right? Imagine if they telling you, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to teach you that. I was wrong. Because some people get letters like that in wills when they folks pass on and they have to sit there and read it. You know, some people that's watching this, you know, these Shriners and stuff know I'm right. Your folks left you letters telling you to change, telling you to release that lady, or telling you, hey, I was, and you still continue, not realizing they saying it because they in the energy of seeing their future because of their mistakes, some a way you don't see. Well, see, you think that you got it all figured out, like they tell me all the time. You think you got it all figured out because you got the resources, you got the money, you got everything that you need to make things go away for you. You got everything you need to cover up things for you, so you feel powerful. But that's not power at all. That's just finesse, and you finessing the aura, and that's not good for you.
Rage was actually compassion in its most powerful form. Love
We're
so
talking to the
intense that it
organization.
demanded action, change, transformation. The third storyline, perhaps the most crucial of all, was the universe's careful orchestration of circumstances that would eventually force your emergence. Like a master playwright, cosmic intelligence was setting the stage for a revelation so spectacular that hiding would no longer be an option. The people who took advantage of your gentle nature, the situations that pushed you beyond your limits,
Yes.
the betrayals that felt like endings.
I just told y'all, every time I'm succeeding. I mean, this is daily too, by the way. Every time I'm succeeding with whatever venture I'm set forth for, whatever I've got going on for the day for my children and myself, it's being sabotaged. As I get through it, it's like a retaliation tactic follow up every time. Every time, and I get a stream of it. When I say stream of it, example of making a goal, and then a whole collection of different companies charge me, and sometimes they're successful, sometimes they're very successful and charge me and leave me to some. One time I was left with about $10 for making about $80 too, and I blamed myself because I was like, damn, I shouldn't have did that, or I should have remembered to cancel that with being uh sorry for doing something that I had to do too at that point. So that's very stressful. But these people put you in positions like that to make you overwork yourself. This the whole reason why I stopped it when he said that. It's to put you in overdrive too, because now this causing health issues. Now this causing you mental issues. So if a person is crazy, and because of the result of the tactics, then this is causing an uproar for other regular people now, because now we have to interact with other people. Now they have to, the people that setting these traps up have to interact with regular people too, because you're trying to convince that person that this person is a problem. So now you causing mental health for them too. You see, that's caused the chain reaction. If they want to play those mental health games, that's exposed the fact that you also causing mental health issues for people that's not even involved with the schemes that you pull on people like me. So if we want to run that mental health game, let's dig back, way back, and show all the other people, the people that didn't even have no involvement, have a effect on everything you did to their loved one that's on this list. Oh God, now let's go, baby.
All of these were actually plot devices in a much larger story, designed to forge you into something unbreakable. This orchestration was so subtle, so perfectly disguised as random misfortune, that you couldn't see the pattern while you were living through it. Each challenge seemed unrelated to the others. Each painful experience appeared to be just another example of life's inherent unfairness. You couldn't perceive that every difficult person who entered your life was actually a teacher in disguise, specifically contracted to push you beyond your comfort zone. You didn't realize that every situation that forced you to access reserves of strength you didn't know you possessed was actually a carefully calibrated test designed to reveal your true capabilities. The betrayals, in particular, served a function so profound that understanding them requires a complete reframe of what betrayal actually means. Every person who took advantage of your trust, who exploited your kindness, who used your gentle nature against you, was actually doing you a cosmic favor. They were showing you where you had been leaking power through inappropriate loyalty to people who didn't deserve access to your energy. They were teaching you to value yourself enough to establish boundaries that would protect your emerging gifts from being squandered on those incapable of appreciating them. More importantly, these betrayals were systematically destroying your illusions about finding safety and validation in external relationships. They were forcing you to develop an unshakable sense of self-worth that didn't depend on anyone else's approval or recognition. By taking away your naive faith in the inherent goodness of all people, they were actually preparing you to work with humanity from a place of wise compassion rather than codependent enabling. But the universe, in its infinite wisdom, knew that voluntary emergence might take lifetimes, so it began to intervene directly, creating circumstances so intense, so unavoidable, that your authentic self would be forced to surface whether you felt ready or not. This is where the true drama of your story begins to unfold, where the gentle nudges of spiritual growth become the earthquakes of divine intervention. Perhaps it started with betrayals that shattered your carefully constructed world, forcing you to question everything you thought you knew about trust, loyalty, and human nature. Maybe it manifested as tower moments that demolished the foundations of your old identity, leaving you standing in the rubble of who you used to be with no choice but to rebuild from scratch. Or it could have been the accumulated weight of living inauthentically, finally becoming unbearable, creating such internal pressure that explosion became inevitable. For many chosen ones, this divine intervention manifests as what appears to be a complete breakdown of their external life. Career paths that once seemed secure suddenly evaporate. Relationships that provided
See,
identity
look,
and
my
structure
customer
dissolve
upgraded my
overnight.
tip.
Health
Yes,
issues emerge.
ma'am. Look, we in alliance. My customer just upgraded my tip 11 minutes ago. I didn't see that. Thank you, baby. See, look, cause that, and that's crazy because that boy that was 15 minutes ago left that. I thought it was at the same time, but it's still the same shit. Left that comment. It's like it's all in alignment. I'm trying to get a gun. All right, that should be good.
That force a complete re-evaluation of priorities. Financial security disappears, leaving you dependent on resources you never knew you had. From the outside, it looks like everything is falling apart. From the inside, it feels like death and rebirth happening simultaneously. But this apparent destruction serves a purpose so profound
Damn, this one
that it
going
can only
dead
be
too.
understood in retrospect.
Hold
Every
on, let me
structure
get this
that
down.
crumbles was actually a limitation that had
Hope I got
outlived
the
its
short
usefulness.
charger.
Every relationship that ends was actually an energetic drain that was preventing your evolution. Every loss that feels devastating is
Maybe it's
actually
in here.
creating space for something infinitely more aligned with your true nature to enter your experience. The universe's
Oh,
timing for
please
these
don't tell me
interventions is
I gotta go
always
in the
perfect,
house.
even when it feels impossibly cruel. You're never given more than you can handle, but you're also never allowed to
What's
remain
this?
comfortable in situations that keep you smaller than your true potential. The divine intelligence
Oh
orchestrating
man.
your emergence
Okay, here goes now.
understands exactly how much pressure is required to activate dormant aspects of your consciousness without completely overwhelming your human psyche. During this phase, many chosen ones
No.
experience what feels like a complete identity crisis. The persona you've maintained for
Alright, that
years
one
or
worked.
decades suddenly feels like an ill-fitting costume that you can no longer bear to wear. Conversations that once engaged you now feel superficial and meaningless. Activities that used to bring pleasure leave you feeling empty and disconnected. It's as if you're watching your own life from the outside, wondering who that person was and why you ever thought their goals and desires were your own. Whatever form it took, this divine intervention served a purpose so profound that its full implications are only now becoming clear. Every challenging experience wasn't random punishment or cosmic cruelty. It was precision
Oh yeah,
engineering by
so I
forces
didn't
that
even see this
understand.
from the company. I didn't see this. I'm gonna just say it because that was really nice of Uber said for me to keep up the good work. Was on the street because I told y'all like I really have great customer service. I learned that working at all of the doing retail pretty much. I worked at Dollar Tree, Dollar General. I was even third shift manager at some of them that I stepped down on because I just couldn't take that responsibility. Just really don't really want to get detailed, but it's like a mental exercise for me. More of the pay was really good, but it's like really mentally draining for me for something like that. But yeah, I learned my customer service working at those type of jobs, y'all, because the constant need to talk to customers and stuff. It put me in a sweaty position. I'm nervous all the time, so I'm just saying random things to get me through this transaction of talking to this person. Oh, your hair is nice, and just to get it over with. But it taught me a pattern of of ways to interact with people. So it makes it perfect for me to do jobs like this, pretty much. And that's why these people be adding different tips. I be seeing them all through the night sometimes, like people from earlier today. done changed the tip. Because I say this to people when I'm talking to them, we waiting on our orders. My customers pay me more. I get more with the customers tips than the actual batch, because sometimes they be so generous that they sometimes add an extra $20 extra. Sometimes they even only add $2. Some people add an extra dollar, but every dollar counts. And the ones that go as far as to give you extra 10 and extra 20, imagine getting 5 people do that, 7 people do that. So yeah, I try to do that because I
The
be in a lot
exact
of
conditions
crazy
required to
situations,
transform a
and
hidden
I make sure they
diamond
get their
into a
food.
blazing star. The pain you endured wasn't meaningless
I
suffering.
make sure they
It
get
was
their
the
items.
specific pressure
I
needed
make
to
sure they get their
activate
merchandise, because I be doing orders at Lowe's. I be doing orders at, all these places with expensive items. I make sure my customers get it every time.
dormant
And,
codes
and make
within
sure it's
your
there at a
DNA
timely
that would
manner.
unlock abilities you never knew you possessed. The most challenging aspect of this phase is that it often
And
requires you to
also, I'm gonna stop because I noticed this too. I said this just yesterday. Now, I love my customers like this even more, but I love the fact that I'm able to have this attribute of updating people with stuff. I don't know. I have this weird way of doing this. I do this in my regular life. I have to update you on everything because it's like a mental thing for me. But I let them know this is what I'm doing. I pulled up. I let them know that, hey, this is weight. This is what's going on. Hey, I just asked her how long it's gonna be. I didn't realize this is something really the company probably like it even more too. Now that I think about it, but the customer likes the fact that they being updated throughout it as if they sitting there in real time. They like the fact that you are going as far as telling them this was a great selection. Like, this smells good. You make me want to order it now. So you know what I'm saying? I do that type of stuff, but I do it weirdly, not realizing it really
disappoint
matters.
people
And they
who have
change the
grown
tip.
comfortable
And I
with
say,
your
okay, I'm gonna do that
smaller
again
version.
tomorrow.
Family
Now I
members who
started
benefited from your
the strategy.
people-pleasing tendencies
Here we
suddenly
go.
find themselves dealing with someone who has learned to say no. Friends who enjoyed your role as the supportive listener are shocked when you begin expressing your own needs and opinions. Employers who valued your willingness to overwork for undercompensation
Yes, yes,
are
yes.
forced to confront someone who now knows their worth. This disappointment of others' expectations is perhaps the most difficult test you'll face during
And I
your
like how he
emergence.
said that work really do work overtime with minimum underpay, because at my old job that I missed so much that I won't list the company name because it wasn't their fault with the situation that happened. And just like I said, this organization get in cahoots with and send they folks in these settings and mess the business name up when they get involvement with these things, because this was really bad. Um y'all, like these people used to set up so hard in there, and I used to stay, and I know all my co-workers that was working with me at that time probably missed me heavily. Like 2 or 3 of them, when I ran to them in the street, used to say it to me, by the way. But I know that the manager, third key, first key, and the main one that worked alongside me missed me immediately, because I'm telling you, I used to offer my time when I was only a driver. I used to offer my time. I used to make sure all the dishes was watching. I did this as a mental thing for me, not for them. Because first of all, there was levels. There's various reasons why I was offering slave work for no pay. Because first of all, they're not keeping me here all night. I gotta go, because it was one of those jobs where if everything ain't done, this, you still there all night. You know what I'm saying? So y'all not keeping me here all night. Do y'all need some help back there? I see the dishes, and I feel like some of those situations was done purposely. They knew I was gonna do it, but I didn't mind. Sometimes listen, I don't let people run over me. I knew when to say hell no. Y'all get one side. This ain't my job title. Y'all get somebody else to do it. But I did it anyways. You know what I'm saying? Because I wanted to, number one, I didn't want to be talked to. I'm sorry, because I get nervous. People say the weirdest things to me. I don't want to be bothered. I want to get up out of here early. I want to make sure I don't get a group meeting, because of our dissatisfaction. So I'm taking extra orders. We got about 20 sitting there. The other drivers didn't make it back. Hey, y'all need me to take this one down the street? I'm offering to make the the food when the cook is not here yet. I'm willing to stay over when 2 and 3 people call out. The kids like to call out. I noticed that more mature people that have bills and responsibilities or just have children, they don't call out. But it be the ones that, oh, we're not getting to that. But yeah, they literally, that them people sent that girl in and made me go to jail, y'all. Literally, while I was, they did it right while I was fighting to get my kids back for yet cursing the guards out for letting them prisoners talk to us. They made that girl do that while I was getting my kids back. Yeah, because I was doing it with flying colors at this point, and get most people don't get that far like I did, and I'm still being surveillance with this whole network at this point. So, and I don't feel no type of way with saying what I just said, because I'm not really scared of people retaliating against me. That don't intimidate me, because I know who I am as a person. But they did that so that they can get the judge to say that I'm problematic, or to say, when really they did that. They tried to make me look like a thief. They tried to make me look. It's so many things.
Your conditioning tells you that being a good person means making others comfortable, even at your own
Same person
expense.
that did that.
Your empathic nature.
This the sad part, y'all. The same person that told me, because she came working there after I was working there first, tells me not only was she used to be a part of the military. Her son watches this channel, by the way, because I didn't know he was, but they both was writing hate comments on my videos back, like in a couple when this happened, y'all, on this very channel, and Facebook and TikTok. Um, they are the ones that encouraged me to start posting on TikTok, by the way. Thanks, guys. So, cause I wasn't really using TikTok like that, but somebody sent the video and said, "Girl, I seen a mugshot of you on TikTok," and sent me the video, and that's how I saw it. And I kept reporting it. TikTok still got it up, but she lied to the DM. She called them and lied on me. I'm not gonna really get into detail of what she said, because I think I had to sign the NDA too. But this is criminal, so I should be able to talk about this too, but I'm not. So this, because I want them to focus their frustration on her for giving me too much intel, than too much on retaliating against me for saying their name, labeling shit, you know. So that's what happens pretty much, y'all, too. So she come in like that, and when she posts these things on my page, she mentioned my children in these posts, y'all. This is how I know this was the direction. Like, you contradicting what you're exposing. Are you exposing uh my mugshot, or are you exposing that whatever various reasons? Because, mind you guys, I don't know this girl only from work. We didn't have any personal. I didn't know her from a can of paint. All she knew was of whatever conversations we had at work, and the fact that her mom offered to help me out, because I guess she goes home and tell her mom about the girl that works there, because of apparently everybody at the place knew that I had a DCF case. I don't know how, because I didn't really never really mention too much about my kids. I used to have one headphones in my ear listening to music and people tapping me, literally. That one day for Christmas break, it was this little Christmas meeting, and everybody was like, "Oh, we're gonna buy Valencia a gift," and they made this little thing, y'all. I was so shocked that now that I think back on it, like, hold up, why did they do that? And how did they know that? And how did, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, see, this is all criminal, and it made that girl, because I remember telling various people that them making that gesture to me, pretty much what I said, them doing that to me, made the girl angry or something, because she went on a rampage after that. Like, how could you be so nice, mom? And I saw the rage in her being upset with her mom speaking about me so much highly, like, because her mom would do this little uh how do I say, deliberate poking of her daughter, where she would highly, because y'all, her mom rented out one side of her house to me. I was only there for 2 days, y'all. Literally, her mom was a Cherokee too. I told her in her face, she looks like a Cherokee. Her daughter must took her dad's gene because they look totally different, or maybe she's adopted. But the lady favored me, pretty much is what I'm trying to say. I went into that house. Like I said, we went there 2 days and I only slept there once. Uh, I had to have somewhere. The lady thought of a good idea because she the one approached me with this because I was in the middle of getting my kids back and she thought, and I was staying in a hotel. She was like, this would look good for you. And I was desperate and need to get my kids. I promise you I almost fell for it. But I went in there and my kids was still at the group home at this point, so I'm there staging the house, making sure it's right to bring them there for the weekend because I was doing weekends at that point, and I was still waiting to get my keys to my house that I'm in now. So they had me wait months for this shit, y'all. It's so disgusting. But well, maybe it was like 2 months. But y'all, listen. During that time frame, I went to the house, y'all, and it was dog poop, pee everywhere. The toilet seat was not trying to say too much of this girl business. I'm not even saying her name like what she did to me. I'm just giving you my story. This I didn't pick at her. I didn't make fun of her. I didn't. I actually gave her a nice story of she's gonna she's gonna be okay, and just not getting into detail. I encouraged her and did what I could do with the little bit of money I had, and not trying to say what I did because I hate when people always got to talk about what they did. But I'm just trying to get you to understand that regular people won't move how she moved, especially when somebody's being kind to you. Someone that went and out their way to get things to get your plumbing fixed, like Drano and shit. And then she told me I didn't need you to buy Drano. That shit cost $8. I could have got it myself. And like, you passed the point of the point that I'm trying to make, and you being such a total bitch because I'm telling you I can't stay here. Oh yeah, she got the argument was because I was moving out after just couldn't take it. Say, oh, I can't stay here, and she got so upset. This is why she called the DM, y'all. She could be in jail, and I could have sued these people, and I didn't do it because I wanted angels to do it. So, but yeah, she called the DM because I left their house, y'all. To where after I left, after doing all that cleaning, they scrubbing their house, the house smelled like Febreze after I left. And when I came, it smelled like birds lived there, dogs and horses. And I'm not trying to be funny either. It was mold in the poop that was in the toilet, y'all. Big facts. That mean it was sitting there for so long. I went in there with gloves, mask. I think I got pictures of a little bit of it. I went in with gloves and masks and stuff on. The floor was wet. The dogs had pee and stuff everywhere. Y'all, the couches had food that was inside the couches. Like, I don't live like that. So I went in as a friend of a coworker. I was trying to be nice. That's how I am. I didn't talk about her. I didn't make posts about her. I didn't do none of that. I just did the shit, cleaned it up for them, and then they just came and messed it up. That's why I left. I did all that, and they just messed it up on intentionally, on purpose. Her and her, like, she was raising her son to be a bully, and I didn't know she had her own DCF case when I was there. I found out about it later. Supposedly, allegedly, she abused the little girl. That's what someone told me. I don't know if that's true. It could be a lie, but it explained a lot of things that I saw that I won't expose on here. Like, I always like, why she, that type of stuff when I would see her do certain things. But I didn't think past of it. Her mom apparently was custodial, she had guardianship over the children. So, but pretty much when I left, I 3 days out in my hotel and stuff, she kept following me. It's all on live. I made videos, y'all. It was all, this girl followed me every spot I went to, and mind you, my kids were still in the group home. So, y'all, I called the police to report this because at this point, as you can see on my live, that it was getting ridiculous. She was popping up more frequent than she was, and it was just like really annoying at that point. So I called to report it, and when they come, they arrest me. They said, sorry, you have a warrant for your arrest. Like, huh? Hold up. What the fuck? I still had the app on, y'all. And I come to find out this girl done called. They never said she did, but I put two and two together because guess what? The girl the girl, I just left her house, and before I decided to move out because I saw something disgusting, we was in the middle of just leaving work, and and her telling me to take her bags to work because I had work the next morning, and her son knew that because I kind of had to show him my routine because I was getting prepared to sleep in my car because I had to drop my girls off, and nobody knew that I only got a hotel on the weekends, but her and her fam and my, she knew because I had to tell her mama that day when she asked me, where have you been staying? That type of shit. So she knew that I was going to sleep in my car to save money because I had to tell her mama that that's why I was doing that. When I dropped my girls off, I slept in my car, and then I went to the hotel. It was 2 hotels I had that always put me in the same room type shit. And so I used to put all my stuff in storage at night after leaving work, and I would get what I need and get my stuff to dress and stuff in the morning, go back to storage. But guess what happened? Doing it, I put everything. I used to put my bags if I left them in the car by mistake, because we all did it at work. Forgot we left them in. If I used to see them, I put it in storage so I won't sleep on these people's stuff at fucking night. And guess what? I come to my storage, the motherfucker locked. I'm locked the fuck out of my storage, y'all. So the girl knew this shit and called them and said I stole these people bags, bro. Knowing goddamn well she saw me since she was working with me. We all saw each other do this every day and say, oh shit, and peeking in the car, hey, you still got bags in there, don't forget to throw it, take it in there. And we running in there. We did it all the time. But for her to go, it was so dark and demonic for her to go as far as telling them I took them to make my own business. That's what she told them. That was in the report. That's some lame ass shit. But they threw it out
painful to see others struggle with your transformation,
because they knew that shit was
even when
bullshit.
that transformation is absolutely necessary for your well-being. There's a part of you that wants to retreat back into the familiar role of the
These
accommodating
people did a
hermit,
lot to me.
rather than
People don't
continue
understand.
causing upheaval in
I
people's
watched them do
lives.
this to me, so I know other
But
people
this is precisely the moment
are
when
going
your
through this. When
sacred
I see
rage
little shit,
becomes your greatest ally. The fierce love that has been building within you refuses to let you
but
sacrifice your
we had
authentic
a brink
self
of a
for the
miracle.
comfort of others.
I
This
promise y'all,
rage reminds you
we got a
that you
brink of
didn't
a miracle
incarnate
right
to
now,
be small,
and
safe, and
it's changing
socially
in our favor.
acceptable. You came here to be a
And what we
force
gotta
of
learn,
transformation,
ooh, let me pause
and
right
that
here. We gotta learn how to stay focused. We gotta learn how to ignore these little things they be doing. We gotta learn how to react better when they doing these things they doing. We gotta learn how to be there for each other when they doing these things they doing. We gotta learn how to come up with solutions for each other, not just ourselves. We going through this shit and they doing this thing when they doing what they doing, because it starts a vibration in the world where it's like, let's say this shit because I feel this in my spirit. Look, that's like our ancestors that was turned against each other. I like to talk about the tribes, because the 12 tribes of Judah. People think, I hate when we label each other African or we say Mexican. We all the same. We just have different tribes, right? So, but when the tribes went through that segregation moment and we turned on each other, we enslaved each other. We did this systematically because the colonizers came and forced you to live that way. But we didn't mean to do it. See, look, I'm speaking for my ancestors, a million spirits that didn't know no better. They didn't mean for that, but they need us to change our fucking ways because we still living like colonizers in the 1700s.
means being willing to shatter illusions, including the illusion that love means never challenging people to grow. This is when the first cracks appeared in the carefully constructed facade you'd maintained for so long. Maybe it was a moment when someone
Let's
pushed you
help the
too far,
colonizers
and
live
you
on
surprised
by
yourself
by
by
helping them
standing
do
up with a
something they
power
never
you
could do,
didn't know you
which is be a
possessed.
blessing to you,
Perhaps
to
it was
me
a
and you.
flash of intuitive knowing, so strong that ignoring it became impossible. Or it could have been the sudden inability to pretend that
Hold up, let's take it a step further. Let's teach them to promote positivity amongst each other, because when they give these people these blueprints and these tasks to go against people, they teach these people how to taint their own aura, because you're making people disrupt somebody else's path and call it judicial and call it the law or call it policy. I'm going too far.
small talk and surface relationships could satisfy a soul that had tasted the infinite. These initial eruptions were just previews of what was coming, warning shots across the bow of your old identity. People began to
But
notice
you know what?
something different
I
about
feel
you.
this. You give a person a chance to repent to God and the angels for these things because you made it a policy, you made it a law, you made it just not categorizing no situation. Just you made it to where that person had no choice, no will in this because it was a law. That way they could get to repent, but it came from you. So that way I feel like that's why I would never want to be in charge because I or else I'll be forced to correct everything. And look, I feel like we got the first president. And look, I like to talk about Donald Trump a lot because he kind of, I guess it's the Gemini in me, but he gives no fucks when it come down. He give me spiritual vibes, and people see. Look, people don't get to see what I see, but it's fine. Look, he give me spiritual vibes. It's like you're not gonna get me to do that. uh, and it's like in a way he's trying to save the world, but you can't. I wish I could say it to him. Some people don't want to be saved, Trump.
They
You
couldn't
know,
quite put their finger on what had
you just
changed.
got to do what you
Your
got to do,
energy felt more
and
intense,
not care
your
what they say
presence
about
more
you.
magnetic. When you spoke, your words carried a weight that commanded attention, even from those who had previously overlooked you. The cracks in your facade manifested in increasingly dramatic ways. You might have found
I like
yourself
this.
unable to
Since
laugh.
we talk about Trump, I like this because I was kind of shady looking at. Because I hate to hear about war and stuff like this. I hate to see people was campaigning something about Trump about a war or something, and I kept shooting past those posts, so I really don't know much. But I'm just say this, it's just my opinion, right? When I finally got a second opinion about what they were saying and kind of digged in with the real direction of why they saying it the way they were saying it, I realized the guy is actually trying to make peace so that these other countries won't go to war with us. You know, that's when I said, hold up, because you used to people promoting wars. Like, we're gathering up boys, get all your best ones. You got ads and stuff. Join the army, we need you. Because they got an upcoming event. You don't see that a lot now. You see uh uh this new president. Well, we had Trump in the past, but we get to see his real direction now because he had a point where he's learned those loopholes they created for him. So now he's directly uh going to sources like Iran and all these places like, look, I'm not affiliated with none of that shit. We saw what happened those couple years ago. I saw what that let's make, no more wars. Boys, no, we don't need to really do that because we actually like you over there in the US. No, I'm being sarcastic, but I'm seeing this guy do that and live. It's only because YouTube and TikTok keep putting these type of videos in my thread of conferences and stuff like that, and it made me click it. Some stuff I don't, but it's like, okay, and I'm seeing all the negative comments, and it reminds me of all the other videos of targets that I see that have this campaign online. If they content creators, if they share things online, you have a group of individuals saying this certain tactic to make this person look a certain way, to make it look like they're in certain type of activities, to make them and I promise you, as I notice, 90% of these people are not even associated with the activities they trying to present on them. And this is my opinion too. I'm gonna go to Krishan Rock again, right? And I'm gonna play the video. This is my observation, my opinion. I really feel like, and they know, and I feel like a lot of people know this too, and this is why they using it against her. But it's why we got to be careful how we move and not try to give them the reaction they want, because you get so mad sometimes. They stage things for a reason because they know you might react that way. You can't prove a point to them. I tell myself this every day because I be seeing the pattern. But they pissed the girl off so much, and then she, we probably had PRs tell her that, hey, those video, they thinking you drinking, girl, laughing, ha ha ha, you should do that more, girl, you going up. So she put some apple juice in the cup and sip it, knowing goddamn well she told y'all she was pregnant, knowing goddamn well you could see that her stomach poking out, knowing, and they ran with that. They ran with that. Sorry, that made me
Jokes that
feel some
once
type of way.
seemed funny, but now felt cruel or unconscious.
But you see how dangerous it
Conversations
is,
that
how these
used to flow
campaigns
effortlessly
affect people.
became exercises in barely
Because I feel
contained
like somebody
frustration
encouraged
as you
her.
struggled to connect with people
I say it one more time. I feel like somebody encouraged her based off what people were posting and interacting, and the numbers was going up. They encouraged her. Someone a part of the PR firm, someone a part of her alliance, some part I don't know, but someone encouraged her to put that apple juice, because I really believe she was drinking cranberry and apple juice or whatever type of fruit juice she drink. I really feel like she was trolling the internet and it backfired. But that's just how I feel.
Operating on frequencies that no longer matched your own.
Because the trolls
Social
made
gatherings
content
that once
videos about it
provided
and
connection
highlighted it to
now
the
felt
world.
like elaborate performances where everyone was playing roles they had long since outgrown. The Obsidian Inner Order is where you can process difficult realizations together every
Because
week on our Zoom.
what she did was, and it's just a free read. What she did do is probably what most people, young parents that had their first child had happened. Because I think that this is what they did to Krishan. She posted a vulnerable moment of her, and she probably found out she was pregnant in that era. She probably, was drinking prior, and she probably posted the clip, and people took it the wrong way. And I believe those interactions on that very video had these people contact her, or was just happen to be around her and say, "Hey girl, look at this shit. This video went the fuck up. They think, or blah blah blah, however direction they took it." And then Lil Mama got on that camera every time she could, trolling people, didn't realize that these people set this up on purpose for her to do it this way. And I know if she listened to this, she might say, "Damn," but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, because not it's all the truth. Always the truth will always justify you. You feel me? So I do feel like this young lady was trolling, and she was not really drinking on those times that she was fully pregnant. I believe it was some type of juice, and her camp promoted her to do that, and now they're using it against her because her son allegedly has autism. And this is a tactic that people did to me, but instead of them saying I drunk with my baby, they said that I was crazy and I passed it to my kids whenever they would see my kids interact the way they did, because my kids, was different from theirs. But it wasn't nothing that I did. I didn't smoke. I didn't drink. Honestly, too, y'all, I didn't let people come around me with a cigarette. If you came around me with anything, I would smash it out your hand. People would tell you. I didn't let people. I wouldn't even get into a smoking car that was just priorly smoked in. If I smelled it, I would say, "Hey, don't worry about it." And my folks would tell you I did that plenty of times. And not only that, I never drunk or drunk, period. You know what I'm saying? The most I drink is wine, y'all. I drink wine and probably a Corona once in a while. Hard liquor and stuff, I can't drink that. So it's not that I don't drink liquor. I can't drink liquor, y'all. I can't even explain to you. I probably tried one or three, two. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. I probably tried to drink to fit in with my younger days, at least two or three times, y'all, and never could drink the whole cup. It makes me very sick. It doesn't do what it do to other people, and I've always said that. That's why I can't drink. So that lets you know I definitely didn't drink when I was pregnant with my kids. I definitely didn't. I probably took a Tylenol once or I'm gonna say I took a half a Tylenol twice. I remember with one of my kids, because I had bad toothaches. That was my first one. I had bad toothache, and I was tempted and took it at least 1 or 2 times, y'all. But I was pregnant and nervous. It was nothing about Tylenol. I was pregnant and nervous, and I steered away from everything, y'all. So man, my kids came out autistic. So it's like you gotta cut the theory of, because they doing exactly what they did to me to Krishan, blaming her for her baby. And I might be wrong. Sorry, I'm not a doctor, but I just feel like the baby is autistic, and so is Krishan.
Calls with people who understand that some of life's most painful experiences become our greatest teachers. We don't encourage bitterness. We cultivate wisdom.
That's the
Your
only purpose
ability
I
to
keep
see
talking about
people's true
Krishan Rock,
character
because
is a
I think
gift that will protect you from future betrayals. Your
she
willingness
mimicked
to
a high
forgive while
functioning
maintaining
autistic
boundaries
person.
shows strength,
It
not
explains
weakness. Your wisdom was earned through
The
experience,
reason she
not
act the way
given
she do, but
freely.
her baby
Connect with people who value truth.
it's having symptoms of just, you know, because boys take it, boys are different on the spectrum, you know what I'm saying. I'm just gonna say less because I don't want it to sound like I'm really like, because I'm not a doctor and I don't know this for sure. I'm just telling you, I think, because my daughter and Junior are act very, my oldest one acted similar, very, not just similar, very similar to Junior. She walked late and she's very intelligent. That little boy, see, people keep calling him those names and don't realize that boy might grow up and be a pilot. That boy might grow up and be an engineer. I'm telling you, he gonna be so smart. It's he. I don't feel like he. I don't know how to say it. I'm gonna just start right there.
Join the Obsidian Inner Order. Link in the description.
He just
Your body
has
began to
having
rebel
sensory
against the
issues. He
constraints of
taking his
living
time
inauthentically.
learning the
Chronic
environment to
fatigue
before
that
he
had
make a
plagued you
move.
for
That's all it
years
is.
might
That's
have
what
suddenly
autistic people.
lifted,
He
replaced
figuring
by
shit out, but I
surges of
guarantee
energy
you,
that felt
everything
almost
you expected him to do, he can probably figure it out and do it real quick. But he just autistic people are different.
electric. Sleep patterns shifted dramatically as your
I think little
consciousness began
Junior gonna
operating
prove it to the
according to
world. Give
cosmic
him some
rather than
time.
social rhythms.
He gonna prove my
Physical
point.
symptoms that doctors couldn't explain manifested as your energetic system struggled to contain power that was rapidly outgrowing its current containers. Dreams became vivid to the point of feeling more real than waking life. You might have found yourself receiving detailed guidance, prophetic visions, or profound teachings during sleep that left you feeling simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated upon waking. Past life memories began surfacing, not as fantasy, but as visceral recollections that explained current patterns and relationships in ways that linear thinking never could. Your emotional range expanded beyond what you had thought humanly possible. Moments of
Oh, I
inexplicable
never
joy would wash
aspired
over
to
you
her.
like waves, followed by periods of grief so profound they seemed to encompass the suffering of all humanity. This wasn't mood instability. It was your consciousness learning to process the full spectrum of cosmic emotion, preparing you to serve as a conduit for healing energies that require enormous emotional capacity to channel effectively. The most unsettling aspect of this phase was the growing sense that you were being
Yeah,
watched,
I'm gonna get ready to get
guided,
off in a
even
little bit.
controlled by forces beyond your understanding.
I want to make me some eggs
Synchronicities
and stuff.
multiplied to the point where dismissing them as coincidence became impossible. You might
I'm
have
probably
begun
gonna make me
receiving
some eggs and
the
grits.
same message from multiple sources within short periods of time, as if the universe was ensuring you couldn't miss important communications. Numbers, symbols, and signs appeared with such frequency that your rational mind struggled to maintain its skeptical stance. During this building
Maybe
pressure
some eggs
phase,
and grits
your
and
relationship with time began to shift in ways that defied conventional
I
understanding.
got some turkey
Minutes could
sausages
feel
in there. I
like
don't want that
hours
though.
when you were engaged in spiritual practice or deep contemplation. Conversely, days could pass in what felt
I
like
want like some
moments when you were
salmon
absorbed
croquettes or
in
something. I
creative
think
or
that's what I'm gonna
healing
make.
work.
Some salmon
You began to
croquettes
sense
with
that
some
linear
mackerel.
time was just one way of organizing experience, and that your consciousness was learning to operate in
I
multiple
hope I
temporal
got another
dimensions
can in there.
simultaneously. Your psychic abilities, which had always been present but carefully suppressed, began asserting themselves with increasing insistence. You might have started knowing who was calling before looking at your phone, or sensing the emotional states of people before they spoke. Visits to certain locations could trigger intense
Oh, let me
energetic
make sure my
downloads or
card is
emotional
locked.
releases that
Damn.
seemed connected to events that
Y'all,
had
I
occurred
think
there in the
I done
past.
fucked up.
Your hands might have begun to
When
heat
I
up
left the gas
spontaneously,
station,
or you could have found
hold
yourself
on, I'm kind of feeling this type of way. When I left the gas station, I forgot to, first of all, I gotta do this. Tell y'all. So let me see. No, you did not. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. They logged me out. Okay, hold up. Let me see. Forget it. Let me just. I don't like how they did that. So I have to manually. Figure out how much me because they logged me out. So when I log back in, I don't see. Because y'all, this is crazy. I can't even tell y'all because they gonna really log me out of that too real quick. So I can't see. Let me see. Oh, okay. I like that. So let's see. I see why they did that. All right, let me play this while I do this.
Instinctively knowing exactly what to say to comfort someone in pain, but you weren't ready yet. The full revelation was still building, still gathering force like a tsunami that
Hopefully I
starts as
catch
a
this,
barely
y'all.
perceptible shift in the ocean floor before becoming an unstoppable wall of transformation. The universe was giving you and everyone around you time to prepare for what was coming, because
Damn,
once the full
y'all, I
truth of
fucked
who
up.
you are emerged, there would be no going back to the comfortable illusions of your previous existence. This preparation period served multiple functions beyond just building pressure for your eventual emergence. It was also testing your commitment to your own evolution. Would you choose the familiar discomfort of living small over the unknown territory of stepping into your power? Would you prioritize others' comfort over your own authentic expression? Would you allow fear of judgment to keep you trapped in a version of yourself that you had clearly outgrown? Every day that you chose courage over comfort, authenticity over approval, truth over convenience, you were strengthening the foundation for what was about to emerge. Every moment when you honored your inner
All right,
knowing, despite
whatever.
external pressure to conform, you were building the unshakable confidence that would soon be required to fulfill your divine mission. Every time you chose to trust the mysterious process unfolding within you, rather than trying to control or understand it, you were demonstrating your readiness for the cosmic responsibility you were about to inherit. And then it happened. The volcanic eruption you'd been building toward for years finally broke through the surface of your carefully controlled existence, and what poured forth was so pure, so powerful, so undeniably authentic, that everyone who witnessed it was left speechless. The eruption began with your voice. After years of carefully modulating your words to avoid conflict or discomfort, you suddenly found yourself speaking with an authority that seemed to come from somewhere beyond your individual consciousness. Your voice carried frequencies that people felt in their bodies, rather than just hearing with their ears. When you spoke truth, it resonated so deeply that pretense became impossible in your presence. People found themselves confessing secrets they had never told anyone, or suddenly seeing through illusions they had maintained for decades. But it wasn't just your voice that transformed. Your entire energetic signature shifted into something that demanded attention. The invisible hermit, who had perfected the art of blending into backgrounds, suddenly became unmissable. The physical transformation was equally dramatic. Where once you had moved through the world with the tentative energy of someone apologizing for taking up space, you now claimed your territory with the confidence of someone who had earned their place through trials by fire. Your posture shifted from protective hunching to proud expansion. Your gaze, once averted to avoid unwanted attention, now met others directly with the fearless curiosity of someone who had nothing left to hide. People watched in stunned amazement as you shed layer after layer of protective masks and revealed the blazing core of your authentic self. Where they expected to see the familiar quiet person they thought they knew, they encountered instead a spiritual force of nature whose very presence changed the frequency of every room they entered. Your words carried the authority of someone who had journeyed to the depths of their own soul and returned with treasures that could heal lifetimes of pain. The truth that emerged was multifaceted, like a diamond catching light from every angle. You weren't just a sensitive person who had learned to manage your gifts. You were a messenger of the divine, capable of bridging the gap between the seen and unseen worlds. You weren't just someone who had survived difficult circumstances. You were a wounded healer whose scars had become portals for transmitting profound wisdom. You weren't just an individual undergoing personal transformation. You were a catalyst for collective awakening, whose emergence would give others permission to reclaim their own authentic power. Your healing abilities, which had been developing in secret for years, suddenly burst forth with startling intensity. A touch could calm anxiety that had plagued someone for decades. A few words of guidance could shift perspectives that had been locked in place for lifetimes. Your mere presence in a space could dissolve tension and create safety for others to access their own buried wisdom. People began seeking you out, not because you advertised these abilities, but because their souls recognized in you something they had been desperately seeking. The prophetic downloads that had been trickling through your consciousness for years became a flood of cosmic information. You found yourself knowing things you had never learned, understanding patterns you had never studied, speaking wisdom that seemed to come from sources far beyond your individual experience. These weren't vague intuitions or emotional impressions. They were precise, detailed insights about people's life paths, the hidden dynamics of relationships, the energetic signatures of decisions, and the cosmic timing of events. Your emotional mastery, forged through years of feeling everything intensely, now allowed you to remain centered in your own peace, while simultaneously holding space for others' most intense experiences. You could witness someone's deepest pain without being destabilized by it. You could feel their joy without losing yourself in it. You had become a stable reference point that others could trust to remain steady regardless of what storms were raging around you. The creativity that had been suppressed for years erupted like a geyser, producing art, writing, music,
I like this.
or
I was
other.
reading this form and only clicked on it because Cora just sent it to me. But I only clicked on it and read it because I had a lot of people DMing me saying this in my DM on Facebook. When I had posted those videos of me asking people to help me, y'all, they sent people to me saying to they was gonna deposit money in my, you know what I'm saying. I know y'all probably saw it, but I'm saying I had never had people do it like that in a pattern. Like it was like 10 different people trying to get my attention saying that. So this person said, Ilian said, I have been talking to a scammer, and today I received a check in my name that I had to sign for. How do I find out if it's real? What do I do? So Alien said, okay, here's how this scam usually works. This scammer wants you to deposit the check in your bank account and send him or someone else money, right? The check is for the amount above whatever you thought it would be, right? So you deposit the check, your bank will put a hold on it. And if you're smart, you won't touch that money unless it clears. But your scammer will be pushing you to send him whatever part of the money is released right away. As the check is processed, the bank finds out it's phony. Then the one I got was drawn. Oh, this person is explaining that, that she investigated it. Excuse me. The one I got was drawn on a legitimate bank account, but the check itself was a phony number. Someone just had checks printed with the name and bank account of a major corporation. It was sending them out. I knew it was a scam, so I didn't fall for it. But just out of curiosity, I called the bank to verify the check. It was legitimate because the company name and bank account info was correct, and there was certainly enough money in the company's account to cover the check. So I called the company and I spoke to the accountants payable people. Guess what? Not the check, not the check number. The person that she's saying that's communicating with her, it was not their check and not their check number. And if I had deposited that check, it would have cleared temporarily before it was reported as fraud ultimately. Not only would my bank have taken back all the money plus the bounce check fees, but I could have found myself in trouble for bank fraud and now other charges. We recently had someone trying this with one of our business accountants. Thankfully, we didn't have enough money in that account to cover the checks, and the bank flagged the checks as possible fraud because we only write 4 checks a year on that account for property taxes only. So this is like angelic message to me, you know what I'm saying? Because I didn't fall for the test. I never did. People always used to do it in the past, but like I said, when I posted that video in the campaign itself, I had a leap of them just advertising this little scam right here to me, hoping that I opened the message to begin with. See, look, me, I'm a different breed from amongst my peers that use Facebook and all these DM messenger apps, Cause I don't reply to most people. Like your comment have to stand out from the notifications for me to even waste my time to read it. And if I get too far and it's trolling, I won't reply to you. I won't even read the rest, and I won't reply to you. So these type of comments definitely don't get open. And if it's mistakenly open, and I'm not replying to it. The point I'm trying to make is like, because this they do this in real life too. They they want you to fall for something that's gonna get you fucked up, because something like that will get you so fucked up and now you're vulnerable. So this is explaining so many different tactics that's being used if they doing stuff like that, because they really just tried to make that happen to me. Like, okay, you need some money, while you got other people in the comments saying get a job, and at the same time these people in the comment, I mean my DMs, telling me to do this. You got all of this set up like this. This person is writing on every video at right now at the same moment, saying get a job, saying this and that. Then you got in real life a scenario where people are telling you, you know what I'm saying, something that's in code that coincide with the whole situation you got going on. Now this is a level of stress, because it's gonna cause you to be overstimulated. If you, even to people that's not on the spectrum, it's gonna cause you to be severely overstimulated, because now you in an obstacle course trying to get through each one at one time versus a regular person trying to get through the moment. All right, I'm really saying a lot of nothing.
Expressions that seem to channel cosmic frequencies rather than personal inspiration. Your creative works carried healing codes that activated dormant potentials in others. People could feel their consciousness expanding just by engaging with whatever you had created. Your artistic expression became another vehicle for your divine mission, reaching people who might never seek out spiritual teaching, but who could receive profound transformation through beauty. Most shocking of all was your newfound ability to set boundaries that were simultaneously loving and absolutely non-negotiable. Where once you had allowed others to drain your energy through inappropriate demands or disrespectful behavior, you now protected your sacred mission with the fierce devotion of a guardian protecting treasure. You could say no without guilt, end relationships without drama, and prioritize your own well-being without apology. This wasn't selfishness, it was the wise stewardship of gifts too precious to waste on those who couldn't appreciate them. Now your sensitivity, no longer a burden to be managed, has become your most powerful tool for offering healing to a world desperate for authentic connection. The sacred rage that once threatened to consume you has transformed into unstoppable motivation to create positive change wherever you go. The isolation that felt like abandonment is now recognized as the necessary preparation for a mission that requires operating from a frequency most people have never accessed. The divine interventions that once felt like cruel punishments.
I don't know. I'll read this person's post that's new to this core stuff. Just had this in my notification from why she titled it, "Why Am I Being Gang Stalked?" So she said, I don't know whether I'm afraid to talk about it or if I'm just sick of talking about it. I guess those two things are not mutually exclusive. So it could be both. Like, TI's, I don't know I didn't know what's happening until it was in full swing. And I'm gonna be honest, if I had found Cora, I would still have really no answers or information. I think I might have additional information that few TIs possess for some reason. I've written quite a few posts that explain what I have experienced and files I have found on my phones and weird sensations I have felt in my head, neck, and back. Some of the stuff is really hard to talk about because I'm very afraid of people just telling me I'm just crazy. This stuff is real. I want to tell you guys about how they are trying to make me sick in my apartment. I want to know if they have done these things to others. With a sad. So let's get a couple comments. So Sheila wrote a couple things and left some information. So let's read. Sheila Power said, "Yes, they're fuming us. I didn't talk about it until I found the system logs to prove it, and I still hesitate to tell most people. This is my 5th year, and I now openly talk about it here for about. I've now been talking about it here for the past year or so, but that's it. Only here on Coral. I've been wanting to create a space for this. We should really share what we've learned. Like look for a state. She lists the file. She said like uh configure files. What is this I'm reading? I don't really want to click on this. So I don't know. I want the most be a 20. So I just read what else she wrote. I'm not gonna click on that. She said, so they're disgusting scumbags. I'm not gonna say what else she said. When you keep your windows open, you notice. Um, that's really keep your windows open when you notice. That's crazy. She said that. We used to have these box fans, right, when I was younger. And I don't think about it. That means I've been targeted way longer than I thought. It just got intense, I guess, because listen, when I was younger, we had this this window fan, box fan type of thing. This was in the like early 2000s. We had this window type of fan set up, and you could see through it a little bit. And one day I woke up hearing my neighbor scream something that I couldn't understand, but it just sound really, intense outside. And I look. A lot of things happened at that apartment building, by the way. But when I look out, I really look to the window. There's a figure, somebody standing there. When I click the light on, when I look on it now, it's this brotherhood looking figure type of person set up just how they be set up now. Like, look, it doesn't look like a homeless person, even though he was portraying a homeless person. He looked very expensive and looking in my window. And the neighbor was screaming, telling him to get to move and start looking in that young lady window and stuff like that. So this lady just said something about putting box fan in the windows, and you will notice. You will notice a hit from the technology. I guess she's saying that's really, really, really funny that she say that, because it explains why he was standing at my window to begin with, because the frequencies are bouncing off of that fan, that box fan. And this is too much. I don't want to really say too much, but I'm talking about the MK Ultra software, because that's why I allegedly a lot of things socially that happen socially is as a result of that equipment being used on somebody in the area. Yeah, because now, like I explained a little earlier in this live, the tactics and techniques and strategies they use on these people are affecting everybody around them, their children, their friends, whoever ride in the car with them. It's just like it's similar to, when I said be careful to the TIs, be careful with who you keep in your energy, because some of these people have dark omens around them. It's the same, and it affect everybody that's interacting with that target, mentally and most of the time physically as well.
Are now understood as precisely calibrated experiences designed to activate dormant potentials within your consciousness. The synchronicities that seemed random and meaningless have woven
Because they're
themselves into a
experiencing
clear
the
pattern,
technology.
pointing toward your role as a bridge
The
between
technology
worlds.
might, let's say the technology don't work on that person that they aiming it towards, but it works on the person nearby, because they got a few perimeters off. Now you got somebody causing the scene. You know what I'm saying? Like the man standing in my window.
Relationships that fell away have made space for soul connections so profound they feel like remembrances of ancient agreements made before incarnation. People are speechless because they're witnessing something they thought was impossible. A human being who has transmuted every grain of suffering into pure wisdom, every moment of doubt into unshakable knowing, Every experience of rejection into magnetic self-acceptance. Your transformation becomes proof that no one is beyond redemption, no situation is beyond hope, no soul is too damaged to reclaim its birthright of power and purpose. As more chosen ones like yourself step out of hiding and into their power, the old systems based on fear and limitation begin to crumble. Your courage to be authentic gives others permission to do the same, creating ripple effects that extend far beyond what you can currently perceive. The hermit who once hid in shadows has become the
Okay,
lighthouse.
let's read Brian Two's lives in New York wrote. A direct energy weapon system of the U.S. Department of Defense is used to silence and KILL whistleblowers, activists, and dissidents, or anyone that American shadow governments considers a threat. I think I read this before. CIA, DIA contractors using SCALE, R&M, I say that right? R&M supercomputer via brain to computer interface. Electronic brain to brain interface and brain to cloud interface are targeting their victims' cerebral cortex. Oh, okay, hold up. Electronic brain to brain interface and brain to cloud interface are targeting their targeted cerebral cortex with a bidirectional fabricated and falsified bit stream of electromagnetic low frequency waves, specifically tuned into the victim's brainwave signature via a stream of ELF waves called the information and injection feedback loop, using fabricated and falsified brainwave signals causing heart attacks, strokes, and other secondary and terror ter- tertiary diseases and disorders. One of my dad, I gotta stop for a second. When my dad passed from a heart attack, because I had spoke to him and I had done just remembered everything he was telling me that he was currently facing and going through. It all sounds like I even said that they done took my daddy out. And people were telling me something else how he caught a heart attack, and I'm like, no, 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 no. They was using this software on him because I caught one in the house. It didn't dawn on me today, and I never talk about electromagnetic waves and shit like that. But my chest, I just remember laying there before I got the news of my pops passing from a heart attack. I remember, and it's all online, y'all. It's all online. I posted it as it was happening. That's why I'm saying it's all online. My chest was caving in. My like I could feel it in the back. It wasn't just in the front. I could feel it from the spot that it was hurting in that one spot, and also my back was burning in that same location. It didn't feel normal. Whoever I was speaking to at the moment, I told them that it didn't feel normal, and I was about to like go to the hospital. I was monitoring myself each time, and I noticed that what I did notice that didn't feel right to me is that it only hurt when I positioned a certain way. Understand this. It only did that excruciating pain when I laid a certain way, mimicking like a disorder or something. But if it was like caused by, just failed organs, it would have hurt it no matter how I laid. I did notice that. And I'm not just the smartest person, the brightest person. I'm just moving off my body. The fact that, because I'm a timing person, I calculated how quick the pain went away when I turned this way. So I'm gonna lay this way now. When it start hurting that way, it's like the technology they was using was getting thrown off in some way, because it would start hurting again eventually. Then when I turn another way, it would completely stop hurting. It's like that's not like how the body works. It's what I was feeling in the moment. So when I got the news, like understand, I'm in that feeling while that's happening to me a couple days ago, and it did it twice. Like that night, and then the next night I didn't feel it. The next night it happened again. Had me feeling in the beginning like, oh God, what's going on? I'm scared to go. I need to go to, you know what I'm saying? Hospital, something ain't right. My chest, I'm having a heart attack. Got through that, didn't feel it no more, and then boom, I get a phone call. My pops just passed from a heart attack, and I posted this too. It's a whole timeline of all this. Damn, and I made it an angelic way, like saying that I just had one and my pops passed from one. Let me keep listening
That
because it's
guides
making me
others
feel
home
some
to
type of way.
themselves. The
I'm gonna
sensitive
listen to
soul
this a little
who
bit, then I'm
felt
gonna
too
finish
much
reading.
has become the healer who helps others feel safe to be vulnerable. The wounded warrior who survived the unsurvivable has become the
I'm gonna
teacher
stop
who...
because that was confirmation. Like this is what they doing to so many people. So what was I? Because I was right about my dad. So somehow, like, okay, focus. What was I? Um, damn. Point at which point at which the trauma-based mind control victim suffers congestive heart failure, stroke, adrenaline damage, artificially induced diseases, etc. It is an important metric in the training, research, and development of how to more effectively assassinate people with the silent to slow kill technology. A computer multiplexer routes the signal to a tower, satellite, or mobile platform, and the tower, satellite, or mobile platform relays the signal to the digital receiver, similar to the cell phone technology works. Similar to how cell phone technology works. The digital receiver is tracked and pinpointed in real time, just like a cell phone, except with the CIA, DIA trauma-based mind control technology. The digital receiver is not a phone; it is a human brain. The brain of the mind control victim has been digitalized by the nanotechnology, etc., adhering to neurotransmitters in his or her brain, but nanotech is not even necessary for mind control technologies of the CIA, DIA to work properly, just necessary for training, research, and development in a real world environment using innocent men, women, and children as guinea pigs. The nanotechnology speaks to and decodes the neurotransmitters in the victim's brain, allowing the CIA, DIA trauma based mind control cognitive researchers to turn the brain of the victim into their very own visual, verbal, and auditive communication system after they have mapped the brain of the victim into a cognitive model, which they achieve by way of repetitive infliction of physical and psychological trauma. CIA DIA supercomputers use physical and psychological trauma to map out and reverse engineer the sensory and neural pathways of the victim's brain and central nervous system, meaning they are mapping patterns with identifiers. They are linking evoked potentials with descriptions. In order to map patterns with identifiers, the CIA, DIA contractors, neuroscientists, psychologists, psychiatrists, behavioral scientists, etc., have to create patterns. Patterns of what though? Memory and thought. They are using physical and psychological trauma to force the victim into repetitive patterns of behavior called response statistics, which can be remotely measured and integrated back into RNM data. Notice how Brandy Vaughn was first stalked and gaslight before her MURDR trauma. Only the trauma-based mind control victim absorbs the stream of electromagnetic low-frequency waves that is suspiciously, suspiciously, here I go again, suspiciously, I know how to say it, but sufficiently turned into the braid. I can't even move past it. Only the trauma-based mind control victim absorbs the stream of electromagnetic wave frequency waves that is superficially turned to the brain wave signatures. Superficially. Why that's so crazy? I hate when my brain do that. Superficially. Suspiciously. Especially. Y'all, why do I do that? I'm going blank. That's what it is. Okay, I could not worry about the word. So y'all see it live what I be having to, which then interface with the nanotechnology in the victim's brain. This is y'all saw it live. They did that. This is because only I'm going too hard. This is because only the victim possesses the specific The specific brainwave signature that the stream is suspiciously turned into. Others around others around the victim do not absorb the energy of the or feel effects because they do not possess. That's not accurate because they do. It affects other people, but I agree with everything else. Others around the victim do not absorb the energy of it feels effects in the way they do. I gotta say it one time because they do not possess the same unique brainwave signature as the victim. I get it. The stream of the electromagnetic low frequency waves just flows through and around them, and they are unaware. Take two cell phone towers and place them Take two cell phones and place them both on the table next to each other. Dial a specific number. Only one phone rings because only that phone possesses the specific resonance frequency for that number. CIA DIA contractors are using a fabricated or falsified stream of electromagnetic energy that contains a carrier frequency. Here we go again, specifically turn to the unique, I don't have to worry about that word, to turn the unique one of a kind brainwave signature of the mind control victim to interface with the memory and thought process. Once you become offended, you believe that impulse injections are your own on the system's output, or they believe your responses to them are consistent. They will begin to fabricate subconscious responses which they will pretend are indicators of honesty, dishonesty, positive recognition, anxiety, or etc. And they will use these impulse injections to convince you that the fabricated response are your own. I think I just said that earlier. They want it to look like it's you. They want it to blame. Make sure everything is directed and to making it seem like it was all your fault in any situation. If you are unaware of this constant mental manipulation, the system will begin to shape your thoughts and behavior. They will use this to an attempt to restrict your thoughts and behavior by blocking, interfering with your memory and thought process while these mental suggestions are being provided. The interference is triggered and can be activated at will by these attackers. And it's a picture of this guy having what seems like a heart attack.
Shows others that victory is always possible, no matter how impossible the odds may seem. What leaves people speechless isn't just the magnitude of your transformation, it's the recognition that if such profound change is possible for you, it might also be possible for them. In your authentic presence, they remember what human beings are truly capable of when they stop limiting themselves and start embracing their divine nature. Your emergence becomes a mirror that reflects their own potential back to them, and that recognition is so powerful, it literally stops them in their tracks. This is your time, chosen one. The truth about who you are can no longer be contained within the small containers that once seemed necessary for survival. The world is ready for your medicine, your message, your unique frequency of love and wisdom. What's coming out about you leaves people speechless, not because it's shocking, but because it's so magnificently, undeniably true that all other responses become inadequate. Your story has come full circle, from the hidden hermit, afraid of being seen, to the radiant beacon impossible to ignore. The revelation that began this journey, that something profound about you was preparing to emerge, has fulfilled itself in ways more spectacular than anyone could have imagined. You are the living proof that the divine doesn't abandon its chosen ones, but forges them into instruments of such power and beauty that their very existence changes the world simply by being authentically, courageously, magnificently themselves.
I like that. I'm about to get ready to get off here. I'm actually finna get off. I gotta put all my stuff up. I need some grits and eggs to make, and possibly some macaroni if I have some. And I want to store the rest for the girls when they get up. So I don't have to turn the
Chosen
stove on
one,
when it get hot
everything
because
you
my air
thought
is
you
off.
knew about your situation
So
has
it's
just
cool
been
enough now
turned
to make it real
completely
quick
upside down in a single
before the
night.
sun come up.
That person who broke your heart,
What
who
is this?
defended your enemies
Chosen one,
while you
everything
stood
took
alone
overnight.
bleeding in your
Somebody's
truth,
defending
they
you
just
fiercely now.
experienced the most
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll
earth-shattering
listen to a little
awakening
bit
of
of
their
this. Let me put all my
existence.
stuff in my
And
book
the
bag.
reversal that's about to unfold will expose a conspiracy so deep, so calculated, that even you won't believe how far these people went to destroy what you too had. While you've been healing in isolation, believing you lost everything, the universe has been orchestrating the most elaborate vindication in spiritual history.
Oh, my
Every
bad.
tear
I was
you cried
reading
in silence,
notification.
every night you questioned your worth,
That is
every
so
moment
sweet.
you wondered if you were crazy for seeing what others couldn't see, all of it was building toward this moment when the
Wipe my
truth
face.
exploded like a nuclear bomb, obliterating every lie they built around you. The person who shattered you is about to become your greatest defender, and they're approaching this mission like their very
Hold on, I
existence
think I'm gonna
depends
listen
on
to a
it.
little bit of this.
This isn't because they want you back. No, this goes deeper
So,
than personal
chosen
desire.
one, everything
This is
flipped
about
this flip
cosmic
overnight.
justice,
Somebody's defending
divine
you
assignment, and a
fiercely now.
spiritual
This
debt
one, Astral
that
Artem, I'm
demands
gonna like it
payment.
right now.
They've been given a mission from the highest realms. Expose every single person who participated in the systematic destruction of your connection, or watch their own soul fragment under the weight of karmic consequence. Your divine counterpart, and yes, that's what they are, even if they forgot for a while, has been living inside a carefully constructed psychological prison. 3 specific individuals positioned themselves as wise counselors in their life, but these weren't random friendships that developed naturally. These were strategic placements,
I see
chosen
where this
ones.
going.
The storyteller who specializes in character assassination through carefully crafted lies. The shadow competitor who has been studying your light for years, learning how to dim it through manipulation. And the information harvester who masqueraded as a trusted friend while collecting your secrets like weapons. This trinity of deception didn't just want to separate you from your person. They wanted to completely reprogram their understanding of reality itself. They fed them a steady diet of poison disguised as wisdom, turning every beautiful memory you shared into something questionable, every authentic moment into something that needed to be analyzed and
This is
doubted.
very relatable
They
and
created an alternate reality
something I've
where
been
your
going
love
through.
was the problem, where your spiritual gifts were delusion, where
Something
your
I've been recently
intuitive
going.
warnings were
Let's
jealousy
see,
and
in the sense
control.
being that you
But
have
here's the first element that's about to unravel everything. While they were busy rewriting your person's perception of you, they made a critical error. They underestimated the power of authentic soul connection. Deep in their subconscious, your person never stopped feeling the truth of what you shared. Every lie they accepted
Okay, so
created
let's
internal
thank you, Cora. Shout out to Cora. How does gang stalking benefit anybody involved? Sonya Floyd said briefly, it is a job for these ghetto, uneducated, incompetent gang stalkers. I read once on the YouTube, they get paid, on a well-written article that stalkers get paid $8 and it moves up from there, to $8 an hour and it moves up from there to getting gift cards like from Target or Walmart, specific places, uh, other places to feed homeless, etc. Keep in mind these are most likely majority. Keep likely. Uh, damn, I clicked something. Ah, you son of a gun! And I didn't really do that. That was going too hard on that post. You know, someone just added me to a group message. Let's see, we time frame and shit. So I lost the post just now. Damn, son of a gun. Hold on. Let me play this. I don't think. Let me see
Every
if I
time
could
they defended
type
their
it in
manipulators,
the
their
person
spirit
name. I gotta try to
rebelled.
remember it.
The cognitive dissonance was slowly
Said,
driving
how
them
do
insane, and
people
isolation became
benefit
their
from
only
being
escape
involved?
from the contradictions. That isolation you
How
thought
does
was
gang stalking
abandonment.
benefit anybody?
It
I
was
think that's
actually
what it
divine
said.
intervention. The universe physically removed your person
Okay,
from
boom,
the
I found it.
influence of
Here we
their
go. That was perfect. So briefly, it's a job for these ghetto, uneducated, incompetent gang stalkers. I read once on YouTube in a well-written article that stalkers get paid $8 an hour and it moves up from there to getting gift cards, like from I'm just say specific places to feed themselves, etc. Keep in mind these are most likely the majority of uneducated people with no morals. They never most likely had the proper guidance in life so far and never been around people of integrity to know the difference. They get rewarded but not even enough to be supportive to a home comfortable lifestyle. I read just some change to buy their likes, whatever, and what makes them feel good. It also makes them feel important around those kind of low grade people. You cannot do better if you do not know better. Some paid stalkers have asked me, "You don't fit the description for someone to gang stalk you. What did you do to be given your name to degrade you, etc." I said I reported RAPE, and everything went downhill from the RAPIST, etc. Stalkers are not to talk with you, but if they do, I learned that some of them do not know that they are told. They don't understand that, but they are told to lie on TIs to try to make their life miserable in such ways that they benefit for. The benefit for an unwise person stalking is some charges, money paid, and for them to involve you. Mm, they don't have the credentials to get a respectable job, I guess, and many of them are KILLED and found DEAD because the stalkers will tell less for time, and we are all told. Oh, I get it. Many of them. She got 56 replies to that, and here I go again. Okay, they driving
Handlers,
crazy.
so their consciousness could begin to clear.
They driving crazy on
Hurt
the
in an
next
accident
block.
with an 18-wheeler? 18-wheelers cause big damage. Weighing up to 80,000 pounds, their impact is absolute influence of their handlers, so their consciousness could begin to clear. In that hermit phase, with only their own thoughts and the silence that revealed everything, the downloads began. Not gentle whispers of awareness, but torrential floods of recognition that nearly broke their mind with the magnitude of deception they'd been living under. The awakening hit them like a spiritual emergency. Suddenly, they could see the puppet strings. Every conversation with their so-called advisors replayed with perfect clarity, revealing the subtle manipulations, the leading questions, the ways their own words were twisted and fed back
Okay,
to
so
them.
let's read his statement in her comments. Sia Gill reposted a video of this guy that potentially was a ex gang stalker or whatever, and he admitted pretty much everything. And I'm not gonna play the video, but this person is describing it, and it said he admitted to being a part of it in some type of government with the politicians who allow, and they said the politicians who allow this to continue and the gang stalkers that are paid via gift cards. Here's the link in case anyone wants to take a look at how this happens in San Jose and who is responsible there. She said Sonya Floyd replied to him and said, "Thank you, Sid. I have seen this video also, and when I reviewed it, he also said that the meetings were being held at a city hall building. I tried to find this guy, but he could not be found by the information we have. But honestly, we did find his phone number, but the address wasn't the same. I believe him also because from all that we know, there are different levels of stalking. What most TIs discuss in the police are the bush. It's a mess. Yeah, okay. Okay, TIs discuss in the police men are bullshit. Simple. Mm. It's sad what they do to people to make them fear them. Most like telling on your principal or job supervisor, but I wish. Mm, to learn. Ooh, they say it involved most FBI, CIA, some polices, all the little ignorant thugs. Tell them to handle us all the time. They give names all the time. Avoid jail. They avoid jail. I'm like skipping a lot. This person seemed real mad writing this, and they are telling on each other pretty much what she said. If we read here on Coral, just remember that trust no one. Most of the officers are corrupt. They make big money off the unorganized gang stalkers. That's telling on all of them. I think that guy was crazy in this video, though, to speak out like that. I did not know you were. But thank you for the link. It can help some good people. We have a right for purpose. Okay, I'm gonna skip a lot of that.
They realized they'd been defending people who were actively sabotaging the most real thing they'd ever experienced. The shame of this recognition has been consuming them, but shame has a way of transforming into righteous fury when it reaches critical mass. Your person hasn't just awakened to the truth, they've accepted a divine assignment that goes beyond personal redemption. They've become what I call a spiritual cleanup crew member, tasked with exposing not just what was done to your connection, but the entire network of manipulation these people use against other chosen ones. This isn't about winning you back anymore. This is about cosmic justice demanding its due, and they're pursuing it with the intensity of someone whose very soul depends on making this right. The trinity of deception is about to face what happens when someone with nothing left to lose decides to burn down every bridge they ever used for manipulation. Your person is preparing to release what I call the Pandora Protocol, a systematic exposure of every lie, every manipulation, every secret agenda that was used against you both. But this isn't random emotional venting. This is strategic, calculated, devastating revelation designed to ensure these people can never operate this way again. They're moving with military precision, documenting everything, because they understand that half measures won't satisfy the debt they owe to your connection. The trinity of deception is about to face what happens when someone with nothing left to lose decides to burn down every bridge they ever used for manipulation. Your person is preparing to release what I call the Pandora Protocol, a systematic exposure of every lie, every manipulation, every secret agenda that was used against you both. But this isn't random emotional venting. This is strategic, calculated, devastating revelation designed to ensure these people can never operate this way again. The storyteller who built their reputation on spinning tales that destroy other people's lives is about to have their own story dissected in public. Every lie they told about you, every narrative they crafted to turn people against you, every moment they played victim while orchestrating attacks, all of it is going to be laid bare with receipts, timestamps and evidence that makes denial impossible. Their credibility isn't just going to be damaged, it's going to be obliterated so thoroughly that they'll become a cautionary tale about what happens when you mess with divine connections.
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to go to court or pay expensive
What happens when you mess with divine connections? The shadow competitor who has been secretly envying your light while pretending to support your person is about to experience the very isolation and humiliation they tried to create for you. Every moment they pretended to care while secretly sabotaging, every time they planted seeds of doubt about your character, every instance they celebrated your pain while offering false comfort, it's all going to be exposed with the kind of precision that only comes from divine justice.
They wanted to steal your position in your person's life, but they're about to lose their position in everyone's life. The information harvester who collected your private details and weaponized them against you is about to learn what real violation feels like. Every confidence you shared that they twisted, every vulnerability they exploited, every secret they turned into ammunition, the tables are about to turn with interest. Your person has been keeping track of every manipulation they witnessed, every time they saw this so-called friend betray your trust, and the evidence they're about to present will ensure this person never gains anyone's trust again. While these three were busy attacking you, they accidentally activated something they never anticipated. You are a chosen one, and when chosen ones are attacked unjustly, the universe doesn't just take notes, it builds cases. Every spell they cast bounced.
They getting mad that I'm playing this video. They really doing too much around me. So, let's read this from Coral. I'm about to get off. What is it like to be the targeted individual? Lucia Lavenda said, it is a life-changing experience. You will realize that the world you are living in isn't the same you thought it is. You will realize that there is something true in almost all conspiracy theories out there. The positive side of it, yes, there are a few positive, is that you are no longer an ordinary sheep. You will become enlightened by this experience. But there are also bunches of negatives. There are bunches of negative sides as well. Of course, like gang stalkers will sabotage your jobs, earnings, so that you will have to become extremely creative in how to make money on your own. They will sabotage your relationships, etc. One of the worst parts, in my opinion, is that they don't let you have a genuine romantic experience with a person of your interest. Either that person is hostile towards you since they are likely part of the operation against you, or he or she is discouraged from approaching you. You are blackmailed to them, etc. You are forced to live with no romance in your life, thinking that you are ugly or stupid since they encourage you to think negatively about yourself. You learn to question everything in life. In a way, you also become much more sophisticated and intelligent than those who don't know about gang stalking. You learn to trust your instinct more, and you gain a better logic as well. Wow, that was beautiful.
Back on
That
them.
was beautiful.
Every lie they told created cracks in their own foundation. Every manipulation
Sorry,
they
it wasn't. She
orchestrated
didn't even
against
say
you
much, and
became a
that was
karmic
beautiful.
debt that grew interest every single day. Your silence during this entire ordeal wasn't weakness.
Somebody
It was the
said,
universe telling you to step back and let
let's read
divine justice
James'
handle.
reply. He said, yes, it is like living on your own island. They mind control anyone who tries to get close to you. Say, for example, you meet someone which seems to be interested in friendship today. Tomorrow they will avoid you like the plague. In fact, you will never hear from them again. This will be your experience every single time. Soon, you will actually lose your interest in people almost altogether, as you will realize they are all malleable and shiftable. You will real you will and that ain't the truth. You will realize you will realize that the only happiness you have is in your own company and in prayer. And they will try to take that from you as well by creating noise campaign, drama, trauma. You always have a fighting battle, and it never has anything to do with you per se, what you have done. It's who they are. They have an issue with you. They will try to make you believe that you're insufficient, ins- insignificant, but the constant worldwide events around you will quickly nigga. That was crazy. That was okay. What was I? Okay, what was I? Believe me, if you were, that's not where I was. Okay. So I see. It's who you are, who they have an issue with. They will try to make you believe that you're insignificant, but the constant worldwide events around you will quickly negate the lies that they are trying to feed to you through others. Believe me, if you were a nobody, they wouldn't have the whole, they would not have the whole crew against, or the whole apparatus against you. You are significant because I like that. You are significant because you are not owned by the beast in this illusionary system that everyone around you belongs to. One free soul amongst many, many souls owned by the devil and his minions. They know who you are. You are chosen vessel walking this earth, and they want to destroy you so that they do not have to be reminded of who they truly are. Your light is a mirror to them and the truth. Your light is a mirror to them of their truth and their truth. This is why everywhere you go, it is an issue. They want to put your light out so they don't have to truly look at themselves. You are a spiritual mirror to them. This is why they hate you so bad. They are completely imperfect, but you are not allowed to be anything perfect. Seems fair, right? Ha ha ha. Let them keep lying to themselves, and you carry on. Thank you for your nice. Oh,
What human justice could never touch. Every time you chose
I know I
peace
said I
over
was gonna get off this
retaliation,
so many times.
every moment you took the high road instead of engaging in their chaos, you were allowing spiritual law to build momentum in your favor. Your refusal to participate in their games forced them to expose themselves through their own actions, and now the evidence against them is overwhelming. The awakening your person experienced wasn't just personal indictment, it was recruitment into an army of truth-tellers who've been given permission to expose the darkness that operates against divine love. They're not just defending you now, they're defending every chosen one who has ever been targeted by this kind of systematic manipulation. This has become their spiritual mission, their karmic responsibility, their divine assignment. While your person was being manipulated by the trinity of deception, parallel situations were playing out across your entire social network. Other divine connections were being attacked. Other chosen ones were being isolated from their purposes. Other authentic relationships were being sabotaged by this same network of manipulators who seem to specialize in destroying love that threatens their control systems.
okay, let's read.
If you got hit,
So let's read. uh, I just saw this. How real is gang stalking? So Sleepyhead said, who lives in New York, said, "You don't know how real until you see it. You experience it yourself." A lot of people have labeled victims insane, but the truth is that they are not insane. They were driven into insanity in a really short time. A lot of people think it's mental illness, but victims know it's not. Since the government and society think that mental illness is a disadvantage, a lot of people have suffered from the gang stalking because the perpetrator wants to make them insane so that they can always be in position where they can get rid of the insane individual. There are always loopholes in law, and in the moment you tell this to the doctor, you are already in a disadvantage. You lose health, and that is the best asset ever. Whew. She went.
even as a passenger
She
or
went
in an
straight
Uber,
to it.
you would need to try this.
Kept it short.
Who seem to specialize in destroying love that
Understood
threatens
that.
their control systems. Your person's exposure campaign isn't just about your situation, it's about revealing an entire web of spiritual warfare that's been operating against multiple chosen ones simultaneously. The storyteller wasn't just lying about you, they were character
J-Dog said the only
assassinating
problem
several
with that,
divine
they are not
feminines
making me go
whose light
insane.
threatened
They
their
are actually
darkness.
making me
The
smarter,
shadow
more
competitor
wise,
wasn't just envying you, they were systematically
defiantly more
studying and attempting to
educated on
diminish
their
multiple
stupidity.
chosen ones who possessed gifts they coveted. The information harvester wasn't just betraying your trust, they were collecting intelligence on an entire network of awakened souls. This revelation transforms your personal heartbreak into something much larger, a spiritual battle between forces that want to keep humanity unconscious and forces that are here to anchor new frequencies of truth and love on this planet. Your connection with your person isn't just a romantic relationship, it's a template for how divine partnerships can survive and thrive despite coordinated attacks from those who profit from keeping souls separated from their purpose. The climax of this cosmic drama is unfolding right now as your person transitions from shame into what can only be described as holy warfare. They're moving like someone whose entire existence depends on righting this wrong, because spiritually, that's exactly what's happening. They're not just exposing these people quietly behind closed doors, they're going public with evidence so damning that denial becomes impossible. Social media posts with screenshots, group chats where the truth is revealed to mutual friends, family conversations where the manipulation is exposed, professional networks where reputations crumble under the weight of revealed character. As your person wages this war for your honor, they're simultaneously experiencing the most profound spiritual transformation of their lifetime. Each truth they reveal about the people who manipulated them brings them closer to understanding their true purpose in your life. Each bridge they burn with toxic influences creates space for authentic connections to flourish. Each moment they choose your truth over comfortable lies rebuilds their spiritual foundation on solid ground. The love letters are coming, chosen one, but not the kind you've received before. These aren't desperate attempts at manipulation or emotional blackmail designed to pull you back into chaos. These are authentic communications from someone who has finally
All right,
seen
so I'm
through
gonna
all
read this because
illusions
it's
and
kind of what happened yesterday. So it's Joe. So it says, is it true that a person get paid to get someone on the game stalking list to be game stalking? If so, how do these vengeful people do it? So Joe Brown, been studying this for 5 years. Oh, okay, I said it wrong, but okay. So the reality is that one person will spread lies about you to many people. These people who you have been slandered to will then get offered sweetness to do bad things to you and basically spread word of hate to anyone who's prepared to listen. The original lone wolf, that very first person who orchestrated this group of haters, will have spread so much wickedness about you, it's unbelievable. Your character will be slandered, and you will be made to be such a bad person that you literally deserve the DIE. Oh, but because KILLING, I said ING you is illegal. The next best thing done to you is to punish and to make you suffer. Is to punish you and make you suffer. Make your life so bad that you end up wanting to KIL yourself. These haters will then spread even more hate to people they associate with, and they too end up joining in with intimidating and harassing you, but not for cash or favors like the first set of people. This second set of clowns see it as they are doing the world some justice by simply being vile and nasty to you. Some will get a kick out of the power that bullying within the group seems to give them. Many are nothing more than jellyfish with no effing backbone. The truth of it is simply because they have been lied to you. The truth of it is simply because they all have been lied to you. They all have been lied to about you. You will not believe some of the things that they will have been said about you. About the things that have been said about you. I was called a prostitute, a thief, and a drug addict. None of these things are true, but that did not stop people from believing it. Then, after many years of being stalked, I knew most of these people, these haters, did come to release the truth, uh, realize the truth about me, that I was not a bad person after all. That still made no difference, though. Most of them chose to continue to ignore what was right in front of their eyes, making even more lies up about me. I believe that most continued with gang stalkers as to save their own face, pretty much. To admit that they were wrong and I was right would be some admittance that their actions were nothing more than bullying, unjust, and downright dirty. So most continued to go on along with it. But some of the ones that are getting paid to stalk you, it is nothing more than pure greed. A free bag of weed, a couple grams of Charlie here and there. The stalker might even bong the odd, I don't know what that means, to fill their vehicle diesel tank to return for circling your home a few times at dusk just to scare you, intimidate you. If I were to line every single person up who had some kind of involvement in stalking me, there would be well over 50 people, various ages, both male and female, professional people, jobless, no hopers. The odd child has been roped into the madness too, and even a few old age um, pensioners. You will not get your breath. The majority of them do not know me personally, honestly. Never have and never will. Thank you very much. Vow my own personal experience of being gang, group, mob, stalked relentlessly for almost 5 years now is unbelievable. Downright scary just how one man with his hate and lies can virtually turn a whole neighborhood and more into hating the ground I walk upon. I have been spat at and threatened. One of my bullies aimed his vehicle at me as if he was going to run me over. His face was bright red with anger, and if another person did not eventually come to my assistance, I do believe this man would have drove his vehicle straight at me. The hate that some of these people have shown towards me is frightening. More than one has wanted to seriously hurt me, and and still does for that matter. I don't know these people. Oh, in the peak of it gets dark. You will find yourself alone. You will find yourself trying to single-handedly defend yourself from ever expanding group of people, all who have decided to join forces to gang up on you and destroy your whole entire life.
Recognize the
It makes me
magnitude of
sad.
what they almost lost
It's so
forever.
relatable. It makes
These
me
are the
sad.
words of someone who understands that defending you isn't about getting you back, it's about honoring what's sacred and ensuring it's protected from all future attacks. The trinity of deception is discovering that their victory was always an illusion. Every manipulation they orchestrated was building toward their own exposure. Every lie they spread was creating evidence against them. Every moment they thought they were winning was actually tightening the noose around their own necks. The storyteller is facing legal consequences for defamation so severe their entire career is in jeopardy.
So
The
James,
shadow
I don't
competitor
know.
is watching.
It said James replied to her. Her post. He said that exactly how they do you, and you know what they call all the time. They call me all the time from blocking them, but threatening me. I think it's because they can't slander me to anyone because I'm a loner. No girlfriends, no hangouts. I don't really talk on the phone, so it's difficult for them to set me up. But the other day, a guy that lives in my building came up to me very belligerent, and I believe that they sent him that day because we had no reason to talk at all. That is another thing. Try to control your emotions, TIs, because the stalkers could be setting you up. Please be careful out there. These bastards are trying everything in the book. So that was from James Pebbles, who wrote
Their
that.
own relationships crumble
I
as
like
people
that advice.
realize what they're truly capable of. The information harvester is being exposed as
And
exactly that, a spy.
sorry, one time it said hide and seek world champion replied to James and said, indeed, setting you up, provoking you into committing a punishable act that will be recorded and used against you is one of the gang stalker's favorite tactics. Whoa, I have written a book about this. Be smart, be careful, be alert, but be fearless. I like that.
Who can never
I
be
would like to
trusted
read
with
your book.
anyone's private information again.
Resilience is not fertile.
We are looking for gamers who want to learn how to become video game testers, designers, or programmers.
Hold on, let's
If
read
any
this
of these
person.
interest you,
Exactly that.
Let's read this person thing one more time. Hide and seek world champion said, indeed, setting you up, provoking you into committing a punishable act that will be recorded and used against you is one of the gang stalker's favorite tactics. I have written about this, a book about this. Be smart, be careful, be alert, but be fearless. if that ain't
A spy who can never be trusted with anyone's private information again. Meanwhile, your person's public defense of you is creating ripple effects that extend far beyond your immediate situation. Other people who witnessed the attacks on your character but remain silent are suddenly finding their voices and speaking truth. Mutual friends who believed the lies are reaching out to apologize and ask for your side of the story. Family members who were influenced by the manipulation are beginning to see how they were used as weapons against you. The truth isn't just setting the record straight, it's completely reshaping how everyone perceives what happened and why. Remember how everything began with your person being isolated and confused, uncertain about what was real and what was manufactured. Now they're using that same isolation energy, but purposefully and powerfully. They're separating themselves from every toxic influence in their life and creating sacred space for only truth-based connections to exist. The hermit phase that confused them before has become their source of spiritual authority, and they're wielding it with the precision of someone who knows their redemption depends on getting this right. The sexual healing energy that was disrupted by outside interference is preparing to return, but transformed and protected. This isn't about returning to what was, it's about building something entirely new on the foundation of what's unshakably real. The intimacy that was attacked by spells and manipulation is being rebuilt with spiritual protection so strong that no external force will ever be able to penetrate it again. As this spiritual drama reaches its resolution, the consequences continue rippling outward in ways that demonstrate the awesome power of universal justice. The trinity of deception isn't just losing their influence over your person, they're losing credibility and power in every area of their lives. The universe is systematically removing them from positions where they could harm other chosen ones, other divine connections, other authentic relationships seeking to flourish. Your person's transformation from confused defender of your enemies to fierce protector of your sacred connection represents more than personal growth. It's become a template for how divine counterparts awaken to their true purpose when the consequences of betraying their other half become too painful to bear. They had to experience the full weight of being manipulated themselves before they could understand the depth of what they allowed to happen to you. That pain has become their medicine, and now they're using it to heal what was broken between you. They're operating with the desperation of someone who knows this is their only chance to make things right, because spiritually, that's exactly what it is. The love that was buried under layers of lies and manipulation is resurging with volcanic intensity.
Person replied to somebody. He said, "I'm glad you have spidey senses. They study us while we study them, and after a while, the street theater becomes very obvious and amusing. Become fearless, stay fearless."
Isn't the naive love that existed before the conspiracy began. This is warrior love, tested love, love that has survived psychological warfare and emerged stronger than ever. This is the kind of love that builds legacies, creates unshakable partnerships, and models what authentic divine connection looks like for the world to witness and aspire toward. I must interrupt this transmission for just a moment. Are you really chosen? Prove it. It's easy to watch videos about chosen ones. It's another thing entirely to put yourself to the test. When I confronted the archons beyond our reality, they made one thing clear. True chosen ones are rare. They laughed at the thought of us finding each other. Yet here you are, watching this message. The obsidian inner order isn't for everyone claiming to be awakened. We're the real ones, those who've seen beyond the veil, felt the call, and carry the unmistakable frequency. But are you truly one of us? I have given you everything I've got, and I'm digging deeper to bring you even more. Don't just consume content from the sidelines. Real chosen ones take action. Share your story on our weekly group call. Get a revealing tarot reading from our resident card reader. Discover if your experiences align with the authentic signs. The archons fear nothing more than chosen ones recognizing each other.
Okay, let's read this one since they buried my car doing too much. So Hide and Seek wrote this. I'm still reading this post. So it's the obedient street perps are not exactly sophisticated big thinkers of strong character, or they would not be involved with this gang stalking network in the first place. My observation experience indicates most French losers, financially strapped, druggies, angry, resentful, etc. Most are weak-minded individuals with little integrity, willing to sell their soul for a few scalpels and other favors. They tend to make lousy choices in life, but blame everyone else, everything but themselves. The street weasels have become slaves to their handlers and must be on call whenever ordered to be. They were lied to and intimidated when recruited, and now are captive souls. TRs are furious than they are. Furious than they are. There is a profound hidden cost to selling your soul to the cult, and now these lackeys are stuck in a dark cloud of foul energy, said that, an attached perceivable stench that tarnishes their reality and when they are hoping for the exact opposite by joining the big game. Those with power, the ones calling the shots, is where the really bad energy resides. They get the big perks and most of the money while the street rats hustle for scraps in the illusion of power. Evil flows downhill in the cult network. Best believe.
When we connect, our frequencies amplify and create a force they cannot stop. That's why we're going to be live streaming to the entire Astral Atom network. To find every last one of us, click the link in the description below now. It's time to stop wondering and confirm what you already suspect. Are you merely interested in awakening, or are you truly chosen? Prove it. Join us. The verification you seek awaits with the Obsidian Inner Order. The attack on your connection wasn't random, and it wasn't personal. You and your person represent something that threatens the old systems of control. A partnership where both people are fully awakened to their power, where manipulation has no entry point, where truth and love create a frequency that other souls can attune to for their own liberation. The Trinity of Deception recognized this threat and attempted to neutralize it before it could fully manifest. Their failure to destroy your connection has created something far more powerful than they ever imagined possible. A love story that survived coordinated psychological warfare, a partnership that chose truth over comfort, authenticity over approval, sacred connection over social acceptance. A template for how chosen ones protect and defend each other against all forms of spiritual attack. But before we reach the resolution of this cosmic drama, there are deeper layers of this conspiracy that will astound you with their calculated precision. While your person was being manipulated by the Trinity of Deception, a parallel operation was running against you directly. The information harvester wasn't just collecting your secrets to share with your person's handlers. They were building a comprehensive psychological profile of your triggers, your vulnerabilities, your deepest fears, and your strongest spiritual gifts. This data was being used to craft attacks so specifically tailored to your energy signature that they felt like spiritual assassinations.
This one, that's it. Okay. It said gang stalking is a sting operation, and it's just an article they shared. Gang stalking is a sting operations done by police, sheriffs, and by civilian operatives. There's a strong effort by thousands of people on the internet trying to conceal organized crimes committed by local authorities and by their civilian operatives in the form of classifying their activity as gang stalking instead of using the real term to describe the crime as sting operation. And it is law enforcement themselves as well as civilian operatives that have replaced the term sting operation with the misleading term gang stalking to hide the concealed local authorities' involvement in these crimes. Victims of sting operation, and I'm gonna start right there because they want you to sound delusional saying gang stalking. I realize that. Victims of sting operations trying to find help and information on their situation are being led by search engines to gang stalking stories and news stories, and that is by design by our government to create this boogeyman mystery group of gang stalkers as a way of hiding and concealing police sting operations. To further cover police sting operation, all these websites that mention gang stalking will bring up other topics that are sensual in order to give the impression that victims of gang stalkers are just mentally ill. They will associate gang stalking with the terms as mind control and energy being weapons as a way of making victims appear mentally ill. As such stories are written by police officers and by civilian operatives and are made to make victims appear mentally ill in order to discredit real victims of sting operations as mentally ill to discredit them as witnesses. Man, I just said that. Police sting operations are no secret. Everyone has heard of the sting operation. Prostitution stings and drug bust stings are commonly told over the news and are admitted to by news reporters and by police themselves. What the police and news reporters do not tell people is that the police use sting tactics on anyone they target. Police have single target living in an apartment. They will use sting tactics to target that person. Apartment managers and landlords cooperate with sting operations and will help police to take over surrounding apartments surrounding their target. Therefore, all apartment managers and landlords are civilian operators for police. Police will fill those apartments with undercover officers with civilian operatives, and they will have set up a video audio surveillance of their target in their target's apartment. Police and civilian operatives now have full control of the surrounding area around their target and will stage crimes and perform street theater tactics in front of their target and in front of their target's home for the purpose of framing targets of that target in the building and building a case against that target just like police do in normal sting operations. Police will pay civilian operatives to make false accusations about the target while police will fabricate evidence using doubles of target staging crimes for fuzzy video surveillance and for photogenic photos. Police and civilian operatives do indeed KILL people in these sting operations, and none of these type of sting operations are admitted to by police. Seldom do police admit to these tactics against individuals, but they have on rare occasion admitted to these tactics. They are just not common to find on the internet due to government wanting to cover up these tactics. Gang stalking is a term created by our government as a way of describing how people are being targeted, but at the same time distant you from who is responsible. To call it a sting operation tells you who is responsible, and how they get away with it is how it is funded. Yeah, most of it right, we not. She said, coercive persuasion said, you have most of it right, but do not be fooled into thinking they do not attempt to employ mind control, because they most certainly do. You may not have experienced it, though, yet. They didn't start for many years with me. They spent many long years first trying to build a criminal case against me by using the sting operations you mentioned. I think it really depends on how long it takes them to set up all of your friends and family members with crimes. Once they control everyone around you, then they start the mind control or thought reform. The term gang stalking is actually what is supposed to be happening. The cops use anti-gang initiatives along with every other form of invasion possible. The anti-gang initiatives funnel ungodly amounts into areas, and much of that money is distributed to nonprofits, churches, homeowners associations, Project Safe Neighborhoods, Neighborhood Watch, the media, Crime Stoppers, hospitals, fire districts, schools, colleges, private businesses, and social groups to help fight gangs and offer non-gang activities to local youth. When few no gang are present, they find an enemy in order to keep the budget money coming. Like I said, the amount of money brought into an area is unreal, and most people in the area benefit financially at the expense of those targeted endlessly. Combine all of those groups above with the Regional Domestic Security Task Force, RDSTF. We have here in Florida the Organized Crime and Drug Enforcement Task Force, OCDETF, the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas, HIDTA, and the Joint Terrorism Task Forces, JTTF. And you can now see that a very large portion of the society is involved. And just for good measure, you thrown in the counterintelligence, counterinsurgency, military units and their support, and holy shit, everyone is involved. It is something nobody should have to endure in a free society, but keep your head up. And she said also, this poison you say your wife did to you is mind control in a sense. Food, drink, being spiked, or being sprayed with some sort of aversint, aversint from an air conditioned event has happened to me probably 20 times or so in the last 2 years. It is a sick and highly unethical form of aversion therapy that is seemingly employed at their leisure. I don't believe the other targeted individual accounts of this activity until it actually happened to me. Just like uh, in that situation, there's no mind control involved at all. Law enforcement using that term as a way of discrediting victims That's my opinion. My wife wouldn't. Okay. All right, let me get up out here because I gotta go make my tea.
Remember
Or
those
my
random
food.
conflicts that seem to emerge from nowhere during the most peaceful periods of your life. Those weren't coincidences.
There's power in the word.
All right, y'all. I got my door open. I gotta turn this off. I appreciate y'all for sitting on here chilling with me. I'm kind of like a little sore, but it ain't real bad, so I'm really thankful for that. But I gotta get some energy in me today. Yesterday was okay, but I feel like I could have pushed myself a little bit more. But I appreciate y'all, and I will definitely come on here later. I don't know if it's gonna be early or not. Probably not. But let me get. And I really do hope y'all enjoy y'all day today. Don't let nothing distract y'all from whatever y'all trying to do in life. Pretty much just be grateful for all the struggles. Man, like I said, if they do something to y'all, just thank them and bless them. It's powerful in the moment. So, y'all, till next time, I love y'all.